The roar of water was deafening. The cold waves slapped against the young body, and the biting cold did not come from the river, but from the trembling deep in the soul. Uzumaki Naruto opened his eyes suddenly, and saw the familiar huge stone statue in his sight. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara glared at each other across the waterfall, and under his feet was the endlessly rushing valley of the end. He panted, his chest heaving violently. The force of the punch just now still remained in the trembling of bones, and his young body could hardly bear it. Sasuke. He turned his head with difficulty and saw that not far away, Uchiha Sasuke was also struggling to stand up from the water. His black hair was wet and stuck to his forehead, and his eyes were filled with the same horror and confusion. This is not an illusion. Everything around is so real and terrifying. The air is filled with the smell of water vapor and gunpowder. The rough touch of the stones under his feet, and even the bird song from the distant forest, is clearly audible. Shouldn't they drift in the cold universe, waiting for the final annihilation? The wreckage of the ninja world, the disappearance of companions, the despairing power of the Otsutsuki. One tragic scene after another flooded into his mind like a tide. Sasuke's voice was hoarse, trembling with disbelief. Are we back? Naruto nodded vigorously, his throat so dry that he couldn't make a sound. The white vortex that swallowed them was not the end of destruction, but a miracle of time. They returned to the past, to the first fork in the road of fate, the first decisive battle in the Valley of the End. At this moment, Sasuke suddenly let out a suppressed groan of pain and covered his eyes with both hands. The bright red blood flowed down his fingers, dripping into the water, and a small piece of sad and beautiful red was blurred. He endured the severe pain and slowly put down his hands. The black eyes had completely changed. It was no longer an ordinary Three Magatama, but presented a complex and strange pattern, the Mangeki Sharingan. It was 3 years earlier than he remembered. The huge pressure of past and present lives, the despair of the destruction of the world, the grief of the death of companions, and the impact of rebirth. All the heavy emotions found an outlet at this moment, stimulating the Uchiha bloodline in the most extreme way, forcibly giving birth to these eyes that see through the world and bear the curse. How much strength do you have left now? Sasuke's voice regained some calmness, and the scarlet kaleidoscope stared at Naruto, as if to see through him completely. Naruto closed his eyes and felt his body with his heart. The total amount of chakra has indeed shrunk significantly, returning to the level that should be at this age. However, those fighting instincts, ninjutsu skills, and combat experience that are imprinted in the depths of the soul are still there. The sense of coordinates of the Flying Thunder God technique, the tricks of using the diamond sealing, the secret sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, and even the deeper connection re-established with Kurama's arrogant fox seemed to have returned with him, roaring in the depths of his consciousness with a hint of relief after surviving the disaster. That's right, after Sasuke lost his samsara eye, Naruto began to practice madly and learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Later, with the help of Orochimaru's research, he reactivated the blood power of the Uzumaki clan. Most of it is there. Naruto opened his eyes, his azure eyes flashing with a resolute light, but there's less chakra and the body needs to adapt again. But with the nine-tailed Kurama, chakra is not a problem. Sasuke nodded slightly, and the blood-colored pattern in his eyes slowly turned, revealing a depth that was inconsistent with his age. Naruto, I have a plan. He paused, as if he was considering his words. A plan. Extremely dangerous, but perhaps it can change everything. He took a deep breath and cast his eyes into the distance, as if he had penetrated time and space and saw a dark laboratory. I still remember that in the last stage of his life, Orochimaru was almost crazy studying a forbidden technique, spiritual contract samsara technique. Naruto frowned. He had never heard of this name before. That technique can forcibly merge the souls of the dead strong with the souls of the living. Sasuke's voice was low and full of temptation. Through constant fighting and the grinding of time, the fusion can eventually obtain the full power of the soul body, or even surpass it. Naruto's heart skipped a beat. The soul of a strong? All the power. I want to merge the soul of the first-generation Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Sasuke's eyes were burning with a determination to burn the boats. And you, Naruto, you need to merge the soul of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, These two names exploded in Naruto's heart like thunder. That is the legend of the ninja world, the pinnacle of power. Yin and Yang are born together, and everything can be created. Sasuke continued, his tone decisive. The power of Ashura and Indra reappears in us. If we can merge to the extreme, we may all be able to open the samsara eye and have the power to truly fight against the Otsutsuki. Naruto was silent that he understood what Sasuke meant. If the sage body and would escape of Hashirama Senju and the ultimate Sharingan and fighting talent of Uchiha Madara were combined in the two of them, it would indeed be a shortcut to the top. But the reason why the forbidden technique is called the forbidden technique is because it violates common sense and is full of unknowns and risks. Naruto said in a deep voice, "We all know the price of failure. Soul fusion, if not careful, will result in the soul being scattered and completely destroyed." I know. Sasuke's eyes did not waver at all. Moreover, according to my fragmentary observations and records in my previous life, Orochimaru's spiritual contract reincarnation technique during that period was simply a half-finished product with a pitifully low success rate. Then you still that oh, I need him. Sasuke interrupted Naruto. In my previous life, I was on guard and kept a close eye on Orochimaru's movements. I used the Sharingan to record a lot of his research data and results, including many key details and improvement directions of this forbidden technique. Now, we must find him and convince him with the future we know. No, convince him so that he will stand by us willingly and provide us with all the necessary support to perfect this forbidden technique. Naruto looked at Sasuke, and from his bleeding kaleidoscope eyes, he saw wisdom and determination beyond his age. What Sasuke said is indeed the only way to quickly increase strength and prepare for future catastrophes. Although crazy and dangerous, they have no choice. No one will understand this plan. Naruto's voice fell. Konoha, we can go back. At least, we can't go back now that we need absolute freedom. We can't implicate Konoha, go to find Orochimaru, and carry out this shocking plan. Sasuke's mouth curled up with a bitter arc. From the moment we decided to change our destiny, we have embarked on a path that goes against everyone. The two of them met eyes. No more words were needed. The bond and tacit understanding of the previous life turned into a silent oath at this moment. They all understood that what they would face next would be endless pursuit, misunderstanding, and loneliness. Sasuke took the lead and took out the Konoha forehead protector from his pocket. The piece of metal that symbolized belonging and glory seemed so cold in his hands at this moment. He pulled out the kunai, without any hesitation, and fiercely scratched a deep mark on the Konoha logo. The crisp friction sound echoed in the silent valley, like the resolute sound of cutting off the past. Naruto looked at Sasuke's actions with a complicated look in his eyes, but it eventually turned into determination. He also took off his forehead protector and used the same method to leave a scratch on it, symbolizing betrayal. The two Konoha forehead protectors, which symbolized traitors, were thrown into the river by the two men and sank to the cold bottom of the river, just like the identities and past they had abandoned. Let's go. Sasuke turned around first, scanning the surrounding environment with his Manjiki Sharingan, looking for a way to leave. Yeah, Naruto responded and followed closely. Sasuke, you are not alone this time. Naruto suddenly thought of something and suddenly called Sasuke. I understand. Sasuke smiled imperceptibly. Then he walked ahead, more firmly point two young and resolute figures. Against the roar of the waterfall, left the Valley of the End, which had witnessed countless fateful entanglements. They did not look back, and their eyes looked firmly into the unknown distance. They're the scientists they must find, the crazy experiments they must conduct, and the heavy mission of saving the world they must shoulder. The sound of the wind passed by their ears, carrying the moisture of water vapor and a hint of the future solemnity. Their road to defection began from then on. Chapter 2. Delving into the Serpent's Lair. Here we are. Sasuke's voice reverberated in the underground passage, each step echoing against the damp ground, magnified in the stillness. The rough walls on either side were dimly illuminated by flickering torches, casting elongated shadows of the two figures. A musty odor pervaded the air, intermingled with the earthy scent and an unidentifiable metallic tang that induced a sense of nausea. Naruto tightened his coat around him. The temperature here was significantly lower than on the surface, cold and damp, creating a most uncomfortable atmosphere. They paused before a colossal stone door, its surface pitch black, composed of an unknown material, adorned with intricate runes resembling contorted serpents, emanating an unsettling chill. Merely gazing at these runes sent a shiver racing up the spine. an instinctual reaction to their icy presence. With his hands buried in his pockets, Naruto leaned casually against the frigid stone wall, seemingly indifferent to the oppressive ambience. His golden locks cascaded down, partially obscuring one side of his face, glimmering faintly in the dim light. He idly kicked a pebble at his feet, the soft sound shattering the silence. Orochimaru must be inside, Naruto remarked, his tone calm, devoid of any hint of anxiety. Yet, the azure depths of his eyes, hidden in shadow, resembled a prowling beast, glinting with a sharp light that betrayed a subtle thrill. Sasuke offered no response, silently approaching the stone door. He extended his palm, pressing it against the bizarre runes. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, channeling chakra that flowed like an invisible stream into the door. The runes seemed to awaken, emitting a faint glow, akin to the gradual opening of slumbering eyes. The heavy stone door creaked, producing a sound that grated on the teeth, slowly parting to reveal a dense, acrid aroma that assaulted their senses. Accompanying the scent of potions was a nauseating stench of blood, so potent it felt almost tangible, igniting their olfactory nerves. Naruto instinctively scrunched his nose, covering it. The odor was far more distressing than that of the battlefield. The interior of the laboratory was shrouded in deeper darkness, illuminated only by a few uniquely designed lamps casting a ghastly green light, rendering the space akin to a haunted realm. Various grotesque experimental apparatuses sparkled in the shadows, reflecting a chilling sheen. Beakers, test tubes, distillation bottles, and an assortment of unidentifiable instruments lay haphazardly across the workbench, some containing strange liquids and eerie biological remnants. A stifling heaviness enveloped the air, as if this place were not a laboratory, but a macabre tomb. Orochimaru stood at the center of the laboratory, his back to them, his long black hair cascading chaotically over his shoulders. Clad in a loose, white robe, he appeared gaunt, as if a gust of wind could topple him. He was bent over a particular apparatus on the workbench, utterly engrossed in what seemed to be a critically significant experiment, oblivious to the world around him. Only when the stone door fully opened, its resounding creak echoing throughout the expansive laboratory, did Orochimaru slowly turn. A peculiar smile graced his pale, almost sickly face, the corners of his mouth curling upward in a cold, rigid arc devoid of warmth. His serpent-like eyes glimmered with a chilling light in the darkness, reminiscent of a venomous snake poised to strike, cold, foreboding, and fraught with peril. His gaze swept over Naruto and Sasuke, slithering across their forms before settling on Sasuke's face. A wider grin unfurled, his voice rasping like a serpent and Appos, hiss, hee. You finally arrived, didn't, and Appos, to you? Sasuke-kun, I have been eagerly awaiting your presence. His serpent eyes shifted with interest towards Naruto, imbued with a hint of amusement and curiosity. Oh, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has come as well, what an unexpected delight. Naruto remained nonchalant, hands still in his pockets, a playful smirk gracing his lips, his eyes twinkling with barely concealed excitement. Sasuke stepped forward, his icy gaze piercing like a blade directed at Orochimaru, his voice authoritative and unwavering. Spare me the pleasantries, Orochimaru. If you wish to serve us willingly, you must possess overwhelming power that compels your submission. He paused, his obsidian eyes deep as the night, emphasizing, it must be an absolute domination and strength. Sasuke and Appos' tone was calm yet brimming with conviction, an aura of formidable confidence radiating from him. Orochimaru and Appos' initial surprise morphed into a menacing chuckle, akin to a serpent and Appos' rattle. Kik. Sasuke-kun, it seems the awakening of your Mangekyou Sharingan has inflated your confidence considerably. But with your current state, you are still unworthy to utter such grandiloquent words in my presence. Before he finished, Orochimaru and Appos' figure abruptly vanished, his speed so astonishing it left only an afterimage. In the next instant, he materialized before Sasuke, a pale claw-like hand slicing through the air with lethal intent, aiming for Sasuke and Appos' throat. Sasuke and Appos' pupils narrowed, his body instinctively recoiling, evading Orochimaru and Appos' deadly strike with the swiftness of a leopard. Simultaneously, his dark eyes were stained crimson, three tomos spinning rapidly, coalescing into an otherworldly shape, the Mangekyou Sharingan. A profound and ancient power surged from the depths of his eyes, imbued with a sense of timelessness that instilled dread, as if confronting an archaic deity. Orochimaru momentarily faltered, a rare glimmer of astonishment and gravity flashing in his serpent eyes. The Mangekyou Sharingan. Indeed, the Uchiha clan's talent is enviable. His voice bore a mix of surprise and exhilaration. This is merely the beginning. Sasuke and Appos' voice was as frigid as ice, devoid of emotion. He formed hand seals with blinding speed, his fingertips trailing blurred afterimages. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A deluge of searing flames erupted from Sasuke and Appos' mouth, instantly transforming into a vast sea of fire, radiating an aura that threatened to consume all in its path as it surged towards Orochimaru. The blaze illuminated the dim laboratory, casting everything in a terrifying crimson hue, the intense heat distorting the air and creating crackling sounds. Yet, A sickly excitement danced across Orochimaru's pallid visage, his serpent eyes gleaming with madness. Deprived of his arms, he could only utilize his tongue to extract a scroll of ninjutsu from within, swiftly unfurling it. Earth release, earth flow wall. With a low, guttural roar, a massive, sturdy earthen wall erupted from the ground, resembling a mountain that stood resolutely in front of him, effectively blocking the oncoming inferno. The collision of fire and earth produced a thunderous roar, sparks flying, and dense smoke billowing, shaking the entire laboratory violently. After several exchanges, Orochimaru's breath grew labored, fine beads of sweat trickling down his pale forehead. His disarmed body rendered his chakra flow and physical endurance far beyond normal limits. In contrast, Sasuke, while also depleting chakra, remained composed and untroubled, his Manjiki Sharingan radiating an aura of control and icy resolve. Orochimaru, your era has come to an end. Sasuke's voice echoed once more, chilling and laden with authority, reminiscent of a death knell. At that moment, a sudden rush of footsteps at the entrance of the laboratory shattered the tense standoff. Chapter 3. The future of the ninja world. The figure of Kabuto Yakushi appeared at the door in a flurry, his face instantly betraying a look of horror upon witnessing the scene within the laboratory, particularly the fierce battle between Lord Orochimaru and Sasuke. Lord Orochimaru, he exclaimed, instinctively rushing forward to offer assistance. Leaning against the wall, Naruto, seemingly indifferent to the turmoil, lazily lifted his head. A glint of amusement flickered in his azure eyes. Oh, isn't that Kabuto? It's been quite a while, he greeted, his tone casual and laced with a hint of irreverence. He paused, a dangerous gleam flashing in his golden pupils, his tone turning icy. However, this is not the time for reminiscing. My dear friend is currently dealing with some private matters, wouldn't you agree? Kabuto and Appo's feet came to a sudden halt, as if nailed to the ground, his complexion turning pale as he finally registered Naruto and Appo's presence. A chilling dread enveloped him, akin to plunging into an icy abyss, as an overwhelming sense of impending doom rendered him immobile. Naruto, evidently unwilling to waste time, narrowed his eyes slightly, the depths of his blue irises swirling with the tumultuous chakra of the Nine Tails. A terrifying aura, unprecedented in its intensity, erupted from within him, enveloping his form in a golden chakra cloak, while 9 massive tails, akin to blazing flames, writhed behind him, causing the air in the laboratory to feel as though it had solidified under the strain of his power. Having reached an accord with the 9 Tails, Naruto found himself bolstered by its strength, enhancing both his speed and power to an extraordinary degree. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing before Kabuto before the latter could react. Kabuto was struck in the abdomen by a powerful punch from Naruto, who, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward like a marionette with severed strings, crashing violently against the wall with a dull thud. Cracks spiderwebbed across the surface as Kabuto slumped down, unconscious. The entire exchange transpired in mere seconds. Naruto gradually withdrew his fist, the golden chakra cloak dissipating, and the 9 Tails slowly fading away. The atmosphere in the laboratory shifted subtly due to Kabuto and Appo's intrusion. Lord Orochimaru observed Naruto with keen interest, a glimmer of inscrutable curiosity flickering in his crimson serpent eyes. He sensed the ferocious power that had once surged from Naruto had receded, replaced by an enigmatic tranquility, as though the earlier explosive chakra burst had merely been an illusion. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, it seems your recent transformations are quite remarkable. Orochimaru's voice, raspy and laden with an undercurrent of intrigue, broke the silence, inadvertently tinged with respect. He turned his gaze slowly, his snake-like eyes traversing between the two, finally settling on Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, your prowess surpasses my previous expectations, and Naruto, you can wield the power of the 9 Tails? Sasuke and Appo's eyes remained as calm as ice, the kaleidoscope of his Sharingan spinning slowly, like finely tuned gears in a machine, devoid of any emotional turmoil. Orochimaru, you need only understand that we are no longer the same as we once were. Sasuke and Appo's voice was cold and succinct, imbued with an undeniable air of menace. Naruto stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Sasuke, a sharp light flashing in his azure gaze. Enough with the pleasantries, Sasuke. We need not squander time with this man. He turned his head to Orochimaru, a significant smile gracing his lips. Orochimaru, what we are about to discuss is of utmost importance, concerning the future trajectory of the entire ninja world. Before he could finish his statement, Naruto decisively formed a series of seals, unleashing a torrent of chakra that surged forth like a dam bursting. An invisible barrier swiftly rose, isolating the laboratory from the outside world, rendering any outside perception utterly ineffective. With the barrier firmly established, the laboratory lay silent, akin to an isolated island. Orochimaru watched Naruto intently, a glimmer of inscrutable light flickering in his serpent-like gaze, a faint smile of amusement playing upon his lips. Oh, the future. He elongated the word, imbued with a sense of intrigue. It seems the future you speak of only heightens my curiosity to explore it further. Kabuto, struggling to rise from the ground, blood staining the corner of his mouth, gazed at Naruto with a complex blend of fear and indignation. What are your intentions? His voice was hoarse and dry, trembling with barely concealed anxiety. Naruto, Sasuke, you have suddenly become so powerful, yet you remain enigmatic. What is your true purpose? Naruto and Appo's icy gaze swept over Kabuto, devoid of warmth, as if regarding a mere corpse. Kabuto, it appears you have yet to grasp the reality of the situation, he spoke. His voice low and foreboding, the atmosphere thickening with a predatory aura. You are in no position to question our decisions. Naruto and Appo's gaze shifted between the two, his voice firm. Before we commence our discussion, I wish for you to understand one thing. We are not here to negotiate with you, but rather to offer you the opportunity to follow us for your own survival. In the impending calamity, no one will be spared. Choosing to ally with us is your sole path to salvation. Preaching is indeed tiresome, and I am not particularly adept at it. Rather than lecturing, I am more inclined towards the pursuit of ever-increasing power. Having lived through countless lives and deaths, Naruto and Appo's yearning for strength had become deeply ingrained in his being, subtly altering his character. Yet, despite any changes, he remained the same Naruto Uzumaki of Konohagakure. Sasuke stepped forward, standing resolutely beside Naruto, the kaleidoscope of his Sharingan spinning, emanating an eerie light that instilled fear. Our objective is simple, to transform this decaying ninja world. His voice was like a blade tempered in ice, each word resonating with unwavering resolve. And Orochimaru, you will play a crucial role in this endeavor. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes with interest, his crimson tongue brushing against his lips. A chilling smile forming. Oh, me? A crucial role, that is quite a novel and entertaining proposition. His raspy voice held a hint of amusement, his serpent-like gaze fixating on the two as if appraising prey. So, why don't you enlighten me on what role this old snake might play in the end? Appo's future and Appo's, you envision? Taking a deep breath, Naruto's azure eyes burned with an unprecedented seriousness. He stepped forward, aligning himself with Sasuke, his gaze locking onto Orochimaru. Orochimaru, what I am about to convey pertains to the future of the ninja world, a future that far exceeds your imagination, one that may even overturn all your preconceived notions. Chapter 4. Forbidden Technique, the Art of Spirit Contract Reincarnation. Naruto and Appo's voice gradually deepened, as if recounting an ancient and terrifying prophecy. He began to unfold the future they had personally endured, one filled with despair and flames of war, piece by piece. Drawing a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, seemingly attempting to release the painful memories buried deep within his heart. The outbreak of the Fourth Great Ninja War had indeed a significant impact on the ninja world. Yet it paled in comparison to the calamity that followed. He commenced his narration, his voice low and magnetic, gradually revealing the grand, yet despairing tapestry of that war. The true identity of the masked man, the lurking shadows of the Akatsuki organization, the fleeting alliance within the ninja world, the reanimation of Madara, the truth behind Kagaya Otsutsuki's arrival, and the unimaginable Sage of Six Paths. Each name felt like a heavy stone, pressing down on the heart and making it hard to breathe. After that catastrophe, Sasuke and I spared no effort to finally grant the ninja world a moment of respite. Sasuke, burdened with blame, chose to wander in atonement, while Kakashi-sensei ascended to the position of the sixth Hokage. As for me, I immersed myself in scrolls, diligently acquiring knowledge, ultimately passing the Jonin exams and assuming the role of Hokage. A bittersweet smile crept across Naruto's lips as he reminisced about what was once thought to be a time of peace, his tone laced with an almost imperceptible tremor. However, his voice suddenly dropped, resembling the calm before a storm, merely a fade before the tempest. He raised his gaze, the azure depths of his eyes flickering with pain. I naively believed that under Sasuke's and my protection, the ninja world would witness true peace, until the arrival of those beings. Naruto and Appo's expression grew profoundly deep, as if he pierced through time and space to behold a far more dreadful scene, a greater crisis emerging from the distant cosmos. From an ancient clan known as the Otsutsuki, their power far surpassed any existence we knew. Their arrival in the ninja world was akin to deities descending upon the mortal realm, while we, before them, were but insignificant ants. Naruto paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over Orochimaru and Kabuto, keenly capturing the terror reflected in their eyes. He knew that these words sounded like the ravings of madness, yet they were the very future they had experienced, filled with despair. The might of the Otsutsuki clan surpassed her imagination. All ninja from the 5 great nations appeared as fragile as ants in the face of such power. We fought with all our might, yet ultimately, we faced utter defeat. The ninja world turned to scorched earth, and everything we cherished was obliterated. The laboratory fell into a profound silence. Only Naruto and Appo's heavy breaths echoing in the empty space. Orochimaru and Appo's snake-like pupils abruptly contracted, the playful smile on his face frozen, replaced by an unprecedented gravity, his tongue instinctively pausing. Kabuto's complexion turned ashen, his eyes hollow as if plummeting into an abyss. All previous disdain and skepticism utterly vanished. Sasuke and Appo's voice shattered the silence as he slowly spoke. The key to all of this lies in the forbidden technique you will create in the future. Orochimaru, the art of spirit contract reincarnation. Spirit contract reincarnation. Orochimaru repeated the unfamiliar name of the technique in a low voice. A flicker of elusive light dancing in his serpent-like eyes. I have never heard of it, but from your tone, it seems you hold great expectations for this technique. Kabuto, standing by, was struck as if by lightning, rendered completely rigid. Impossible. This cannot be. You are speaking nonsense. What Otsutsuki clan? What great ninja war? It is sheer fantasy. Though the tale was bizarre and intriguing, where was the evidence to support such claims? Kabuto, this is the very gap between you and Orochimaru, Naruto remarked, his gaze sweeping over the two. His tone calm yet tinged with disdain. As for evidence, it is abundant. Naruto slowly rose to his feet, no longer suppressing his own power. In an instant, the natural energy around him was drawn towards him with ferocity, swirling chaotically as the sage mode emerged upon his eyelids. Simultaneously, an overwhelming chakra erupted from within Naruto, heralding the arrival of the Sage of the Nine Tails. At this moment, although Naruto had yet to formally practice sage techniques, the muscle memory of wielding such power was etched deep within his soul, and with the Nine Tails and Appos, formidable assistants, mastering sage techniques was effortless. Do you think? Where does this power originate? You believe we possess the strength to easily crush you. Yet why do we waste time conversing here? Kabuto's perception wavered like a solitary boat amid a violent storm, instantly engulfed by the terrifying aura radiating from Naruto. The remnants of skepticism drained from his face, leaving it as pale as a lifeless sheet of paper, devoid of any color. A chill, originating from the depths of his soul, crawled up his spine like a parasite, causing every nerve ending to scream in terror, his muscles spasming uncontrollably. This was no longer a power that could merely be described as strong. It transcended the realm of ninjutsu that Kabuto could comprehend, as if it emanated from a horror of another dimension. The very release of this aura was sufficient to instill despair, making one acutely aware of their own insignificance and helplessness. Orochimaru and Appos, as serpent-like eyes, as if drawn by a magnet, fixated on the golden glow of Naruto and Appos, as sage mode, his pupils contracting to pinprick size before expanding again, swirling with unprecedented shock and a snake-like greed that made one's heart race. Sage techniques. This is indeed sage techniques. Orochimaru's voice emerged as a hoarse whisper, akin to an old bellows, excitement seeping through, causing his tone to quiver slightly. Kabuto, cease your interruptions. Orochimaru's tongue darted out rapidly, the crimson tip licking at the corners of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with a sharp, frenzied light. Their detailed descriptions of the future were meticulous, with logic that was inextricably woven, far from mere fabrications. Only those who had truly experienced that future, who had felt that despair, could articulate it with such maturity and authenticity. He had devoted his life to unraveling the mysteries of ninjutsu, and for the legendary ultimate power of sage techniques. He harbored an insatiable thirst for knowledge and understanding that far exceeded that of the ordinary. Moreover, Sasuke had previously mentioned a forbidden technique known as spirit contract reincarnation. This ignited within Orochimaru a fervent curiosity, propelling his interest and anticipation to unprecedented heights. Chapter 5, the forbidden technique of semi-finished products. Now, within Naruto and Appos' golden eyes, a luminous cross flickered, resembling two unmatched, razor-sharp blades, piercing cold and oppressive as they bored down upon the pallid face of Kabuto. His voice, deep and magnetic, resonated with a force akin to thunder, each syllable striking Kabuto and Appos' heart with a weight that blurred his consciousness. Do you still believe that what we speak of is mere folly? Kabuto had completely shattered. The doubts and anger that once swirled within him were swept away like dust caught in a hurricane, crushed to oblivion beneath Naruto and Appos' sudden outburst of overwhelming power. He resembled a cornered beast, stripped of its claws, futilely opening his mouth to roar, yet finding his vocal cords seemingly constricted by an invisible hand. His throat parched like the cracked earth of a desert, unable to produce even a whisper. His face, once tinged with a hint of color, had turned as pale as parchment, devoid of life, save for the depths of his eyes, which reflected a hollow despair akin to a drowning man grasping for the last straw. Within Orochimaru and Appos' serpent-like gaze, emotion surged like a tide, threatening to overflow. Yet he clenched his jaw, forcefully repressing the near-manic excitement deep within. Taking a deep breath, the icy air filled his lungs, momentarily calming his tumultuous thoughts. As he redirected his attention to Naruto and Sasuke, the playful contempt that once danced in his slitted pupils had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and an enigmatic complexity. It appears, Orochimaru and Appos' voice lowered, hissing like a serpent and Appos' flickering tongue, yet tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, that the future you speak of is not mere fantasy. His tone became gravely earnest, each word seemingly weighed with profound consideration. How much do you truly understand about that forbidden technique, the soul contract reincarnation? Upon hearing this, Sasuke stepped forward, his Sharingan swirling like a mysterious, intricate gear, luminous depth swirling within, as if concealing boundless secrets. The reason we did not directly use Jinjutsu to impart all the information to you, as I mentioned before, is due to the sheer volume of the information contained within. Even with the power of the Sharingan, it is difficult to fully convey it in a brief moment. Soul contract reincarnation. Orochimaru repeated, his serpent-like tongue tasting the name, each syllable laced with danger and allure. What are its principles, and what are its flaws? His gaze, piercing and intent, locked onto Sasuke, as suppressed desire threatened to break free. For Orochimaru, who had devoted his life to unraveling the mysteries of forbidden techniques, the unknown was a sweet poison. Fatal yet irresistible. Sasuke met Orochimaru and Amp, Appos, as oppressive gaze with tranquility, the kaleidoscope Sharingan spinning slowly, its abyssal depths devouring the surrounding light. He understood that Orochimaru and Amp, Appos, as curiosity and wariness had reached their zenith. To gain his trust and cooperation, one must exhibit sufficient sincerity and value. As I stated, the information contained within this technique is vast, and verbal description cannot encompass its entirety. Instead, allow you to witness it firsthand. As his words fell, the kaleidoscope Sharingan within Sasuke accelerated, the three tomo rapidly shifting before solidifying into a complex and profound pattern. From the depths of his pupils, ethereal light burst forth, not a tangible beam, but a pure projection of spiritual energy, instantly casting its glow upon the barren walls of the laboratory. On the walls, the light twisted, resembling ripples on a tranquil water surface disturbed by a stone. Countless tiny points of light appeared, akin to stars in the night sky, converging and coalescing into dynamic images. The lines within the images flowed with rhythm, outlining intricate structures of the technique, where every direction of a line and every connection of a node contained profound principles of chakra flow. This was the schematic representation of the soul contract reincarnation technique, presented before Orochimaru and Kabuto in a manner akin to a holographic projection. Kabuto and Amp, Appos, as pupils constricted sharply, the remnants of skepticism and disdain instantly replaced by shock and gravity. He hurriedly approached the wall, greedily scanning the schematic projected by the Sharingan, as if determined to imprint every detail into his mind. This is impossible. Kabuto's throat constricted, producing a dry whisper filled with disbelief. This schematic structure is entirely different from any theory I possess. The operation of chakra, the guidance of soul energy, it surpasses the existing realm of understanding. He reached out, trembling, yearning to touch the light upon the wall. Yet his fingertips merely passed through the void, futilely slicing through the air. The schematic was not a physical entity but a projection of pure spiritual energy. Yet it contained unfathomable mysteries. Naruto stepped forward, standing beside Orochimaru, the golden light in his eyes swirling gently as he spoke with calm certainty. What Kabuto states is true. This technique indeed diverges from your current understanding, for it is precisely the Amp, Appos, soul contract reincarnation and Amp, Appos, that you will dedicate the latter half of your life to studying. However, regretfully, this technique is but a semi-finished product, which is why Sasuke and I must seek you out, scientist of the ninja world. His voice, though not loud, resonated in Kabuto and Amp, Appos, ears like thunder, causing him to shudder and turn his head in disbelief towards Naruto. The future. Lord Orochimaru? Kabuto and Amp, Appos, voice trembled. The former skepticism and disdain utterly shattered, replaced by profound confusion and disquiet. Orochimaru, too, focused intently on the schematic upon the wall, the flickering light in his serpent-like eyes reflecting his fervent curiosity. He paid no heed to Kabuto's exclamations, absorbed entirely in the mysteries contained within the technique. Extending his pale fingers, he began to trace the lines formed by the light, his gaze intense and fervent, akin to a devout worshipper venerating divine revelation. The future me. Orochimaru murmured, his tone laced with a barely perceptible tremor, not of fear, but of excitement, a yearning for the unknown, to conceive such unfathomable techniques. He fell into contemplation, his mind racing as countless thoughts surged like a tidal wave. What experiences had his future self undergone? What research had been conducted to refine a forbidden technique to such an extent? How were the chakra flows, beyond comprehension, and the techniques for guiding soul energy developed? Orochimaru and Amp, Appos, heart brimmed with questions, simultaneously filled with unprecedented anticipation. If the schematic before him truly represented the culmination of his future research, then the value contained within exceeded his wildest imaginings. This was not merely a forbidden technique, but a portal to the unknown, an opportunity capable of overturning the existing ninja system. Kabuto remained engulfed in shock, repeatedly comparing the schematic projected by the Sharingan with the knowledge he possessed, and the more he delved, the deeper his sense of powerlessness grew. The seemingly simple lines concealed profound principles beyond his comprehension, as if they formed a wholly new world, an arena he had yet to explore. His gaze involuntarily shifted towards Naruto and Sasuke, these two youths hailing from the future. In his eyes, they were no longer mere tricksters engaging in deception, but rather enigmatic beings wielding an unimaginable power. The future they spoke of might indeed hold a semblance of truth. However, Do and Appos' voice still carried a hint of hesitation, though his tone had softened considerably. To believe in the future you describe, merely based on these illustrations of techniques, is it not somewhat insufficient? He did not fully embrace their claims. Years of caution and skepticism were not easily dispelled. Yet, the scales within him began to waver, and the once impenetrable defenses showed signs of fissures. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's lips curled slightly, revealing a knowing smile. He understood that Do's defenses had begun to weaken, and now, with just a little more persuasion, they could be utterly dismantled. Chapter 6. Orochimaru's scientific achievements. Of course, it is not enough. Sasuke's voice was calm and confident, as if everything were well within his grasp. The mere illustrations of the jutsu might only reveal the tip of the iceberg. To completely dispel your doubts, further evidence is required. He paused, and the kaleidoscope of his Sharingan flickered again, a spectral light surging like a tide, instantaneously enveloping the walls of the laboratory. This time, the light and shadow transformed from static illustrations of the jutsu into a series of coherent, dynamic images, unfurling like a film upon the walls. In those images, time raced forward, scenes shifting rapidly, from a rudimentary underground laboratory to a grand secret base, and then to a battlefield shrouded in smoke. Countless fragments of images flitted before the observers like a revolving lantern. These images depicted the future research journey of Orochimaru, documenting every stage from initial theoretical concepts to numerous experimental attempts, culminating in the refinement of the jutsu. Each phase, each detail, was vividly recorded by the Sharingan, now laid bare before Orochimaru and Kabuto. In a bid to ensure Orochimaru and Appo's unwavering belief and to procure his genuine assistance, Sasuke meticulously showcased the entire process concerning Orochimaru and Appo's future research on the soul contract reincarnation technique, leaving no detail unexplored. This process stretched on for an entire 3 days and nights. For a ninja, 3 days and nights might merely be a fleeting moment. Yet for Orochimaru and Kabuto, it felt like enduring a long and profound cleansing of the soul. They witnessed, firsthand, how the future Orochimaru progressively transcended the limitations of ninjutsu, dissected the mysteries of forbidden techniques layer by layer, and overcame countless obstacles and setbacks, ultimately elevating the soul contract reincarnation technique to unprecedented heights. They observed countless failures, repeated attempts, and the relentless cycle of deconstruction and reconstruction. They also beheld the future Orochimaru and Appo's near-maniacal obsession, his indomitable will, and his insatiable thirst for exploration into the unknown. Kabuto, in particular, glimpsed his future self, one more mature, composed, and inscrutable. He envisioned himself alongside the future Orochimaru, playing a more significant role, participating in core research, and, in certain aspects, surpassing his present self. The lengthy display of 3 days and nights was akin to a profound enlightenment, utterly overturning Orochimaru and Kabuto and Appo's understanding. They gained a fresh perspective on the future, the soul contract reincarnation technique, and the identities of Naruto and Sasuke. As the final image gradually faded, silence reclaimed the laboratory. Orochimaru and Kabuto remained mute, yet their gazes had undergone a monumental transformation. In the depths of Orochimaru's serpentine eyes, the previous amusement and disdain had vanished, replaced by profound shock and an indescribable complexity of emotions. It was a reverence for the unknown, awe for his future self, and an intensified craving for the soul contract reincarnation technique. Kabuto's gaze was even more intricate. The initial skepticism and disdain had been thoroughly shattered, supplanted by awe, curiosity, and a subtle, almost imperceptible, excitement. He envisioned his future self and a broader world filled with infinite possibilities and temptations. He realized how insignificant and absurd his prior convictions appeared in the face of true unknowns. Perhaps these two youths could indeed lead them toward an entirely new future. Silence enveloped the laboratory like thick ink, saturating its atmosphere once more. The mural-like dynamic images had dissipated, leaving only a mottled wall, as if awakening from a dream. Returning to the starting point. Yet the subtle ambience in the air distinctly indicated that some things had irrevocably changed, akin to new sprouts emerging from the earth, silently accumulating vibrant life force. Orochimaru continued to stand, his serpent-like gaze deep and inscrutable, akin to two bottomless cold pools. He slowly raised his hand, his fingertips brushing against the wall where the images had lingered, as if trying to capture a trace of the future essence. His lips, typically adorned with a mocking smile, were now pressed into a straight line, revealing that his inner turmoil was far from the calm facade he projected. Kabuto stood quietly behind Orochimaru, his gaze flickering behind his glasses like Willow and Appo's, the wisps in the dark. He adjusted his spectacles, a subtle motion that seemed to stabilize his wavering spirit. The visual impact of 3 days and nights was far more astounding than any theoretical discourse. The experience of the future, akin to a personal journey, completely overturned his established beliefs and evoked unprecedented complexity of emotions towards the two youths before him. After a prolonged silence, Orochimaru finally moved. He slowly turned, his serpent-like gaze sweeping over Sasuke and Naruto, ultimately settling upon the scroll in Sasuke and Appo's hand. That scroll contained the entirety of the soul contract reincarnation technique, meticulously imprinted by Sasuke's Sharingan. This technique, Orochimaru's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, a blend of excitement, yearning, and inquisitiveness. May I examine it in detail? This was not merely a question but a request laced with strong implication. Given Orochimaru and Appo's pride and arrogance, The fact that he spoke in such an almost beseeching manner underscored the immense allure that the soul contract reincarnation technique held for him. Sasuke nodded slightly and handed over the scroll. Indeed, that is the purpose of our visit. Orochimaru eagerly accepted the scroll, and the moment his fingertips made contact, he shuddered as if electrified. He carefully unfurled the scroll, his gaze greedily sweeping over the densely packed runes and annotations, akin to a parched traveler discovering a spring, yearning to consume it all in one gulp. His focus intensified, delving deeper, as if he sought to immerse his very soul into the scroll. Time slipped by unnoticed. The laboratory again enveloped in silence, save for the faint rustle of the scroll reverberating in the stillness. Kabuto silently approached Orochimaru, his gaze falling upon the scroll as well. Though he could not grasp the intricate mysteries of such profound forbidden techniques as swiftly as Orochimaru, he too sensed the immense power and boundless potential contained within the jutsu. He began to actively organize the scattered research materials within the laboratory, meticulously classifying important notes and experimental data for Orochimaru and Appo's convenience. His movements were careful and earnest. A stark contrast to his previously somewhat disheveled demeanor. At that moment, he resembled a diligent student, tirelessly absorbing the nourishment of knowledge. Time flowed by imperceptibly. And after an indeterminate period, Orochimaru finally lifted his head from the scroll. In the depths of his serpent-like eyes, a fervent gleam sparkled. Akin to an adventurer who had unearthed a rare treasure, filled with excitement and longing. Truly, an astonishing technique. Orochimaru's voice carried a raspy quality. Yet his tone was exceptionally affirming and animated, connecting the soul with the contract, then merging it through the power of reincarnation. Such an exquisite conception is nothing short of genius. He unabashedly expressed his admiration, a rare occurrence for one as proud as Orochimaru. This praise was not mere flattery. It stemmed from a genuine recognition of the brilliance inherent in the soul contract reincarnation technique. Chapter 7. The Cost of Forbidden Techniques. Sasuke-kun. Your gift has truly astonished me, Orochimaru remarked with a serpentine smile, his tone imbued with genuine gratitude. With this technique, I believe my research will experience a transformative leap. Sasuke maintained a calm demeanor, replying coolly, we hope this technique will genuinely assist us in altering this decaying shinobi world. However, this is merely the beginning. Orochimaru and Appo's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of intrigue dancing across his face. To change the shinobi world? Such ambition is indeed grand. Yet, I find it appealing. He shifted his tone, his tongue flickering as he implied. However, to transform such an intricate technique into reality is not merely a matter of discussion. It necessitates certain special and Appo's materials, and Appo's materials? Naruto queried, stepping forward in confusion. What materials? We will spare no effort in finding them. At this, Sasuke and Appo's expression darkened, as if shrouded by an inescapable gloom. He understood all too well why forbidden techniques bore the label of Appo's, forbidden and Appo's. The cruelty and cost intertwined with them were often beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Orochimaru observed Naruto's bewildered expression with amusement, chuckling softly as he added, it seems, Naruto-kun, your understanding of this technique is still quite superficial. Forbidden techniques are deemed so not merely due to their unpredictable risks, cumbersome preparations, and labyrinthine complexity, but rather because they require sacrifices. He paused deliberately, savoring the weight of his next words as he watched Naruto and Appo's reaction, a substantial number of living sacrifices. Living sacrifices, Naruto exclaimed, his voice rising sharply. His sunny countenance suddenly overshadowed with disbelief and shock, as if he had stumbled upon an unfathomable truth. Indeed, and the quantity is quite considerable, Orochimaru continued. His interest piqued at Naruto and Appo's changing expression. First, we require 100 living white zetsu. Additionally, we need at least 10 ninja of Chunin rank. Furthermore, Orochimaru hesitated, his gaze shifting to Sasuke, as if seeking his consent, or perhaps probing Naruto and Appo's limits. Sasuke, expressionless, took the cue and elaborated on the chilling details. 5 ninjas bearing the Uzumaki clan and Appo's bloodline, and 3 vessels possessing sage-like qualities. His voice was calm and icy, as if recounting an event detached from himself. Yet his clenched fists betrayed the turmoil within. I see, Naruto murmured, feeling as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. His previously fervent spirit extinguished in an instant. He stood frozen, his complexion ashen, ensnared in an unprecedented silence and struggle. The phrase living sacrifices struck his heart like a hammer, plunging his elevated enthusiasm into the depths of despair. The Uzumaki bloodline could be substituted with Karui's blood, which could be infused into ordinary bodies to achieve the desired outcome. As for the sage vessels, the sage physique and curse seal of Jiraiya could be applied to the white zetsu, something ordinary individuals could not endure, but the white zetsu could. Orochimaru's voice was low and methodical as he analyzed these alternatives, as though discussing mere experimental procedures rather than a forbidden technique that endangered lives. Sasuke nodded slightly, a flicker of struggle crossing his icy gaze. I understand that every power comes with a price. Orochimaru, After this technique must be thoroughly sealed away. His tone bore an imperceptible weight, reflecting concerns for both the forbidden technique and the fate that lay ahead. Orochimaru, upon hearing this, displayed a glint of amusement in his serpent-like eyes. He seemed poised to argue, but, upon meeting Sasuke and Appo's resolute gaze, merely smiled knowingly. "Ah, I understand." He paused, his tone laced with insinuation. "Yet, should we discover ways to reduce these costs, this technique could indeed evolve into a true, divine art." Sasuke's expression remained stoic, though his voice carried a hint of disgust. "Divine art? I abhor this forbidden technique. In my previous life, upon learning of your research into it, I was filled with rage. I permitted it only because I knew you were using white Zetsu clones as experimental subjects. Nevertheless, this technique should be eradicated entirely. It is time to consider the location for the experiments." Kabuto interjected, his voice calm and sharp behind his glasses. "This place is unsuitable for prolonged stay. We need to relocate to a more concealed and suitable venue for extensive experimentation. A location for the experiments." Orochimaru pondered briefly, his tongue flicking. "Most of our experimental bases have been abandoned, with only a few remaining operational. Our options are limited." Sasuke, after a moment's contemplation, turned his gaze toward Naruto, who stood silently nearby, as if silently seeking his opinion. Naruto, still reeling from earlier revelations, was suddenly brought back to focus by Sasuke and Appo's gaze. And a memory flashed in his mind. "In my previous life, Sasuke and I once undertook a mission that led us to an island shrouded in dense fog. A natural barrier capable of evading all sensory techniques. I named it Whirlpool Hidden Island." Naruto recalled vividly, his voice tinged with certainty, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope through the mist. The Whirlpool Hidden Island was exceedingly remote, deep within the borders of the Land of Water. Were it not for Sasuke and Appo's Rinnegan, navigating to or from there would have been nearly impossible. Sasuke nodded slightly, a contemplative light reflecting in his deep-set eyes as he added, "The terrain of Whirlpool Hidden Island is indeed perilous and complex, with peculiar rocks forming natural barriers, making it easy to defend yet difficult to assault. Furthermore, the surrounding waters are fraught with treacherous currents, posing constant danger. An ordinary person would not only struggle to approach, but even a moment and Appo's carelessness could lead to their demise beneath the waves." Sasuke and Appo's tone was measured as he affirmed Naruto and Appo's proposal, recognizing it as an ideal location for their experiments. Orochimaru listened intently to their descriptions, a subtle satisfaction flickering in his serpent-like eyes. "Indeed, it sounds like a perfect site." Orochimaru and Appo's voice was deep and slightly hoarse as he declared, "Then, it shall be decided. Our experimental location will be that island." He then shifted his gaze to Sasuke and Naruto, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if a venomous snake was unfurling its tongue. "Thus, I shall rely on both of you to procure the necessary materials for the experiment and to proceed to the island to prepare the experimental site." "Absolutely," Naruto exclaimed, shaking off his earlier shock and hesitation, his vibrant spirit shining through once more. "We will exert every effort to seek out all possible channels for the experimental materials." He paused, his azure eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "As for that island, we can depart immediately and make all necessary preparations." Sasuke also nodded slightly, his dark eyes calm as a deep pool, yet resolute. "I concur." His words were few, but carried undeniable weight. "Very well," Orochimaru replied, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, though it did not reach his cold, calculating eyes. "Then let us toast to a fruitful collaboration." He repeated this opening statement, his tone subtly laced with allure and expectation, as if anticipating the commencement of a meticulously orchestrated feast. Naruto, Sasuke, and Orochimaru, along with Kabuto, briefly discussed their plans for the journey to the island. To ensure the secrecy of the experiments, and to facilitate the subsequent transportation of materials, Naruto decided to move ahead first, inscribing the Flying Thunder God technique seal on the island. This way, once Orochimaru and Kabuto had gathered the experimental materials, they could instantly transfer them to the island using the Flying Thunder God technique. Before departing from the laboratory, Naruto approached a secluded corner of the cave, where he concentrated his chakra at his fingertips and inscribed a unique Flying Thunder God mark upon the rocky wall. With everything in place, he and Sasuke bid farewell to Orochimaru and Kabuto, hastening away from the laboratory in the direction of the border of the shinobi world. Their figures soared through the tranquil night sky like two arrows, vanishing into the depths of darkness. Left behind in the laboratory, Orochimaru and Kabuto immediately commenced their anxious preparations. Orochimaru immersed himself once again in the study of the reincarnation contract technique, voraciously examining each intricate detail, striving to master this forbidden art completely. Meanwhile, Kabuto assisted diligently, organizing the various experimental apparatus within the lab, inventorying the existing materials, and compiling a comprehensive list of experimental supplies as per Orochimaru's specifications. "Kabuto, with you by my side, dedicating ourselves fully to this research, I am confident we shall swiftly overcome the remaining challenges. I long to witness the future of the shinobi world. Are Sasuke and Naruto the children of destiny? Intriguing." "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." Kabuto was taken aback, not expecting such high regard from Orochimaru, and hurriedly began to pack his belongings in preparation for the forthcoming endeavors. Chapter 8. The path to the black market. As the night descended and the moonlight glistened like frost, Naruto and Sasuke raced side by side, their figures vanishing into the depths of the dense forest. With a steady gaze, Sasuke scanned the map, his fingertip lightly tapping on a region marked as a den of iniquity. In a low voice, he remarked, "Haste makes waste. But if we wish to reach the sea before dawn, this black market is the most expedient route." Upon hearing this, Naruto's azure eyes flickered with a moment of gravity, quickly morphing into an eager excitement as a smirk crept upon his lips. A black market? Sounds intriguing. The two figures darted like the wind through the forest, the shadows of the trees dancing around them, the sound of their garments slicing through the air piercing the night's tranquility. Before long, the scenery opened up, and the cacophony of voices shattered the serene silence of the woods. Lights sparkled like stars, illuminating a haphazard cluster of rudimentary structures. The air was thick with the stench of cheap liquor and sweat, intermingled with the clamor of vendors hawking their wares, the shouts of bargaining, and the clashing of weapons, creating a chaotic yet vibrant tableau. This was the hidden ninja black market nestled within the woods, where the foul atmosphere and the clamor of voices intertwined, resembling a colossal beast lurking beneath the cloak of night, ready to devour with its razor-sharp fangs. Exchanging a knowing glance, Naruto and Sasuke reflected the flickering chaos ahead in their eyes, and without hesitation, they stepped into this realm teeming with desire and danger. Upon entering the black market, they were immediately assaulted by a noxious blend of sweat, cheap liquor, and various unidentified odors that surged into their nostrils, causing them to wrinkle their noses. From all directions, countless gazes converged upon them like predators eyeing their prey, filled with scrutiny, greed, and unabashed malice. "Hey, you two brats over there, stop right there." A raspy voice, akin to the sound of a broken gong, pierced through the air, carrying an overwhelming scent of alcohol and a tone rife with contempt and provocation. Naruto and Sasuke paused momentarily, then slowly turned to face the source of the voice. They beheld three ninjas of various garbs, resembling small mountains as they loomed behind them. A sinister grin adorned their faces, as if they had already envisioned their prey ensnared. Their eyes roamed over Naruto and Sasuke with unabashed greed, as if appraising the worth of merchandise. Well, if an ISN and AMP, Appos, see the sole heir of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke, the leader. A one-eyed man with a black eye patch covering his right eye, glared with a malevolent gleam emanating from his left eye. He wielded a broadsword, its blade reflecting a chilling glimmer in the dim light. With a smirk, revealing a set of yellowed teeth stained by smoke, he spoke with a mocking lilt. "What a stroke of luck to encounter two such valuable specimens right here." His voice, reminiscent of a serpent's hiss, dripped with nauseating pride. "Bounty hunters?" Sasuke narrowed his eyes, his pupils as dark as an abyss, exuding an icy demeanor laced with evident impatience. "You two brats do possess some insight," the one-eyed man cackled, brandishing his sword with a flourish that sliced through the air, emitting a shrill whistle as he pointed it towards Naruto and Sasuke. "Surrender quietly, and you might avoid a more painful fate." The two bounty ninjas behind him acted in unison, drawing their weapons, one brandishing a poison kunai, and the other wielding a spiked club. They formed a fan-like formation, ensnaring Naruto and Sasuke within a web of imminent peril. The atmosphere abruptly thickened, as if an unseen hand had clutched their throats, freezing the surrounding clamor into a suffocating silence. The raucous din of the black market dissipated as if shielded by an invisible barrier, leaving only the whispering wind rustling through tattered flags, accentuating the stifling stillness. "Just a bunch of reckless fools," Sasuke remarked in a low tone, devoid of any hint of emotion, as if discussing inconsequential weeds by the roadside. "I had no intention of spilling blood, but it seems I require some mid-level ninjas for my experiments. Consider yourselves unfortunate to have stumbled onto my blade." He tilted his head slightly, his pitch-black gaze assessing the grim-faced bounty ninjas as if they were mere livestock awaiting slaughter, his indifference palpable. "I was hoping to conserve my energy and expedite my journey." Naruto scratched the back of his head, a hint of exasperation crossing his features, but a glimmer of anticipation sparked within his azure eyes. He sighed, not out of pity for the lives about to be extinguished, but rather out of mild annoyance, as if the impending battle were merely an inconsequential disturbance on their journey. In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from Naruto, akin to a volcanic eruption, intense and ferocious. Almost simultaneously, an ethereal orange hue enveloped his eyes, swirling around the orbs with an enigmatic depth. Meanwhile, Sasuke's gaze sharpened, his crimson Sharingan awakening, the three tomos spinning rapidly in a mesmerizing display. Sage mode? The one-eyed ninja's previously arrogant countenance froze in shock, as if struck by a sudden frost. His eyelids twitched, instinctively sensing a terror that resonated from the very depths of his soul, akin to confronting a formidable nemesis. Yet, the allure of the substantial bounty clung to his greedy heart like a parasite, compelling him to press forward despite the dread that gripped him. It and AMP, Appos, S merely sage mode. I and Appos, V seen worse. The one-eyed man bellowed, attempting to mask his internal fear with bluster. He swung his sword, the blade slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, a lament of a cornered beast. "Brothers, charge together." Don't let these two brats intimidate you. Before his words could fade, the three bounty ninjas surged forward like arrows released from a bow, their chakra surging wildly, stirring gusts of wind that kicked up clouds of dust around them. Kunai, shuriken, poison projectiles, and various weapons rained down upon Naruto and Sasuke, weaving a dense net of death that aimed to ensnare their vital points. However, Naruto and Sasuke were no longer the naive youths of yore, having experienced life and death. They had emerged reborn, their powers having undergone a qualitative leap. To them, these three mid-level bounty ninjas were no more than insignificant insects, incapable of causing them any harm. Naruto's figure flickered, disappearing like a specter, reappearing beside one of the bounty ninjas, his palm striking out with effortless precision. Bang! The sound of a dull thud echoed, as the bounty ninja, caught unawares, was sent flying like a broken kite, blood spewing forth, his life hanging by a thread. One mid-level ninja. And you still have knowledge of sage arts. But merely knowing of them does not equate to understanding their power. Simultaneously, Sasuke made his move, darting through the three bounty ninjas like a bolt of black lightning. His Sharingan discerned every movement, each strike of his blade landing precisely upon his adversaries and oppos, vital points. The glint of the blade flashed ominously, accompanied by short cries of terror as the remaining two bounty ninjas fell to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Before they could withstand even a single exchange, the entire skirmish unfolded in the blink of an eye, from the bounty ninjas' provocation to their instantaneous defeat. The sequence was swift and clean, devoid of any hesitation or unnecessary delays. In the once bustling black market, the crowd seemed to have been silenced as if a mute button had been pressed, plunging the scene into an eerie stillness. All were taken aback by the sudden turn of events, their gazes filled with astonishment and dread as they fixated on the two young figures at the center. Naruto and Sasuke stood side by side, their bodies enveloped in the swirling essence of sage chakra and the luminous glow of the crimson Sharingan. The overwhelming aura gradually receding like a tempest returning to calm, leaving only a silent sense of oppression lingering in the air. Now, let us seek out the seven fugitives. Sasuke spoke, his voice deep and composed, akin to the frigid waters of a cold pond, devoid of warmth. As the words settled, he had already set forth, his form merging with the shadows of the night like a specter. Naruto followed closely, their synchronicity impeccable as they traversed the black market in silence, hunting for their next target. Before long, in the dim depths of an alley, seven furtive figures came into view. They were ragged, their faces menacing, exuding a palpable stench of blood, clearly seasoned in the ways of violence. Before the group of outlaws could even sense the impending danger, Sasuke sprang into action like a lurking leopard, his blade flashing with a chilling ferocity, slicing through the darkness like a lightning bolt streaking across the night sky. Chapter 9. The tomb-raiding journey of Konoha. There were neither earth-shattering roars nor protracted, intricate battles. Only the faint sound of blades slicing through flesh and the soft splatter of blood filled the air. Sasuke's swordsmanship had reached an exquisite level, with each strike precise and lethal, targeting vital points. The seven desperate souls did not even have the chance to utter a dying scream before they fell, lifeless as harvested wheat. Meanwhile, Naruto flanked the scene, his sage mode granting him formidable perception akin to an invisible radar, discerning every movement in the vicinity. No potential threat could elude his awareness. Once he confirmed the demise of the seven, Sasuke adeptly retrieved a specially crafted scroll, adorned with intricate sealing techniques that emanated a faint, ghostly glow. With a series of hand seals, chakra surged through him, and the scroll unfurled instantly, forming a deep, black vortex. Sasuke moved with remarkable speed and fluidity, as if he had rehearsed this countless times, casting each corpse into the scroll in succession. The sealing technique shimmered, and in an instant, the ground lay barren, save for the lingering scent of blood that hung in the air, as if the entire event had merely been a fleeting illusion. Your efficiency remains astonishing, Sasuke, Naruto remarked softly, genuine admiration flickering in his azure eyes. Sasuke merely nodded in acknowledgement, offering no further words. He stowed away the scroll and, after ensuring nothing was amiss with a sweep of his dark gaze, turned to delve deeper into the black market. The surrounding black market ninjas had already been rendered mute by the recent display of swift slaughter. As Naruto and Sasuke reappeared in their line of sight, the crowd instinctively parted like the ebbing tide, their eyes filled with awe and trepidation, no longer daring to obstruct their passage. They watched the two young figures vanish into the depths of the night like specters, their hearts heavy with lingering dread. The events of that night in the black market would forever haunt their dreams, while the formidable power and ruthless methods displayed by the two boys were indelibly etched into their souls. Meanwhile, in the village of Konoha, the cemetery, shrouded in night's embrace, exuded an eerie stillness. Two figures, akin to phantoms, stealthily infiltrated the graveyard, evading the gaze of patrolling ninjas with their deceptive movements, Orochimaru and Kabuto. With cold, serpentine eyes, Orochimaru surveyed the gravestones before him, his tongue flicking as he murmured, according to the intelligence, the graves of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha should be within this vicinity. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, the sharpness of his gaze penetrating the inscriptions on the gravestones as he responded softly, "Indeed, I have verified the layout of the graves. The resting places of the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha lie not far ahead." In an instant, the two figures vanished again, advancing deeper into the cemetery. Shortly thereafter, two particularly grand gravestones emerged before them, inscribed with the names of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, appearing especially solemn and dignified under the moonlight. Orochimaru and Appo's eyes fixated on Madara and Appo's gravestone, an unusual glimmer flickering within, as he murmured, Madara Uchiha, the man with the Rinnegan. Just how powerful is his strength? The cold moonlight cascaded over the Konoha cemetery. Orochimaru and Kabuto quietly approached Madara and Appo's gravestone. With a glint in his serpentine eyes and a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Orochimaru slowly extended his hand, pressing it against the icy surface of the gravestone. Madara Uchiha, let me glimpse the secrets your power conceals. As he whispered, he formed hand seals, a chill chakra emanating from his palm and infusing the gravestone. Strange patterns began to surface on its surface, while tendrils of dark energy seeped through the crevices of the stone. Kabuto stood by, calmly observing the unfolding scene, his gaze sharp and focused, meticulously monitoring the surroundings like a precise instrument. With a sound that set one's teeth on edge, the gravestone gradually shifted, revealing a deep, shadowy entrance to the tomb below. A spark of excitement ignited in Orochimaru's eyes as he gestured for Kabuto to follow, stepping into the crypt. Inside, the tomb was dark and damp, the air thick with the scent of decay. In the dim light, a stone coffin lay silently at the center of the chamber. Orochimaru approached it, performing the seals once more. The coffin lid creaked open, exposing the long-decayed remains within. Orochimaru and Appo's tongue flicked as he examined the bones carefully. And after a moment, he extracted several oddly shaped skeletal fragments, placing them into a container he carried. The grave of the first Hokage should be nearby, he murmured, his voice tinged with barely perceptible excitement. The two then returned to Hashirama and Appo's gravestone, repeating their earlier actions to access the tomb and retrieve the first Hokage and Appo's skeletal remains. Though not a complete body, these fragments would suffice for preliminary research. Orochimaru toyed with the container in his hands, his serpentine eyes gleaming with curiosity. It was time to prepare for further experimental materials. In a shift of scene, Kabuto and Appo's figure appeared in another clandestine laboratory, standing before the control console. He spoke softly into the communicator. Suigetsu, J-Go, Karen, Lord Orochimaru has new instructions, commanding your immediate assembly at the Uzushiogakure base. From the other end, Suigetsu and Appo's languid voice replied, Uzushiogakure? Where is that corner of the world? Tell me, Kabuto, what new experiment does Lord Orochimaru have in store? Please don't say it's another one of those spine-chilling projects. This is not your concern, Suigetsu. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his tone calm and detached. You need only obey the orders. Lord Orochimaru's commands are not to be questioned. How dull, Suigetsu scoffed, hanging up the communicator. In another part of the forest, J-Go sat cross-legged in tranquil meditation, harmonizing with nature around him. As he felt the vibration of the communicator, he slowly opened his eyes and answered the call. J-Go, Lord Orochimaru commands you to assemble at the Uzushiogakure base. Kabuto's voice remained steady and formal. After a brief silence, J-Go rose and made his way toward the base without further inquiry. Meanwhile, in another location, Karen was idly polishing her glasses when she heard the communicator's sound and promptly answered. Upon hearing the keywords Uzushiogakure, Lord Orochimaru, and assembly, her face displayed signs of impatience. Where are we off to now? What a hassle, Karen complained, but her tone shifted to one of excitement upon hearing Kabuto's next words. Karen, if you accompany me to Uzushiogakure, perhaps you will see the person you long to meet most. Kabuto and Appo's voice carried a subtle undertone of amusement. Chapter 10, The Isle of Whirlpools, the most anticipated person? You mean Sasuke? Exclaimed Karen, her voice brimming with astonishment and anticipation, as her previous complaints vanished in an instant. Really? Kabuto, you're not deceiving me, are you? Sasuke is on the Isle of Whirlpools. I have no reason to deceive you, Kabuto replied calmly. If you wish to see him, gather at the base immediately. Lord Orochimaru does not wait for anyone. I'm going right now. Karen excitedly ended the communication, her face illuminated with a radiant smile, as if all her previous gloom had dissipated. She hastily packed her belongings and eagerly raced toward the base. Soon after, Suigetsu, Jugo, and Karen arrived sequentially at the experimental base. Upon seeing each other, the atmosphere became somewhat delicate. Oh, isn't that Suigetsu? What's up? Did you receive orders too? Karen initiated the conversation, her tone laced with a hint of mockery. Humph, likewise, redhead. I thought you only hid in corners doodling, Suigetsu retorted defiantly, a smirk adorning his lips. What did you say? Karen glared furiously, hands on her hips, ready to engage in a battle of wits with Suigetsu. Enough, you two, Jugo interjected, his brow furrowed, his voice deep and steady. Quiet down, and do not trouble Lord Orochimaru. Upon hearing Orochimaru's name, both Karen and Suigetsu fell silent as if their throats had been seized, exchanging angry glares before turning away. No longer speaking, Kabuto adjusted his glasses, disregarding the charged atmosphere among the three, and stated calmly, now that everyone is here, Follow me. Lord Orochimaru is preparing to depart. This is the flying thunder god Kunai that Naruto gave me. Is everyone ready? Orochimaru's voice held a hint of seduction as his serpentine gaze swept over the group, finally resting on the intricate sealing mark etched on the wall. Therefore, channel your chakra, and once Naruto senses the seal, the flying thunder god technique will transport us to the Isle of Whirlpools. On the laboratory wall lay a complex and precise sealing mark, the very flying thunder god technique that Naruto had prepared in advance. The flying thunder god technique, the fourth Hokage's ultimate skill, Suigetsu exclaimed, his eyes widening in exaggerated disbelief. That god, Naruto, is he still a kid? How can he master such a high-level ninjutsu? Karen's attention was entirely focused on the prospect of meeting Sasuke, her eyes reflecting a mix of anticipation and anxiety as she murmured, Sasuke, is he really on the Isle of Whirlpools? I must ask, what kind of place is the Isle of Whirlpools? I've never heard of it. Suigetsu's curiosity, evidently more persistent than his shock over the flying thunder god technique, continued to prod. Is it very remote, Lord Orochimaru? It lies at the border of the land of water, on the fringes of the ninja world, the most suitable hidden location, Orochimaru explained leisurely, a meaningful smile curling his lips. There, it shall become our new experimental base, far from the clamor, tranquil and secretive. Suigetsu, your curiosity is always so fervent, Orochimaru remarked with interest, his serpent-like tongue flicking out. However, once we arrive at the Isle of Whirlpools, perhaps I may consider giving you and Jugo some modifications to see if your personalities might become more intriguing. Ha. A chill shot up Suigetsu's spine at those words. He chuckled nervously, hastily waving his hands. Lord Orochimaru, you truly have a knack for humor, haha. But that joke isn't funny at all. Is that so? What a pity, Orochimaru replied cryptically, suppressing further discussion on the subject. Suigetsu immediately took the hint and fell silent, moving quietly to sit next to Jugo, as if the loquacious person from moments ago was a distant memory. Jugo, on the other hand, remained silent, as if everything around him was of no concern. A thick, inky sea fog surged from the ocean, resembling an endless gray curtain that tightly enveloped the entire island. The Isle of Whirlpools, this new base designated by Naruto, now lay like a slumbering behemoth beneath the deep sea, serene yet oppressive, exuding an unsettling aura. Sasuke and Naruto sped across the surface of the ocean, stepping onto the rocky edge of the island. The damp, chilly sea breeze, laden with dense fog, enveloped them instantly, obscuring their surroundings in a shroud of gray, as if they had entered a realm of chaos. This fog. Naruto squinted slightly, a rare hint of seriousness flickering in his azure eyes. He inhaled deeply. The air was tinged with a faint metallic scent and a barely perceptible corrosive aura that stung his nostrils. Unusual indeed, Naruto murmured, his sage mode perception keenly detecting the special chakra energy embedded within the sea mist. This energy was chaotic and mixed, carrying a chilling, lifeless presence that not only impeded his senses but also relentlessly eroded his chakra network like a multitude of fine needles. Sasuke's expression remained calm as his crimson Sharingan activated, the three tomos spinning rapidly, their eerie glow contrasting sharply against the mist. Yet, even under the scrutiny of the Sharingan, he could barely discern the surroundings within a few meters. The dense fog was as tangible as a physical barrier, stubbornly obstructing their vision as if it aimed to consume everything. The mist is laced with a unique chakra, exhibiting slight corrosiveness, severely disrupting perception, Sasuke analyzed quietly, his tone tinged with rare caution. This sea fog is more troublesome than anticipated. Naruto nodded slightly, acknowledging Sasuke's assessment. He surveyed the area, the gray mist seeming to infiltrate every nook, eroding their senses and evoking an inexplicable sense of oppression and agitation. It seems we must first find a way to dispel this mist, Naruto proposed, his tone hinting at eagerness. Otherwise, our movements will be severely restricted in this environment. Sasuke nodded in agreement, his dark eyes scanning the surroundings in an attempt to penetrate the fog and discern the island and Appo's layout. However, the density of the sea fog exceeded expectations, significantly hindering the insight granted by the Sharingan. I'll attempt to disperse the fog with wind release, Naruto declared, taking a deep breath as he began to gather chakra. A surge of chakra roared within him, akin to a raging river, continuously converging in his palms. The air around them began to tremble slightly, invisible wind elements gradually coalescing, swirling around Naruto, forming tiny spirals of wind. The spirals intensified, growing larger, emitting a faint howling sound, heralding the imminent arrival of a powerful wind release technique. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, vigilantly observing the surroundings to guard Naruto. He could sense the chakra energy gathering in Naruto's palm surging at an astonishing pace. Even he felt a twinge of trepidation at the ferocity of that power. Naruto inhaled deeply, a sharp glint flashing in his azure eyes. He thrust his palm forward, shouting, "Wind release, vacuum great sphere." In an instant, a violent gale erupted from Naruto's palm, roaring forth like a thundering dragon, instantly sweeping across the island. The wind and Appo's passage was heralded by a piercing whistling sound, as if the air itself were being torn apart. The once dense, inky sea fog was rendered fragile before the onslaught of the tempest, disintegrating like gossamer threads. swiftly revealing the azure sky and the radiant sunlight. Sunlight cascaded down, dispelling the gloom that shrouded the island and chasing away the chill that permeated the air. The scene of the hidden mist island gradually unfolded before the two. However, when the sea fog finally dissipated, what greeted Naruto and Sasuke was a landscape of utter devastation. Ruined walls and crumbled remnants were scattered everywhere, as if the island had borne witness to the ravages of war or had been obliterated by some formidable force, leaving it in a state of utter disarray. The vegetation on the island was sparse and withered, exhibiting a morbid grayish hue, as if it had been corroded by a potent toxin over time. The air was thick with an inescapable stench of decay, reminiscent of a lifeless tomb, instilling a sense of oppression and heaviness. After enduring such corrosive sea mist for countless years, had the island truly been reduced to this? Yet, it was precisely due to the presence of this eerie fog that there were no signs of human activity on the island. Chapter 11. Sasuke and Naruto. In order to prevent the sea mist from encroaching once more and to ensure the safety of their base, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, allowing chakra to surge within him and flow continuously into the ground beneath his feet. Sealing barrier, he uttered in a low voice, and an invisible shield abruptly rose, enveloping the entire island. The barrier emanated a soft golden glow, resembling a vast golden bowl resting atop the sea, isolating them from external perceptions and thwarting any further invasion of the sea mist. At the moment the barrier was completed, Naruto exhaled a breath of fatigue, his tense body gradually relaxing, a hint of weariness subtly creeping onto his brow, despite the abundant chakra coursing through him. The intense exertion of such powerful ninjutsu left him feeling somewhat drained. It was not merely a lack of chakra, but rather a dual-layered exhaustion of both spirit and body, akin to the fatigue one feels after holding a bowstring taut for an extended period. Even the sturdiest steel would eventually tire. Thus, for the time being, the annoying sea mist should be unable to infiltrate again. Naruto spoke softly, his voice tinged with a hoarse weariness, yet his lips curled into a faint, relieved smile, a testament to the completion of his task. His azure eyes, now shimmering with the residual chakra, sparkled like two brilliant stars, radiating confidence. Naruto understood deeply that this power was a gift of rebirth, further augmented by the profound bond he shared with the Nine Tails within him. The memories of his past life were vivid, and the searing pain of losing the Nine Tails still resonated within him. It was that very anguish that propelled him to grow stronger, ultimately leading him to Orochimaru, where he unearthed the latent power nestled deep within the Uzumaki clan and Appo's bloodline. Beside him, Sasuke Uchiha silently observed Naruto, his crimson Sharingan still activated, the three tomos slowly revolving like a mysterious vortex seeking the truth. He absorbed every movement of Naruto, his thoughts swirling within. Naruto's strength had been nearly preserved in its entirety, evoking both relief and a complex array of emotions within Sasuke. In terms of total chakra, Naruto might not match the boundless reservoir he possessed in later years, yet his mastery of ninjutsu and control over his power had already reached a transcendent level. The Flying Thunder God technique, which Sasuke had long desired to master yet never managed to grasp, was effortlessly wielded by Naruto with utmost proficiency. He even recalled his own attempts to learn the Flying Thunder God to compensate for the lack of flexibility after losing the Rinnegan, but the results had been embarrassing. Naruto had seemingly mastered it as if it were second nature. Moreover, Naruto had the added advantage of the Nine Tails and Appo's chakra, which had enabled that earth-shattering strike that instantly dispelled the dense mist enveloping the island and established the formidable barrier, an achievement that would have been impossible without chakra surpassing that of any Kage. In comparison to Naruto's nearly monstrous presence, Sasuke felt his chakra reserve was a glaring shortcoming. The unique curse of the Uchiha clan served as a shackle, constraining his potential. Unless he could transplant a loved one's Sharingan, he would forever be unable to reach the eternal Meijiki Sharingan's realm. As he contemplated this, a subtle ripple stirred within Sasuke's heart. Itachi. The name was etched into his soul like a brand, indelible through countless reincarnations. Would the trajectory of fate repeat itself in this life? Would that person once again bear the weight of everything, traversing a path of solitude that ultimately led to his downfall? If only. Deep within Sasuke's crimson eyes, complex emotions surged. He yearned for this life to be different, to fight alongside his brother, to protect one another, and to avoid retracing old, tragic steps. He wished for Itachi to truly live under the light of day. With this thought, the slight unrest stirred by Naruto's formidable power gradually settled, replaced by a resolute conviction. The shackles of chakra were indeed a formidable challenge before him, and he needed to find a means of overcoming it swiftly. Sasuke Uchiha would not permit himself to stagnate on the path to strength, nor would he allow anyone to outpace him, not even Naruto. The crimson Sharingan within his eyes whirled slowly, drawing in the surrounding light while reflecting the fiery desire and indomitable will that resided deep within him. He was determined to grow stronger, to attain a power sufficient to safeguard everything he cherished, to rewrite the script of destiny. This resolve blossomed like a seedling breaking through the earth, tender yet brimming with vitality, heralding a future where it would grow into a towering tree. Proudly standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world, perhaps the fusion of the soul of the first Hokage, that legendary figure, could be the key to resolving his chakra dilemma. As this thought crossed his mind, A flicker of anticipation surged within Sasuke. After Naruto dispelled the sea mist crisis, Sasuke quickly gathered his thoughts, directing his gaze toward the island, now illuminated by sunlight. Next, we must delve into the interior of the island and select a site for our future base, he stated solemnly, his tone calm and steady, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. His voice was soft, but carried a reliability that reassured Naruto. The two walked side by side into the depths of the island. Before them lay undulating hills and ravines, with jagged rocks and sparse vegetation, presenting a desolate and dilapidated landscape. A faint whiff of sulfur lingered in the air, causing a slight discomfort. This place is indeed quite barren, Naruto remarked, surveying his surroundings with a grimace, breaking the silence. Sasuke did not respond to Naruto and Appo's quip. His crimson eyes meticulously scanned the environment, sharp as a hawk, leaving no suspicious detail overlooked. He sensed a faint residual chakra fluctuation in the air, chaotic and disordered, as if remnants of a long-standing technique lingered. Be careful, Naruto, Sasuke cautioned in a low voice, his tone subtly grave. Upon hearing this, Naruto and Appo's expression shifted slightly, his playful demeanor fading as a serious glimmer crossed his azure eyes. The two continued deeper, traversing several hills until the path opened up before them. A relatively flat and spacious valley came into view, surrounded by steep cliffs, presenting a hidden yet defensible location, indeed an ideal site for a secret base. What do you think of this place? Naruto halted, casting his gaze over the valley, seeking Sasuke and Appo's opinion. Sasuke nodded slightly in agreement. He activated his Manjiki Sharingan once more. The crimson tomo spinning rapidly, his ocular power reaching its zenith. The eerie blood-red light pierced through the layers of mist, revealing every detail of the valley's surroundings in his mind. The valley was flat, with a small river winding through its center, providing ample water supply for the base. The steep walls acted like a natural barrier, isolating the valley from the outside world. The cliffs were riddled with various-sized caves, serving as natural watchtowers and fortifications. With its concealed terrain, easy defensibility, abundant water source, and beautiful environment conducive to research, it was indeed an excellent choice, Sasuke remarked in a calm and objective tone. However, to ensure absolute safety, we must conduct a thorough investigation of the surrounding area to eliminate any potential threats. Leave it to me, Naruto exclaimed confidently, thumping his chest. My Sage Mode and Appo's sensory abilities are quite formidable. As Naruto spoke, he formed hand seals, and an immense surge of sage chakra instantly enveloped his entire being. Closing his eyes, he concentrated his mental energy to its highest degree, his perception expanding outward like a spider and Appo's web, radiating from the valley and Appo's center in all directions. After a moment, Naruto slowly opened his eyes, a hint of relief flickering in his azure gaze. Rest assured, Sasuke, the surroundings are secure. There are no anomalous chakra fluctuations. Sasuke nodded slightly, having unwavering faith in the sensory capabilities of Sage Mode. In that case, let us commence the formation of the barrier, Sasuke stated, his tone imbued with an undeniable resolve. All right, Naruto responded with brisk efficiency, walking alongside Sasuke to the heart of the valley. The two exchanged a glance, affirming each other and Appo's commitment, and simultaneously began their actions. Sasuke swiftly performed hand seals, his fingertips tracing intricate paths through the air, the precise symbols of the technique appearing to dance alive at his fingertips. His expression was one of intense focus and seriousness, meticulously inscribing the core of the Flying Thunder God technique. Meanwhile, Naruto took a deep breath, and a torrent of chakra erupted from within him like a volcanic explosion. The golden flames of chakra blazed fiercely around him, warping the surrounding air with their heat. He infused the ever-flowing chakra into the symbols Sasuke was inscribing, providing a formidable energy source to sustain the barrier's operation. Their roles were clearly defined, their teamwork seamless, as if they had rehearsed countless times, fluidly executing their tasks in unison. As time passed, the Flying Thunder God formation gradually took shape, intricate golden symbols illuminating the ground like a web, radiating a heart-pounding spatial energy. The air began to distort subtly, the light growing somewhat blurred, heralding the imminent commencement of a spatial summoning. Beads of sweat formed on Sasuke's brow, his complexion slightly pale. Even he felt the strain of inscribing such a delicate technique. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, squeezing every ounce of chakra from his body, his fingertips moving with unwavering diligence. The long-distance application of the Flying Thunder God required not only precision in the formation but also vast reserves of chakra. Sensing Sasuke and Appo's chakra depletion, Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra erupted within him. A relentless flood of golden chakra surged forth, pouring into the formation like a burst dam. A resolute light flickered in his azure eyes, providing Sasuke with the most robust support. At last, as the final symbol was completed, the entire Flying Thunder God formation exploded into dazzling golden brilliance. The spatial energy surging to its zenith, the air distorting visibly, producing a sound that grated on the teeth. It's done. Sasuke exhaled a long breath of relief, his tense body unwinding, a weary smile gracing his lips. Chapter 12, The Reunion of the Hawk Squad. Next, it is your turn, Naruto, Sasuke whispered softly, directing his gaze towards Naruto beside him. Naruto nodded slightly, inhaling deeply as he began to weave hand signs once more. His movements were slow and solemn, each gesture imbued with profound intricacies, as if he were communing with the arcane forces of the cosmos. The surging chakra within him roared like a mighty dragon, continuously converging into the palms of his hands. The golden radiance intensified, nearly illuminating the entire valley. Flying Thunder God technique. Activate, Naruto bellowed, pressing his hands forcefully against the ground. In an instant, the Flying Thunder God technique surged into action, the golden brilliance soaring skyward like a pillar connecting heaven and earth, tearing apart the very fabric of space. The tumultuous energy of the space around them surged like a tsunami, wreaking havoc on everything in its vicinity. In the next moment, the light abruptly contracted, and the spatial disturbances subsided, restoring tranquility as if the extraordinary phenomenon had merely been an illusion. However, right before Naruto and Sasuke, a distorted vortex suddenly materialized within the void, slowly rotating and expanding, ultimately forming a pitch-black passage. Within this passage, figures flickered, gradually revealing several familiar silhouettes: Orochimaru, Kabuto, Suigetsu, Yugo, and Karen. "Oh, it seems your speed is even swifter than I anticipated," Orochimaru remarked, his serpentine eyes scanning Naruto and Sasuke, a curious smile gracing his lips. Truly, the Flying Thunder God technique is a breathtaking space-time ninjutsu. Suigetsu's eyes widened dramatically, darting back and forth between Naruto and the technique inscribed on the ground, his face a canvas of astonishment and disbelief. Is this the legendary Flying Thunder God technique? Can someone truly master such a level of ninjutsu? Yet Karen's attention was entirely focused on Sasuke, her gaze locking onto him like radar, her expression transforming into one of ecstatic surprise. "Sasuke-kun!" she shrieked, launching herself toward him like an arrow released from a bow. Thud. Karen clung to Sasuke like a koala, wrapping her arms around him and hanging on tightly. The softness of her embrace momentarily rendered Sasuke's body rigid. "Karen, you," Sasuke stammered, astonished and slightly embarrassed, gently pushing at Karen and Appo's cheek in an attempt to detach her from him. However, Karen showed no sign of relinquishing her hold. Instead, she tightened her grip, a drool escaping the corner of her mouth as her gaze remained fixated on Sasuke, as if she wished to consume him whole. "Sasuke-kun, Sasuke-kun, I and Appo's missed you so much," Karen murmured, nuzzling against his face. Sasuke and Appo's cheeks twitched slightly, veins pulsing at his temples as he cast a pleading glance toward Orochimaru. His eyes filled with resignation. Orochimaru watched the unfolding spectacle with keen interest, a knowing smile playing on his lips, as if he were savoring a delightful performance. "Hee. How lively," Orochimaru chuckled, surveying the group before finally resting his gaze upon Yugo. It appears that the former Hawk Squad has reunited once more. Gathering the old team is indeed an intriguing endeavor. Just as Orochimaru and Appo's words faded, Yugo, who had been silently standing at the back of the crowd, suddenly clutched his head in agony, emitting a deep, anguished roar. His previously calm eyes turned crimson, the whites marred with blood vessels, as dark, cursed markings slithered across his forehead and arms, writhing like living creatures on his skin. "Yugo!" Suigetsu exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. "Is he going to go berserk again?" Sasuke, witnessing the scene, activated his Sharingan, the three tomos spinning rapidly, the eerie light flickering in the depths of his pupils. In a flash, he appeared before Yugo like a specter, his right hand firmly gripping Yugo and Appo's shoulder. "Calm down, Yugo," Sasuke commanded, his tone laced with undeniable authority. Powerful ocular energy surged into Yugo's body like a chilling current, instantly dousing the cursed energy that threatened to overwhelm him. Yugo's pain cry ceased abruptly, his crimson eyes gradually regaining clarity as the cursed markings on his forehead and arms slowly receded. Apafter a moment, Yugo lifted his head, gazing vacantly at Sasuke, confusion and uncertainty evident in his eyes. "I and Appo's. Am sorry, I couldn't and Appo's. Control the power within me." Sasuke furrowed his brow slightly, retracting his hand from Yugo and Appo's shoulder, his gaze penetrating and contemplative. Such a trivial curse. Even Orochimaru could effortlessly resolve it now, right? From the earlier display of illusions, Orochimaru had gleaned much about his future self's prowess, which had sparked a wealth of inspiration and innovation in his research endeavors. Orochimaru met Sasuke's gaze, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips, his serpentine tongue flicking as he spoke in a low, enticing tone. "It appears our and Appo's, Libra and Appo's, Yugo is struggling to adapt to this new environment." Inside the experimental facility, the hum of metallic instruments intertwined with the subtle sounds of liquid flowing, composing a symphony of oppressive tension. A pale green light seeped from the cultivation tanks, illuminating the enigmatic smile that played upon Orochimaru's lips. His serpent-like eyes narrowed as he observed the meticulously functioning apparatus, resembling a conductor poised to lead the crescendo of a grand composition. The air was thick with the faint scent of potions, mingled with the cold metallic essence, inducing an inexplicable sense of trepidation. "I must ask, Lord Orochimaru." Suigetsu's voice trembled slightly, breaking the silence of the laboratory. Is this truly reliable? He scratched the back of his head anxiously. His gaze flitting between the blinking indicators of the instruments and the tanks filled with bizarre liquids, his face a portrait of reluctance and unease. Suigetsu had always kept his distance from Orochimaru and Appo's eccentric experiments, instinctively feeling a chill run down his spine. Standing beside Suigetsu, Yugo appeared significantly more composed. He merely observed the experimental apparatus, his expression tranquil, as if he were examining an ordinary object, contrasting sharply with Suigetsu and Appo's visible apprehension. Suigetsu, do not be so agitated. Yugo's deep voice bore a soothing quality as he patted Suigetsu's shoulder, attempting to alleviate his anxiety. Lord Orochimaru does not engage in meaningless endeavors. Though Yugo's tone was calm, the slight furrow of his brow betrayed that he held his own reservations. Orochimaru turned to face the two, his serpent-like eye scanning them. A playful smile dancing on his lips. There is no need for concern, my children. This is all to ensure you grow stronger. To prepare you for the forthcoming game. He paused, deliberately elongating his words, his tone imbued with an air of mystery. This is technology from the future. Future? Suigetsu blinked, bewildered, his eyes wide with confusion. What does future mean? Lord Orochimaru, what nonsense are you speaking? Suigetsu had grown accustomed to the peculiar vocabulary that occasionally slipped from Orochimaru's lips, but this mention of the future left him utterly perplexed. Calm down, Suigetsu. For reasons unknown. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Suigetsu felt an unexpected sense of tranquility wash over him. Although still hesitant, he glanced at Sasuke and then at Yugo, ultimately biting his lip as if steeling himself. All right, since Sasuke has said so, I shall trust you all this once. He took a deep breath and stepped towards one of the cultivation tanks. Chongwu remained silent, merely trailing behind him as they entered the experimental apparatus together. Each of them entered a tank filled with a pale green liquid. The cold substance enveloped their bodies in an instant, evoking a slight tingling sensation. Shuiwei could not suppress a shiver, feeling every hair on her body stand on end. The cultivation tank slowly closed, sealing the two of them completely within. Trust me. When you emerge once more, the transformation in your abilities will be nothing short of revolutionary. Chapter 13. The transformation begins. In the instant the incubation chamber sealed, Sasuke and Appo's Sharingan quietly activated, the crimson tomo slowly spinning and emanating a dim glow. The Jinjutsu had already taken effect, silently enveloping the consciousness of Suigetsu and Jugo. Sasuke withdrew his gaze, turning towards Orochimaru beside him, and in a low tone inquired, do you intend to utilize future technology to modify them? His tone carried a hint of inquiry, the brilliance of his Sharingan appearing particularly piercing in the laboratory and Appo's dim light. Orochimaru and Appo's lips curled into a subtle arc, his serpentine eyes glinting with an unusual light. After all, I have personally witnessed the near madness of my future self, and thus possess considerable knowledge of the technologies I will create. He paused, his tone laced with seduction. Moreover, Sasuke, there is another individual I believe you will find intriguing. I can use all I know to transform her into a formidable ally for you. Sasuke and Appo's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of confusion in his voice as he asked, who? Karui. Orochimaru pronounced the name, his tone imbued with significance. Karui? How could it be her? Sasuke expressed surprise, seemingly struggling to associate Karui with the idea of a powerful ally. Orochimaru and Appo's serpentine tongue flicked out, his tone shrouded in mystery. What you do not know is that within Karui lies the ancient priestess bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Her Kagaya's eye is a regressed form of the priestess' unique ocular ability. This secret was revealed to me during my exploration of the Uzumaki clan's shrine in the future. At that time, I was solely focused on researching forbidden techniques, merely recording other matters. The priestess bloodline. Sasuke murmured, his voice tinged with astonishment. He had never encountered such a concept, and he felt a renewed sense of awe towards Orochimaru's vast knowledge. I have never heard of it. That is to be expected. When it comes to the hidden and the unknown, I am indeed an expert. Orochimaru displayed a rare glimmer of pride, then shifted his tone to one of engaging interest. However, this time is different. You're in Naruto and Appo's rebirth serves as an opportunity for me to reshape the future. I shall employ these future technologies to elevate the strength of the ninja world to unprecedented heights. How fascinatingly mad, and I revel in it. Changing the subject. Orochimaru raised his serpentine gaze towards Sasuke, inquiring with a hint of curiosity, Sasuke-kun, you have also used Jinjutsu to reveal everything to them, haven't you? Sasuke nodded slightly, his tone calm and affirmative. Indeed, as you said, when they awaken, they will understand everything. He paused and softly added, I will present all that I have experienced through my perspective before them. I hope they will comprehend my choices. In a day and Appo's time, Suigetsu and Jugo and Appo's abilities would undergo significant optimization and enhancement, their supportive capabilities substantially improved. Afterwards, I will prepare for the forbidden techniques, while you and Naruto lead them to seek out the lair of White Zetsu, bringing back a dozen or so of them. No need for too many. I will utilize my cloning technique to complete the rest. My deepest gratitude, Orochimaru. Sasuke spoke steadily, nodding slightly in appreciation before turning to exit the laboratory. Orochimaru watched Sasuke and Appo's departing figure, a meaningful smile gracing his lips, before directing his attention back to the incubation chamber, diligently observing and recording data on Suigetsu and Jugo and Appo's experiments. A low voice flowed from Orochimaru and Appo's lips, tinged with a subtle probing tone. Sasuke-kun, you should understand that this opportunity for rebirth is a divine blessing bestowed upon you. You must make full use of it. To ensure absolute certainty, I must prepare contingencies or multiple trump cards in advance. Crazily and Appo's newfound abilities will serve as an additional trump card for you and Naruto-kun. Even if the awakening of this power may come at the cost of her life, I hope you can comprehend my intentions to achieve the ultimate goal. Some sacrifices are inevitable, don't you agree, Sasuke-kun? The humid air carried a faint metallic scent, clinging to Suigetsu and Appo's body. He slowly opened his eyes, the cold light of the laboratory ceiling greeting him. His body felt notably lighter, an indescribable sense of comfort spreading through his limbs. Is this the transformed body? Suigetsu whispered, his fingertips lightly brushing against his cheek, which felt cool and elastic, as if no longer flesh and blood but a flowing stream of water. He attempted to channel chakra within, and in an instant, his form began to liquefy like melting snow. This process of liquefaction was swifter and more thorough than ever before. The nanoscopic disassembly and reconstruction allowed him to feel as if he had transformed into an intangible mist, capable of effortlessly gliding through any crevice. He tentatively extended his arm towards the wall of the incubation chamber. The once solid glass now felt like an illusion under his mental control. His arm effortlessly penetrating through without obstruction. What an astounding transformation, Suigetsu mused, a smile of excitement gracing his lips. He had always taken pride in his liquefaction ability, yet was acutely aware of its limitations. Fear of electricity. The moment he encountered lightning-based ninjutsu, his liquefied body would become paralyzed, losing its mobility. But this time, he sensed that this fatal weakness had been significantly optimized. Eager to test his new capabilities, Suigetsu fully liquefied his body, like a ghost, seamlessly drifting through the wall of the incubation chamber, silently exiting the room. Outside the laboratory, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Jugo stood in an open area, surrounded by a flock of chirping birds. He had awakened half an hour earlier than Suigetsu and was already familiar with the changes in his body. Upon seeing Suigetsu seep through the wall, Jugo greeted him calmly. You're awake. Suigetsu resumed his human form, observing the flock of birds around Jugo with raised eyebrows. What with these birds? Isn't this a newly arrived island? Do you know the way? Jugo pointed towards the surrounding trees, a peculiar gleam in his eyes. I can feel them. I can communicate with them. He paused before continuing. These birds were attracted by me. They told me that the sea mist nearby is thick, and ordinary birds wouldn't come here. Suigetsu and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Jugo, and then at the little birds fluttering around him, curiosity bubbling within him. He had always known that Jugo possessed the ability to communicate with animals, but he had not anticipated such an exaggerated enhancement following Orochimaru and Appo's modifications. Is it true? You can actually talk to birds now? Suigetsu leaned in with interest, his gaze lingering on the blue bird perched on Jugo and Appo's shoulder. More accurately, my consciousness seems to be connected with these birds and all living beings around. What they see, I can perceive as well, Jugo softly explained, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible joy. Most importantly, I can now freely wield this power. I will no longer lose control as I did in the past. Before he could finish, the power of the curse seal surged within Jugo, but it no longer radiated the same violent aura as before. Instead, it exuded a gentle essence. This is astonishing. How on earth did Orochimaru accomplish this? Suigetsu was once again astounded by Orochimaru and Appo's scientific prowess. Hey, what are you doing? Suigetsu asked curiously as he noticed Jugo suddenly close his eyes, resting his forehead against the little bird and Appo's head. Silence, Shueiwe. I am endeavoring to attach my consciousness to them for the very first time, and I am not yet adept at it. Beads of fine sweat trickled down my forehead, prompting Shueiwe to instinctively close her mouth, though she remains bewildered in her heart. After a brief moment, I, through the eyes of a small bird, perceived Sasuke and the others collaborating with Orochimaru to address various matters concerning the experimental base. I guide the little bird gently towards Sasuke's direction. Chapter 14. The New Abilities of Sasuke. Sasuke. A clear voice echoed from above, accompanied by a peculiar bird's chirp. Sasuke's body suddenly stiffened, a jolt of energy coursing through him, causing his muscles to tense. The crimson hue swiftly filled his eyes, and the three-tomo Sharingan ignited, spinning rapidly as the world around him appeared to slow down. Orochimaru. The name instinctively leapt to the forefront of his mind, a wave of vigilance surging within him. Yet, a subtle sense of anomaly caught his attention. This voice was not the cold, hoarse tone of Orochimaru. He abruptly lifted his head, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings like a hawk, ultimately locking onto a small bird hovering in midair. Orochimaru's narrow, serpentine eyes narrowed slightly, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. He shook his head lightly and chuckled. Sasuke-kun, it seems that the power Raiden-kun has acquired is even more intriguing than you have witnessed. Naruto, bewildered, gazed at the little bird perched above Sasuke, then turned to Raijin, scratching his head in confusion. What is happening here? Raijin, was that you just now? Raijin nodded, his consciousness connecting with everyone through the bird and Appo's perception. A clear voice emanated from it. It is I, Naruto. Mizuki has awakened as well. Our powers have all been enhanced. With Raijin and Appo's assured response, the crimson in Sasuke and Appo's Sharingan gradually faded, returning to calmness as his initial wariness dissipated. He once again focused on the blue bird, his eyes filled with curiosity and an undeniable sense of astonishment. Truly unfathomable. Sasuke murmured softly, his tone tinged with awe. He had never encountered such an extraordinary ability, capable of directly manipulating animal perception for communication. This sensation bore an uncanny resemblance to the heart-turning technique of the clan from the mountains. Mizuki stepped forward from behind Raijin, spreading his hands in a display of triumph. Grinning as he spoke, so, Sasuke, were you startled? This guy, Raijin, can now converse with birds, and my abilities have also grown stronger. Just watch. With that, Mizuki once again liquefied his body, transforming into a mist that swirled in the air, rapidly coalescing into various forms, sometimes a sword, sometimes a shield, fluid and unpredictable. Naruto's eyes widened in amazement as he watched Mizuki showcase his newfound abilities like a magician. Wow, Mizuki, your powers have become incredible. It's as if you've truly become a water element. Orochimaru observed the unfolding spectacle with satisfaction, excitement shimmering in his serpentine gaze. He approached Mizuki, scrutinizing his liquefied form. A note of admiration in his voice. Impressive, Mizuki-kun. Your and Appo's, formless liquidation and Appo's, has reached an entirely new realm, achieving nano-level reconstruction that grants your body greater potential. Subsequently, Orochimaru turned his attention to Raijin, his eyes filled with curiosity. Raiden-kun, your ability has surprised me as well, and Appo's, ecological resonance and Appo's, such an intriguing name. What is the range within which you can now communicate with living beings? Raijin closed his eyes, as if sensing something. After a moment, he opened them and calmly replied. Approximately 5 kilometers. I can perceive the life force of all flora and fauna within that range and relay information through them. 5 kilometers. Orochimaru and Appo's serpentine eyes widened slightly, revealing his astonishment. A range of 5 kilometers could cover an extensive area, indicating that Raijin could serve as an exceedingly potent intelligence gathering and early warning system. Sasuke, electrocute me. Mizuki steadied himself, suddenly exclaiming. Sasuke felt a flicker of confusion but quickly comprehended the implication. You mean? Lightning surged within his hand, the sound of chirping resounding. Orochimaru, you have created 2 monstrous allies for me. A blend of delight and surprise coursed through Sasuke, yet a hint of doubt and concern lingered. He raised his hand, unleashing the Chidori towards Mizuki and Appo's liquefied form. Chidori. A piercing scream erupted, Mizuki and Appo's voice twisting with indescribable pain and tremors. You truly are electrifying. The lightning raged around him, the water vapor catalyzed by the ferocious power of the thunder, transforming into an even more violent current. Silvery light erupted like a blooming firework, illuminating the entire space in a blinding glare. Mizuki, Sasuke and Appo's heart jolted. The cries of Chidori abruptly ceased. He hastily retracted his chakra, his dark eyes fixating on Mizuki, engulfed in the lightning, anxiety igniting within him. Could it be that I overestimated my intentions? Mizuki and Appo's body still feared the onslaught of lightning. Amidst the blinding flashes, Mizuki and Appo's perception seemed forcibly torn apart. The scene before him began to blur and distort, Sasuke's figure morphing into something strange. He felt as if he were seeing another Sasuke, his brow adorned with stylish bangs, draped in a black cloak. The empty left sleeve dangling limply in the air. Most strikingly, within that left eye, there was not the usual Sharingan, but an extraordinary pupil filled with bizarre patterns, interlinked with 6 black tomo. What is that eye? A long-buried name surfaced in his mind, Rinnegan. That term, he vaguely remembered hearing in a distant dream. Could it be that everything I have experienced is not a mere illusion? The intense sensation of electric shock jolted Mizuki back to consciousness. He swiftly adjusted his form. His liquefied body flowed towards Sasuke like a torrent. The water spiraled rapidly, encircling Sasuke's form several times before suddenly contracting, reforming into a human shape, standing behind Sasuke. His tattered clothing was now marred with charred marks, and a faint scent of singed fabric lingered in the air. You are unharmed. Sasuke and Appo's brow furrowed in disbelief, his tense expression softening slightly. I and Appo's am fine. Mizuki deliberately elongated his words, an inscrutable smile emerging on his face as he playfully exclaimed. How could that be possible? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his voice dramatically, shouting at Sasuke. A wave of inexplicable emotions surged within him. He felt the distance between himself and Sasuke shrink significantly. I truly didn't expect that Orochimaru-sama would craft such a formidable body for me. My resistance to lightning has increased tremendously, by as much as 90%. Even so, the residual electric power still has me gritting my teeth in pain. Especially your lightning, Sasuke. It truly cuts to the bone. I must say, you hold nothing back. Chapter 15. The journey begins as Sasuke gazed at the vibrant Mizuki before him. His previously troubled heart finally found solace. Hey, how could you tell that I'm fine? It hurts like hell, you know. I must say. You haven't changed a bit. You're still infuriating. Mizuki's complaints echoed in the air, yet he suddenly halted. A perplexed whisper escaping his lips. Why did I say it's like before? This should be our first meeting, right? At that moment, a multitude of fragments surged into Mizuki's mind like a tidal wave, violently clashing with his existing memories. Under the stimulus of lightning, those long-buried recollections burst forth like a dam struck by a thunderbolt. Everything from dreams became strikingly vivid and real. What of the Hawk Squad, the fourth great ninja war? And the Otsutsuki? Could they truly not be mere figments of imagination? Sasuke, tell me, the Hawk Squad. Ah, so you have had such dreams too? Mizuki's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice tinged with excitement as he pointed at Naruto. You were in my dream. His finger trembled as if he had uncovered a monumental secret, his tone rising with exhilaration, darting his gaze between Naruto and CHG, eagerly seeking affirmation. Sasuke exchanged a glance with Naruto, their eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. The plan was progressing far more smoothly than anticipated. It seemed the effects of the Jinjutsu had indeed taken hold. Orochimaru, with a keen interest, narrowed his eyes, the serpentine pupils glinting with inscrutable light as he silently observed the unfolding scene, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. Sasuke exhaled slowly, suppressing the tumult of thoughts within him. He turned to Mizuki and CHG, his voice low and subtly laced with fatigue. Indeed, the story is lengthy. Long enough to fill a day and night. I genuinely wish to sit down and discuss everything that has transpired lately, to share the dreams we have experienced together. There was a trace of wistfulness in his tone, as if he were truly immersed in the memories of those dreams. His acting so convincing that even he almost believed it. However, time was of the essence. Many matters loomed ahead, and detailed explanations could only be reserved for the journey. Sasuke lifted his gaze to the distance, a sharp glimmer flashing in his dark eyes. He needed to seize every moment and could not afford to linger here any longer. On the road, Mizuki paused, clearly taken aback by Sasuke and Appo's sudden suggestion to move forward. He scratched his head, a look of confusion crossing his face. Where are we headed? CHG raised his head, his gaze calm yet expectant as he awaited Sasuke's explanation. I once spent some time in the lair of the White Zetsu, so I am somewhat familiar with the terrain there. This time, the forbidden technique requires the power of the White Zetsu, and we must venture into the lion's den. Sasuke and Appo's tone grew serious, his voice carrying a weight of gravity as he continued. But this is not the moment for a direct confrontation with Obito and Black Zetsu. We must proceed with caution, avoiding any unnecessary alarm. For now, neither Naruto nor I intend to reveal our whereabouts. His gaze swept over Mizuki and CHG, his voice resolute and unyielding, as if every detail had been meticulously planned. I remember the general location of the White Zetsu and Appo's lair. Additionally, with your enhanced sensing and reconnaissance abilities, along with your improved infiltration skills, I believe this mission will yield exceptional results. Let us move. He took the lead, striding toward the horizon, his figure tall and resolute, akin to a blade unsheathed, cutting through the air with an unstoppable momentum. All right, let us go. Naruto beamed, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he clapped his hands excitedly, his golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, brimming with anticipation for their new adventure. Oh, come on. You're rambling about all sorts of nonsense. Forbidden techniques? The White Zetsu and Appo's lair? Mizuki still seemed bewildered, grumbling while hastily following in Sasuke and Naruto and Appo's footsteps, muttering. You really can't help but be annoyingly self-absorbed. What on earth is going on? What is this Hawk Squad? What are these dreams? And that forbidden technique, what exactly is it? Hey, wait for me. His voice gradually faded, ultimately disappearing into the depths of the distant woods. Orochimaru stood still, his serpentine eyes deep and tranquil as a cold pool, watching the retreating figures of Sasuke and the others with a knowing smile, murmuring to himself, next, it is time to delve into perfecting the forbidden technique. This back and forth will likely take half a month. Time is of the essence. Yet this time I have ample experience and a capable assistant like Kabuto. It should proceed faster than I anticipated. The salty sea breeze was dispelled by the fragrant scent of land and greenery. Naruto inhaled deeply, the moist air filling his lungs with the freshness of soil and vegetation, alleviating the weariness from days of travel. Before him lay not the endless ocean, but rolling hills and lush forests, a long-lost sense of stability washing over him. The journey across the sea had not been without its challenges, yet Mizuki's abilities displayed unprecedented value. The ability of the nameless liquid was a natural advantage for underwater navigation. He could decompose his body into nano-sized water molecules, effortlessly penetrating the dense fog that blanketed the sea surface, avoiding hidden reefs and whirlpools, even evading detection by some sensing creatures. Meanwhile, CHG's ecological resonance functioned like a living radar, allowing him to establish connections with marine life, foreseeing changes in currents and potential dangers. The two worked in perfect harmony, one paving the way, the other providing early warnings, transforming what could have been a perilous journey into a far more manageable endeavor. During their travels, Naruto and Sasuke recounted their experiences to Mizuki and CHG, from the final battle with the Otsutsuki to their soul's traversal through time and space, culminating in their current rebirth. Initially, Mizuki appeared nonchalant, seemingly indifferent, yet as Naruto and Sasuke's narrative deepened, his expression grew solemn. Upon hearing of their willingness to betray Konoha and stand against the entire ninja world to alter the future, Mizuki fell silent. He was not a fool, rather. He possessed an extraordinary acuity and insight. He could sense the weight of determination and resolve in Naruto and Sasuke's voices, understanding the immense pressure and responsibility they bore. Chapter 16. The Lair of White Zetsu. Indeed, you two always have a penchant for complicating matters. Shueiwa broke the silence, scratching his head. His tone tinged with a hint of helplessness, yet predominantly filled with understanding and agreement. However, since you have made your decision, then pursue it wholeheartedly. I shall remain by your side. Zhongwu, on the other hand, remained taciturn, yet his gaze towards Naruto and Sasuke held an added measure of respect and acknowledgement. Although he was not one to articulate his thoughts, he could sense the unwavering determination emanating from Naruto and Sasuke, a resolve to protect what they held dear at any cost. This determination resonated profoundly with his own deep-seated desire to safeguard nature and peace. Sasuke, in which direction lies the lair of White Zetsu? Naruto halted his tumultuous thoughts and turned to Sasuke, his tone earnest and tinged with urgency. Sasuke slightly closed his eyes, seemingly rummaging through the fragments of memories from his past life. After a moment, he opened his deep-set eyes, a sharp glimmer flashing within his obsidian pupils as he raised his hand to point towards the distant mountain range, speaking in a low voice. It is over there. We should reach it soon after crossing that range. Be cautious of White Zetsu and Appo's spore technique. It is quite troublesome. Once parasitized, not only will chakra be siphoned away, but one's mind could also be manipulated. As Sasuke led the way, he solemnly cautioned, his expression grave, not daring to let his guard down. Zhongwu, Sasuke paused, turning to Zhongwu behind him, his tone steady as he instructed, sense the surroundings. I believe we are nearing the lair of White Zetsu. When you detect the lair within your sensing range, we shall halt. Do not startle the prey. Zhongwu nodded, slowly closing his eyes, his hands coming together before his chest as he entered a state of perception. His breath gradually became calm and prolonged, as if he were merging with the surrounding nature, indistinguishable from it. The mountain breeze whispered, leaves rustled softly, birds chirped melodiously among the branches, and insects sang in the grass. All these subtle sounds coalesced within Zhongwu's awareness through his heightened perception. What do you sense, Zhongwu? Naruto inquired. Zhongwu slowly opened his eyes, a barely perceptible gravity in his gaze. He surveyed the surroundings and spoke in a low voice. The natural energy here is abundant. The life force of flora and fauna is vigorous, and currently, I do not detect any obvious anomalies. That is reassuring. Remain vigilant. Sasuke nodded slightly, though his own caution had not waned. White Zetsu's sensing and intelligence-gathering capabilities are formidable as well. The four hastened their pace, moving swiftly toward the lair of White Zetsu. The foliage grew denser, sunlight obscured by thick branches, casting a dim light that permeated the air with a damp chill. The surroundings became eerily silent. Apart from their footsteps and the occasional bird call, almost no other sounds were audible, and this silence bred an inexplicable sense of oppression and unease. At that moment, Zhongwu suddenly halted, his complexion paling, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Zhongwu, what's wrong? Naruto noticed Zhongwu's distress and quickly asked, worry evident in his tone. Zhongwu took a deep breath, striving to calm the slight turbulence of his chakra caused by the anomaly he sensed, his voice grave and foreboding, as if heralding an impending storm ahead. Not far, an immense chakra is gathering. Its magnitude is beyond imagination. Such a vast chakra, could it be? Sasuke interjected, his tone laden with gravity and speculation. The lair of White Zetsu? Shueiwa's voice suddenly broke forth, laced with evident surprise and a tinge of anxiety, clearly realizing the implications. Zhongwu nodded slowly, his movements steady and affirmative, corroborating Sasuke and Shueiwa's conjecture. He opened his eyes, a complex and inscrutable sheen swirling within their depths, not fear, but a primal instinct of aversion and disgust. That chakra is foul and chaotic, akin to a mass of decayed flesh, emanating a nauseating stench. Certainly not a life form nurtured by nature. Zhongwu's voice was low and deliberate, each word seeming to be extracted from the depths of his throat, imbued with a weight that was almost palpable, as if merely describing it had drained him of all energy. His extraordinary perceptive ability had now become a source of torment, compelling him to confront that suffocatingly malevolent aura. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, the gravity in each other's eyes unmistakable. Their aim was not a direct confrontation, but rather to infiltrate White Zetsu's lair, seeking an opportune moment to achieve their objectives without alarming Obito. After all, they did not wish to provoke an early conflict with him. Premature exposure could jeopardize their entire plan. possibly placing them in an even more perilous situation. The four silently agreed to slow their pace, holding their breath and focusing intently as they cautiously approached the direction Zhongwu had sensed. Shuiwei, Sasuke's calm voice whispered, "Your abilities are most suited for infiltration. Remember, our objective is to capture White Zetsu alive, avoiding direct confrontation. I, along with Naruto and Zhongwu, will create disturbances on the periphery to divert most of White Zetsu. You merely need to seize the opportunity to capture any stragglers." As Sasuke walked, he laid out the plan. The forest grew increasingly dark and damp, layers of foliage completely obscuring the sunlight, leaving only mottled patches of light that flickered like the wisps upon the ground. The ground beneath their feet was muddy and slippery, resembling a morass, each step akin to treading upon decayed flesh, emitting a chilling, squelching sound. The splashes of mud brought with them a nauseating stench, dampening their shoes and trousers, inducing waves of nausea. The surroundings were eerily quiet, as if even the wind held its breath, all sounds swallowed by the suffocating atmosphere. This deathly silence was more disconcerting than any clamor, as though countless eyes lurked in the darkness, greedily watching them, waiting for a flaw to emerge before pouncing upon them, ready to consume them whole. At last, they emerged from a dense thicket, and the scene before them opened up. They were now merely a kilometer away from White Zetsu's lair. This should be the place. Sasuke, Naruto's tone was assured. His experiences in battling White Zetsu had rendered him acutely aware of these silent lurking foes. White Zetsu's effective sensing range was approximately 1 kilometer. Indeed, Sasuke responded with a low murmur, signaling the others to halt their hurried steps. His penetrating gaze swept over the increasingly dark forest, and he cautioned in a low voice, "Shuiwei, exercise utmost caution. If my conjecture is correct, that immense chakra is likely emanating from the outer path golem." Upon hearing this, Shuiwei's previously relaxed demeanor turned grave. He furrowed his brow, perplexed. "The outer path golem? You mean the shell of the 10 tails you mentioned earlier? However, I do not sense any chakra fluctuations from the tailed beasts." Sasuke nodded slightly, elaborating, "Precisely. Even so, the power of the outer path golem should not be underestimated. Fortunately, the one controlling it is the public leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato. By the way, Naruto, enter Sage Mode and carefully sense if Obito and Black Zetsu are concealed within." Without hesitation, Naruto closed his eyes, and as he regulated his breathing, he instantly transitioned into Sage Mode. Chapter 17, Warm Up. "Hey brat." A voice, laced with mockery yet brimming with power, reverberated in Naruto and Appo's mind. It was the Nine Tails, grinning broadly, its sharp fangs glinting. "With my strength backing you, entering Sage Mode will feel as natural as breathing, almost indistinguishable from your normal state. You ought to express your gratitude to me." "Oh, thank you, Nine Tails." Naruto's mouth twitched slightly, responding with irritation in his mind. "But could you please stop calling me brat?" "Ha!" The Nine Tails erupted into a thunderous laugh, its massive paw playfully poking Naruto and Appo's head, delighting in its mockery. "Who told you to still look like such a short pumpkin? Even though you're not a child anymore, you still look like one, showing no signs of growth. Haha. Curse you, Nine Tails." Naruto felt the sting of the Nine Tails and Appo's words, unable to suppress a furious roar in his mind. He and Sasuke still appeared youthful, their height a significant flaw. Temporarily blocking out the noisy Nine Tails, Naruto focused his mind, diligently expanding his sensory range to probe the chakra signatures of Obito and Black Zetsu. Unfamiliar with the distinctive chakra traits of these two deeply concealed foes, this task fell solely to Naruto, whose perception was far more acute. Moments later, Naruto's eyes sprang wide open, excitement gleaming in his azure orbs. "No. Fantastic. It seems luck is on our side. The two most troublesome individuals are not here. Let's finish this swiftly and head back. I can hardly wait for the transformation that awaits me." His tone brimmed with anticipation, as if he were on the cusp of a grand celebration. "Really? I feel the same," Sasuke replied, a subtle smile curving his lips, hinting at something profound. Beneath his tousled black hair, his crimson Sharingan flickered with a dangerous light. "With the powers of Wood Release and Uchiha Madara, I too wish to experience the might of this legendary strength." Uchiha Madara, the fabled rose of the battlefield. Naruto rubbed his hands together, his eyes alight with eager ambition. "His power, the power of the Sharingan. I am equally thrilled." "Huh." Sasuke suddenly adopted an air of arrogance, lifting his head high like a sovereign ruler. The three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes spun rapidly, emanating a palpable sense of oppression. "Bow down beneath the overwhelming ocular prowess of the Uchiha clan, Naruto. Even if you acquire Madara's strength, when it comes to the usage of the Sharingan and mastery of Genjutsu, I will always surpass you. You brat." Naruto chuckled at Sasuke's sudden haughty demeanor, feigning anger as he shot him a glare, yet a smile of exasperation and fondness crept onto his face. "Uchiha Madara?" Just hearing that name incited an inexplicable discomfort. The Nine Tails perked its enormous fox ears, its voice dripping with disdain. "The thought of that treacherous soul wanting to inhabit this brat's body, cohabiting with me, makes me feel utterly unwell. Watermoon, let's move." Naruto leapt gracefully to the top of a towering tree, surveying the dense forest below. "I'll take the lead and create chaos." You take the opportunity to infiltrate. Understood. Water Moon replied softly, his form becoming as fluid and translucent as melting mercury, swiftly disassembling into countless tiny droplets, nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. These minuscule droplets silently seeped into the moist earth, racing ghost-like towards Black Zetsu's lair. Jongwoo, you should proceed first. Do not expose yourself to the perception of those white Zetsu, Sasuke commanded in a low tone, his sharp gaze scanning his quiet companion. Join Water Moon and ensure his safe retreat. Once he completes his task, both of you should return to our original landing site and patiently await our return. Sasuke and Appo's tone carried an undeniable authority as he continued, I can and Appo's shake off an unsettling feeling, as if foreboding looms. Should Obito and the others suddenly return, we must not let them uncover our true intentions. Naruto and I will have our ways to divert their attention with alternative explanations. Jongwoo nodded silently, fully aware of Sasuke's cautious consideration. He responded in a deep voice, I understand. Sasuke, you must also exercise extreme caution. As soon as he spoke, Jongwoo melted into the night like a beast merging with the shadows, vanishing without a trace. Confirming Jongwoo's safe departure, Sasuke leapt up, agile as a leopard, positioning himself atop the treetops, overlooking the direction of Black Zetsu's lair. Naruto, are you ready? Sasuke's voice was deep and composed, tinged with the thrill of imminent power release. Of course, Naruto was already poised, golden chakra surging wildly in his palms, forming a rapidly spinning sphere of energy that filled the air with an oppressive aura. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. With a commanding shout, Naruto unleashed the wind-imbued spiraling shuriken. Its terrifying cutting power accompanied by a sharp slicing sound, like a meteor piercing through the night sky, hurtling towards the concealed entrance of Black Zetsu's lair. Boom. The resounding explosion echoed through the forest as the spiraling shuriken struck the entrance, unleashing a torrent of energy that obliterated the cleverly camouflaged opening, sending debris flying and dust billowing, leaving behind a charred, chaotic crater. Standing side by side, Naruto and Sasuke resembled two proud statues. Silently observing the area obscured by the smoke from the explosion, their gazes fixed on the impending commotion. Sure enough, mere moments of silence passed before the ground began to stir, as if countless restless insects were poised to break free from the depths below. Rustle, rustle. A chilling sound of friction approached, accompanied by the subtle shifting of earth, as numerous snow-white humanoid beings burst forth from the ground like mushrooms after rain. Emerging in staggering numbers, they had indeed been lured out. Naruto gazed at the surging tide of white Zetsu with a calm demeanor, unfazed, as if the multitude of foes before him were nothing more than inconsequential ants. Jongwoo has safely departed? Naruto asked lightly, seemingly unconcerned about the encirclement of over 1,000 white Zetsu, engaging in casual conversation with Sasuke. Sasuke nodded slightly, a spark of wisdom flickering in his dark eyes. Caution is the mother of safety. Revealing our true purpose too soon would be unwise. To the outside world, we are merely two traitorous ninjas from Konoha. If Jongwoo were with us, it would inevitably draw associations with Orochimaru. It is prudent to remain cautious. Though their strength is pitiful, their numbers are still considerable. They can serve as a warm-up. A cold, bloodthirsty smile crept onto Sasuke's lips, his tone dripping with disdain and contempt. That suits me perfectly. It has indeed been a long time since I truly unleashed my full potential and engaged in physical activity. Have my skills become rusty? Kurama, Naruto exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he rubbed his fists together, his azure eyes sparkling with an eager anticipation, radiating an intense desire for battle. These mere trifles do not even merit a glance from me. Kurama and Appo's voice resonated within Naruto and Appo's mind, imbued with arrogance and disdain. As if these white Zetsu were nothing more than pests that could be effortlessly crushed. Indeed. Haha. Upon hearing this, Naruto burst into a hearty laugh, effortlessly conversing with Kurama in his mind while retrieving a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. With a swift motion, he launched himself like an arrow, charging towards the densely packed swarm of white Zetsu below. Sasuke slowly closed his crimson Sharingan, calmly observing the approaching horde of white Zetsu. A smirk of contempt curled at the corners of his mouth as he spoke in a detached tone. Such lowly beings do not even deserve the use of my Sharingan's power. As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke flicked his wrist, sending several shurikens gleaming with cold light slicing through the air, accurately targeting the oncoming white Zetsu, joining Naruto in what seemed to be an utterly predictable battle. Chapter 18. The enigmatic encounter with the ghostly light utilizing the unique advantage of his liquid form. Ghostly Water Moon traversed the narrow crevices like an ethereal specter. The cold, dampness seeped into every inch of his skin, enveloped by suffocating darkness and oppressive silence. Punctuated only by the faint sound of dripping water echoing in the vast, desolate underground space, an eerie reminder of its depth and dread. He meticulously controlled the molecular structure of his body, disassembling himself into nanoscopic water molecules, silently infiltrating the seemingly impregnable barrier of the white Zetsu base, leaving no trace in his wake. Armed with special ninja tools provided by Orochimaru, he was acutely aware of the energy fluctuations around him, functioning like a finely tuned radar. deftly evading all potential traps and mechanisms as he stealthily advanced towards the core of the White Zetsu base. The subterranean labyrinth was more intricate than anticipated, with a network of passages intertwining like a maze. The damp, dusky air was permeated by a faint smell of decay, evoking a wave of discomfort. Watermoon slowed his pace, compressing his liquid form to the utmost, drifting ghost-like through the shadows. He scanned his surroundings cautiously but found no sign of the White Zetsu, stirring a flicker of doubt within him. Could it be that they had all been lured away by Naruto and Sasuke? The thought burgeoned in his mind like wild grass, prompting him to accelerate his movements until he reached the cavern and Appos. As central expanse, a vast underground chamber revealed itself before him. Yet, the anticipated scene of stringent vigilance was absent. The cavern lay desolate, strewn with debris and remnants of past skirmishes, indicating former activity. They truly had been led away. It seems Naruto is more reliable than I had imagined. Feeling a sense of relief wash over him, Watermoon's taut nerves began to ease. After confirming the absence of danger, he prepared to revert from his liquid state to human form to thoroughly investigate this haven of the White Zetsu in search of valuable intelligence. Just as he was about to make his move, an unexpected anomaly occurred. A faint rustling sound suddenly broke the silence of the cavern. Though nearly imperceptible, in the vast emptiness, it resonated with alarming clarity, akin to the whisper of death, causing every hair on Watermoon and Appos' body to stand on end. He whipped around, his gaze piercing towards the source of the sound, his pupils narrowing in disbelief, his previously relaxed demeanor frozen in astonishment mixed with a hint of embarrassment. Not far behind him stood a snow-white humanoid creature, vacant eyes fixated on him, expressionless and motionless, resembling a forgotten sculpture in the shadows, strikingly out of place and oddly comical. It was unmistakably a solitary White Zetsu. In that silent underground chamber, the two, one a person, the other a Zetsu, unexpectedly confronted one another. Devoid of any forewarning or buffer, like two unrelated stones colliding under the whim of fate, the atmosphere seeming to freeze, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Watermoon was utterly bewildered. He had infiltrated the lair of the White Zetsu, painstakingly evaded myriad traps, only to encounter this dolt. The White Zetsu appeared equally unprepared for the sudden appearance of a waterman in this empty cavern, its hollow gaze reflecting a semblance of confusion and helplessness. The two pairs of eyes locked in an intense stare, their gazes intersecting, colliding, and sparking in the air. Yet, aside from an overwhelming silence and palpable awkwardness, nothing transpired. As moments ticked by, the atmosphere grew increasingly bizarre, and Watermoon could distinctly hear the rapid thumping of his heart and the sound of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He felt as if he had become a statue frozen in place, utterly rigid, his mind blank, stripped of the capacity for thought. What was happening? Watermoon's mind raced with questions, a torrent of thoughts galloping like wild horses, yet he could find no reasonable explanation. Was this a new weapon of the White Zetsu clan? Or was Orochimaru concocting yet another scheme behind the scenes? Or perhaps, his luck had truly plummeted to such depths that even fate had conspired to toy with him? As he spiraled into these erratic thoughts, a critical realization struck him. White Zetsu's ability. Though individually weak, they possessed a particularly troublesome capability: information sharing. The White Zetsu could transmit signals over distances, and should it detect him, it might instantly relay its location to others of its kind, placing him in imminent peril. Moreover, it was crucial that he concealed his true intentions to avoid attracting the attention of the masked man. What was his name? Toby. He was a formidable opponent, one whom Naruto and Sasuke regarded with trepidation. This is dire. Watermoon chastised himself for his oversight, the relief he had felt moments ago evaporating, replaced by an acute sense of urgency and danger. He could not afford any further hesitation. He must subdue the White Zetsu before it could signal for reinforcements. With resolve, Watermoon sprang into action. He focused his thoughts, and his liquid form expanded instantaneously, resembling a colossal water balloon as he lunged towards the motionless White Zetsu. With a resounding splash, the massive water sphere engulfed the White Zetsu, encasing it in a chilling, viscous embrace, rendering it immobile despite its frantic attempts to escape. The White Zetsu, taken by surprise by Watermoon and Appos' sudden aggression, emitted a muffled roar of desperation, struggling against its confinement, but all was in vain. Watermoon constricted the water sphere, exerting immense pressure that gradually sapped the White Zetsu and Appos' will to resist until it finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Phew, that was close. Watermoon exhaled a long sigh of relief, the weight on his chest lifting at last. He reverted to human form, gazing at the ensnared White Zetsu with a complex expression. This creature, truly, is rather dense. Shaking his head, a wry smile crept upon his lips. But now was not the time for reflections. More pressing matters awaited his attention. Approaching the water sphere, he took a deep breath and activated his liquid abilities once more. This time, instead of expanding, he extended his fluid form like tendrils into the sphere, gently enveloping the unconscious White Zetsu. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Watermoon's liquid body began to absorb the White Zetsu. Indeed, at that moment, his form resembled an enormous storage bag. Having completed this task, Watermoon returned to his human shape, brushing off his hands as if he had merely accomplished a trivial chore. A relaxed smile returning to his face. All set. Now, to thoroughly investigate this white Zetsu stronghold and hopefully uncover some valuable intelligence. He murmured to himself, his gaze sweeping the surroundings once more to ensure nothing was overlooked before he ventured deeper into the cavern. Chapter 19. Completion of the plan. The clash of blades and the rush of wind filled the air as Naruto and Sasuke darted through the ranks of the white Zetsu army. Like two streaks of golden and violet lightning, each strike was executed with precision and lethality. The spiraling shuriken whistled through the air, while the sharp cries of the thousand birds rang out, causing the white Zetsu to fall in droves, as if harvested like wheat. Undeterred by death, the white Zetsu surged forward like moss to a flame, unable to impede the advance of the two warriors. Naruto and Appo's Sage mode heightened his senses, allowing him to predict each of the white Zetsu and Appo's attacks, while Sasuke and Appo's Sharingan discerned their weaknesses, their coordination seamless and effective. Sasuke, Obito, and Appo's chakra has manifested, Naruto exclaimed, a hint of excitement lacing his voice, his golden eyes sparkling with anticipation. Sasuke and Appo's lips curled into a faint smile, his dark eyes remaining calm and steady. So, he has finally arrived? Let him witness the strength we possess now. Their gazes met, an unspoken understanding flowing between them. They accelerated, no longer engaging in prolonged combat, instead drawing the white Zetsu deeper into the dense forest, creating ample space for the impending battle. Meanwhile, the distant lair of the white Zetsu lay shrouded in profound silence, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying wood, a chill that seemed to seep into the bones. Behind the orange vortex mask, a pair of tightly shut eyelids abruptly opened, revealing a single crimson eye beneath. The pupil did not bear the usual patterns of the Sharingan. Instead, it was a dark, almost frozen abyss, reminiscent of an ancient, unfathomable pool, exuding an unsettling aura of danger. Obito's visage remained obscured by the mask, rendering his true expression inscrutable. Yet, the oppressive aura radiating from him filled the dim space, suffocating in its intensity. The lair has been attacked? A low voice emerged from behind the mask, each syllable seemingly imbued with frost, laced with incredulity and fury. Black Zetsu, like a spectral wraith, hovered silently beside Obito, its pitch-black form melding with the surrounding shadows. Its crimson cloud robe standing out starkly in the dim cavern, akin to a flickering ghostly flame. Its sinister voice, tinged with a hint of malice, broke the suffocating silence. It appears some do not wish for you to remain undisturbed here, Obito. Black Zetsu's words slithered through the air like a venomous snake, cold and sticky, each utterance chilling the atmosphere. The white Zetsu have been completely lured out. There seems to be a formidable presence outside. The emphasis on formidable was laden with a sense of amusement, tinged with a treacherous delight in chaos. Upon hearing this, Obito and Appo's body trembled, his already darkened single eye now resembling the oppressive darkness of a stormy night. He abruptly raised his head, as if attempting to pierce through the depths of the cavern and gaze upon the distant battlefield. The expression beneath the orange mask was undoubtedly contorted in a tumult of emotions. Black Zetsu, move. Obito and Appo's voice erupted in a suppressed growl, each word forced through clenched teeth, imbued with a palpable fury and restlessness. His kaleidoscopic Sharingan whirled rapidly, the black tomo spinning wildly, and the power of space erupted forth like a breached dam, unleashing an overwhelming divine might. In an instant, the divine force enveloped both him and Black Zetsu, causing them to vanish from sight, leaving behind only a faint ripple of spatial distortion in the air, a testament to their previous existence. Deep within the cavern, the silence was shattered, not by the clashing of blades nor the cries of the white Zetsu, but from the depths below, where an unusual stir began to manifest in the profound shadows. Shueiwa moved like a phantom fish, silently navigating the labyrinthine underground passages of the white Zetsu lair. The damp, decaying scent mingled with the earthy aroma, subtly curling into his nostrils, causing his brow to furrow slightly. He did not detest the odor, rather, it incessantly reminded him that he was in the heart of the white Zetsu lair, a shadowy and damp realm that instinctively evoked discomfort. His steps were light, nearly ethereal, as he barely disturbed the dust beneath him, moving through the silent night like a ghost. Utilizing his innate sensitivity to water and his honed perception of the environment, he navigated effortlessly, avoiding any potential traps or watchful eyes. Suddenly rounding a corner, a scene unfolded before him. It was not the vast, majestic space he had envisioned, but rather a concealed, small chamber. Several white Zetsu lay curled in the corners, resembling hibernating beasts devoid of life, their bodies coated in a thin layer of white slime, blending seamlessly with the rugged rock walls. Had he not observed closely, they would have easily been overlooked. These white Zetsu were evidently forgotten remnants, languishing in stark contrast to their kin engaged in fierce battles outside, appearing lethargic and forlorn, as if cast aside by the relentless tide of time. A playful smile crept across Shueiwa and Appo's lips, his eyes lighting up with newfound interest. A delightful surprise indeed. In a hushed tone, he murmured, and before the words had fully formed, he surged forward with sudden speed, his hands transforming into two agile, swift water whips that ensnared each dormant white Zetsu with precision and speed. The white Zetsu barely had time to awaken from their slumber, let alone muster a terrified shout. Before they were frozen in place by the chilling waters, their bodies stiff and immobile, only able to emit muffled whimpers of despair. A peculiar ripple emanated from Shuiwei, akin to a stone cast into a still lake, expanding outward in layers. His form began to undergo an uncanny liquefaction. It was not a tumultuous flood nor a torrential downpour, but rather the quiet, gradual opening of an unfathomable abyss, deep and serene, yet imbued with a disquieting power to consume, silently devouring everything within reach. The white Zetsu finally stirred from their slumber, sensing the imminent threat. Releasing a chorus of terrified shrieks, they struggled desperately, yet they were as powerless as leaves caught in a whirlpool, small, feeble, and utterly defenseless, enveloped by the liquid flow. Their form shrank and twisted, ultimately vanishing entirely within Shuiwei and Appo's liquefied body, as though they had never existed, leaving no trace behind. In mere moments, the small chamber was devoid of the 10 or so white Zetsu, consumed by Shuiwei in a manner bordering on the brutal. Completing this task, Shuiwei and Appo's liquefied form coalesced back into his human shape, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial chore, his face adorned with his characteristic relaxed smile. As if everything was well within his grasp. He clapped his hands, droplets cascading from his fingertips, refracting faint light in the dim chamber before dissipating. It seemed like just a trifling matter, as he once again wore a light-hearted smile, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, exuding a mischievous sense of triumph. Job well done. Chapter 20. The first encounter he spoke softly, his voice echoing in the chamber with an ethereal resonance. Once more surveying the surroundings to ensure nothing was amiss, Shuiwei turned and exited the hidden room, returning to the dimly lit corridor. His steps were light, and his spirits were high. This undertaking had unfolded more smoothly and intriguingly than anticipated. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he beheld the figure of Chongwu. He stood there quietly, as steadfast as a rock, exuding a reassuring presence. The light at the cave's mouth was slightly brighter, with dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves, dancing upon Chongwu like a flowing garment of light. His expression was calm, his gaze steady, yet deep within his amber eyes lay a hint of barely perceptible concern. Chongwu, Shuiwei greeted, his tone casual, as if he had merely returned from a leisurely outing. Chongwu inclined his head slightly, his gaze resting on Shuiwei. And only then did the trace of worry gradually dissipate upon confirming his well-being. Did you not accompany Sasuke and Naruto? Shuiwei inquired first, a note of curiosity coloring his voice. According to their plan, Chongwu was supposed to engage the White Zetsu army alongside Sasuke and Naruto. Why was he here alone? Chongwu shook his head gently, his voice deep and magnetic, reminiscent of a sonorous cello. Sasuke and Naruto have a different plan. He paused, his amber gaze fixed on Shuiwei as he continued. They have concerns about your situation here, so they sent me to ensure your safety. Once you complete your task, we shall return to the dock together, and they will follow shortly thereafter. Chongwu's voice remained calm and steady, yet it conveyed a deep respect and adherence to Sasuke and Naruto's plans. At his words, Shuiwei raised an eyebrow, a playful smile once again gracing his lips. Oh, it seems those two fellows hold me in high regard. He chuckled lightly, a hint of pride lacing his tone. Yet, he understood that Sasuke and Naruto and Appo's arrangement stemmed not merely from their regard for him, but rather a cautious and thorough consideration. After all, this mission was of great significance, and no detail could afford to be overlooked. Let us go, Shuiwei said, his smile waning as seriousness returned to his expression. Now that the primary task is accomplished, and the preliminary materials for the forbidden technique have been secured, there is no need to linger here. Chongwu nodded, offering no further words, silently following in Shuiwei and Appo's wake. The two departed from the mouth of the White Zetsu lair, their figures swiftly vanishing into the dense foliage, leaving behind an empty cave that fell once more into silence. After their departure, time seemed to freeze, and everything around them stood still, save for the leaves gently swaying in the breeze, producing a soft rustling sound. However, this tranquility did not endure for long. Within 5 minutes, the space warped as if a stone had been cast into a placid pond, sending ripples through the air. An orange vortex mask abruptly appeared at the cave entrance, and Obito's figure emerged from the Kamui dimension. His crimson eye scanned the surroundings, his formidable perception instantly expanding like invisible tendrils, probing everything nearby. The air was tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood and the residual chakra from battle. Yet the lair itself remained unscathed, untouched by destruction. Obito's tense features relaxed slightly, though the shadowy gloom in his eyes did not dissipate. Humph, how theatrical, he muttered coldly, his voice hoarse and frigid, laced with disdain and irritation. He had expected an assault on the lair, but found that the attackers and Appo's true aim was merely to distract the White Zetsu. Nevertheless, since he was already here, he resolved to remain. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, Obito and Appo's Sharingan whirled, drawing forth the powers of space as his form was once again consumed by the Kamui whirlpool. He vanished from the cave entrance, speeding toward the fierce battle against the White Zetsu. In the depths of the forest, Naruto fought alongside Sasuke, their golden chakra and purple lightning interweaving like two blades slicing through the night, mercilessly reaping the lives of the white Zetsu. The ferocity of the battle did not allow for a moment and Amp Appo's relaxation. In Sage mode, Naruto and Amp Appo's heightened perception encompassed everything, capturing every subtle movement around him. At that moment, a familiar yet chilling chakra surged into his awareness, like a ghostly flame in the darkness, approaching them at an astonishing speed. Sasuke, incoming. Sasuke nodded slightly, his dark eyes gleaming with a sharp, icy light, reminiscent of the keenest blade in the depths of winter, emanating an aura of chilling dread. His hands moved swiftly and precisely to form seals, chakra surging within him like a roaring river, powerful energy building, ready to erupt at a moment's notice. Limit your strikes. Sasuke and Amp Appo's voice was low and calm, as if discussing a trivial matter, yet the vigilance and seriousness beneath were unmistakable. Just as they braced themselves, the surrounding space suddenly warped violently, like a tranquil lake disturbed by a massive stone, sending ripples through the air. A dark vortex tore through the night, silently descending upon the battlefield. Following closely, two figures emerged as if birthed from the void, materializing from the heart of the whirlpool. The orange vortex mask was the first to catch the eye, its familiar, strange pattern stark against the dim forest, and behind the mask, Obito and Appo's expressionless visage coldly scrutinized below. Kagaya stood beside Obito, and they descended silently upon the gnarled branches of an ancient tree, overlooking Naruto and Sasuke like deities surveying insignificant ants. Who dares intrude upon this place? A cold, raspy voice emerged from behind the mask, tinged with suppressed fury, no longer the feigned nonchalance of Akatsuki and Appo's Setsu, but the true voice of Uchiha Obito, filled with malice and an oppressive aura. His crimson eye, like a poison blade, locked onto Naruto and Sasuke. So it is you, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and Itachi's brother. Naruto and Sasuke slowly turned, their gazes piercing like twin swords, simultaneously aimed at the two above. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Akatsuki and Appo's reserve member, Obito and Appo's voice was rigid and frigid, each word forced from the depths of his throat, carrying an unsettling chill. His peripheral vision swept over the chaotic battlefield, littered with the remains of the white Zetsu, a flicker of disbelief flashing in his crimson eye. In mere moments, nearly 100 white Zetsu had been slaughtered by these two youths, who appeared utterly unscathed and composed, as if they had merely accomplished a trivial task. This scene completely shattered Obito and Appo's previous understanding. Intelligence had indicated that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was merely an incompetent genin, while Uchiha Sasuke was but a novice with a newly awakened Sharingan. The reality before him, so starkly different from the reports, stirred an indescribable unease within him. Akatsuki? Reserve member. Hey. Sasuke and Appo's lips curled into a mocking smirk, his dark eyes brimming with disdain. As far as I know, you are not a reserve member anymore. Chapter 21. Intimidation. A faint tremor coursed through Obito and Appo's heart. How could the opponent know the title of reserve member? Did they possess knowledge of the Akatsuki and Appo's affairs? Naruto disregarded Obito and Appo's facade, his azure eyes swirling with the chakra of the Nine-Tails, orange shadows emerging as Sage mode was instantaneously activated. Within his palm, golden chakra surged and converged violently, compressing into a spiraling sphere that emitted a piercing hum. Kurama, lend me your power. Naruto roared in his heart, the full force of the Nine-Tails flooding into the Rasengan. The originally golden sphere was swiftly engulfed by the tumultuous red chakra, transforming into an orb of energy brimming with cataclysmic potential. With a sudden thrust of his legs, Naruto propelled himself forward like a cannonball. The formidable Rasengan aimed directly at Obito's face. Obito's single eye narrowed slightly, facing Naruto's potent strike imbued with the Nine-Tails might. He did not even cast a glance. Instead, he merely scoffed dismissively, his body instantaneously phasing out of existence. Naruto's Rasengan passed through him effortlessly, crashing into a nearby tree with a thunderous explosion. A familiar sensation washed over Naruto. Indeed, it was Kamui, the most formidable space-time ocular technique. Yet, he remained unfazed, having anticipated Kamui's phasing ability. This attack was merely a test. Obito, however, felt a flicker of surprise within him. Naruto had mastered the Nine-Tails and Appo's power with such finesse, his strength far exceeding Obito and Appo's expectations. Clearly, the intelligence had been flawed. This Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails was far more formidable than he had imagined. As Obito pondered this, a shadowy figure appeared before him like a specter, its speed so rapid that even he was caught off guard. Ninjutsu and taijutsu attacks proved futile. What about a mental assault? Sasuke and Appo's voice was cold and deep, reminiscent of a tolling bell from the underworld. His obsidian eyes spun rapidly, the bizarre and alluring patterns of the Sharingan slowly materializing. Genjutsu, Sharingan, Sasuke exclaimed, unleashing a torrent of powerful mental energy that surged toward Obito. So fast. Even I struggle to keep pace with his speed? Obito and Appo's heart quaked, astonished by Sasuke and Appo's sudden burst of velocity. Instinctively, he activated his Manjiki Sharingan. a shadowy brilliance erupting as he engaged in a fierce mental duel against Sasuke and Amp, Appos, as kaleidoscopic genjutsu. The two formidable mental forces collided and intertwined, invisible sparks erupting in the air, distorting the atmosphere around them. The confrontation of genjutsu was silent yet perilous. A moment, and Appos' misstep could plunge one into an abyss of despair. However, both combatants possessed tremendously powerful Manjiki abilities. For the time being, neither could gain the upper hand, resulting in a stalemate. Just as Obito hesitated slightly due to the mental clash, Sasuke unleashed his prepared Chidori, erupting like thunder, the sharp sound of electrical currents resonating through the dense forest. Alas, the Chidori merely passed through Obito and Appos' phasing form, failing to inflict any harm. Naruto and Sasuke swiftly retreated to perch atop a nearby tree, standing in stark opposition to Obito. Sharingan? No, it's a Manjiki. Obito and Amp, Appos' voice brimmed with disbelief as he faced away from the two, his single eye reflecting shock and confusion. How had these two brats transformed so dramatically? In just a few short years, they had blossomed into such powerhouses? Their strength? Could it be? Obito suddenly sensed a violent and chilling wave of chakra surging from behind him. He spun around to find Sasuke and Appos' massive and fearsome Susanoo before him, its purple energy blazing like fire, having bypassed its skeletal form to enter its first stage. Meanwhile, Naruto radiated golden chakra that roared like boiling flames, the orange shadows around his eyes clearly indicating his entry into Sage Mode. Susanoo? Sage Mode? Obito was utterly flabbergasted. It was as though he no longer recognized these two youths before him. The intelligence he had received was grossly inaccurate. He began to doubt whether his single-eyed Kamui could triumph over these two monstrous boys. Naruto and Sasuke had exhibited power far beyond expectation, and their goal had been achieved. There was no need for further entanglement. Suigetsu and Jugo should have completed their mission and safely retreated. Afe, I look forward to our next encounter. Naruto's lips curled into a meaningful smile, his tone laced with an undercurrent of threat. Sasuke added coldly, his dark eyes filled with an oppressive aura. When we meet again, I hope you can remain as relaxed as you are today. In an instant, the two figures flickered and transformed into streaks of light, dashing into the depths of the forest, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. As they disappeared, their voices echoed in unison, tinged with mockery and menace, leaving behind a name that sent Obito's heart racing. Uchiha. Naruto's voice reverberated through the forest, deliberately elongating the syllables, leaving a long silence that caused Obito and Appos' heart to leap into his throat. Afe, at that moment, Obito felt an inexplicable threat wash over him. A deep fear of hearing that name spoken by the enemy, cold sweat soaking through his robes. Could it be? No, impossible. Absolutely not. Madara. Sasuke and Appos' voice followed swiftly, booming like thunder in Obito and Appos' ear. The forest fell silent once more, leaving behind only the bewildered Obito and Kagaya. Obito exhaled deeply, his expression fluctuating, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Should we pursue? Kagaya and Appos' voice broke the silence, her tone eerie. It seems your true identity has been exposed. Obito shook his head, signaling that there was no need to chase. He raised a hand to touch his mask, his single eye laden with gravity and unease. I can sense it. They both pose a threat to me. Standing still, Obito and Appos' eye beneath the mask brimmed with suspicion. Replaying Naruto and Sasuke and Appos' final words in his mind, those two syllables resonating like a curse, echoing relentlessly within his thoughts. Madara. Madara. How could they possibly know? Obito murmured softly, a hint of barely perceptible panic lacing his voice as he clenched his fist tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. Could there have been a flaw in the plan? No, that was inconceivable. My scheme was flawless. How could these two brats? Obito's mind raced, striving to pinpoint any potential leak in his intelligence, yet he found no cracks, no openings. Kagaya and Amp, Appos' voice echoed again, piercing through Obito and Amp, Appos' thoughts. The name Uchiha Madara was known to very few. Their certainty in pronouncing it suggested it was not mere conjecture. Obito inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. He knew this was not the time for chaos. He needed to remain calm and analyze the situation to uncover the truth. Kagaya. Have these two brats shown any recent activity? How could they have suddenly grown so powerful? Moreover, how did they ascertain my identity? Kagaya replied, according to White Zetsu's report. These two brats recently defected from Konoha. Defected from Konoha? Obito and Amp, Appos' eyes widened in astonishment. How could this be possible? The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto, and the last scion of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke, how could Konoha have allowed their defection? The specifics remain unclear, but it seems they vanished shortly thereafter, only to re-emerge recently. Their strength drastically transformed. Black Zetsu continued, particularly regarding Uchiha Sasuke, who had surprisingly awakened his Manjiki Sharingan and even mastered the formidable Susanoo. Naruto and Amp, Appos' Sage Mode also posed a significant challenge. Obito fell silent for a moment, a sudden spark of realization illuminating his mind. His power had surged after his defection. Could it be? He abruptly lifted his head, his singular eye shrouded in shadows. It must be Orochimaru. It has to be that scoundrel. The rapid advancement of these two youngsters and Appo's abilities is undoubtedly linked to Orochimaru. Damn it. That rascal Orochimaru dares to act covertly behind my back. Obito ground his teeth. His heart ablaze with fury. He had believed everything was under his control, only to be confronted with such a monumental upheaval. Black Zetsu immediately commanded White Zetsu to exert every effort in tracking Orochimaru and Appo's whereabouts, insisting they ascertain his location without fail. Obito and Appo's voice was laced with authority, revealing his unabashed anger. Understood, Black Zetsu replied, his tone remaining unwavering. Obito turned, gazing into the depths of the dense forest, his expression gravely serious. These two youngsters. It appears he must reassess the extent of their threat. He paused for a moment before adding, furthermore, warn White Zetsu without my command. No one is to approach Naruto or Sasuke, especially Naruto. His Sage Mode sensory capabilities are formidable. Do not provoke them unnecessarily. For now is not the time to sever ties completely. Black Zetsu acknowledged once more, I have already relayed the message. Just then, Black Zetsu and Appo's voice resonated again. This time tinged with an unusual note. Obito, Konoha, seems to be in trouble. Konoha is in trouble? Obito was momentarily taken aback before inquiring. What happened? According to the intelligence just relayed by White Zetsu, Konoha is under siege from multiple factions, Black Zetsu stated slowly. Siege. Obito's eyes widened in shock, soon revealing a glimmer of amusement. A siege on Konoha? What is happening? Who possesses the audacity to attack Konoha at this juncture? However, as he pondered briefly, the reasons became clear to him, and a cold smile crept upon his lips. Ah, I see now. With the Ninetales, Jinchuriki, and Appo's defection and the last remnants of the Uchiha clan departing the village, Konoha has indeed become a tempting morsel. It seems some individuals can no longer restrain themselves and are ready to reveal their fangs. Obito's voice was deep and chilling, laced with a hint of schadenfreude, as if he could foresee the chaos and decline that awaited Konoha. Chapter 22. The whispers of the ninja war. As the soft morning light filtered through the window panes of the inn, it cast a gentle glow upon the wooden floor, illuminating the minute dust particles dancing in the air. In a tea house by the street, two figures clad in dark, wide-brimmed hats sat by the window, their faces largely obscured, revealing only the taut lines of their jaws. On the table before them, two steaming cups of tea exhaled wisps of fragrant vapor that filled the quiet corner with an invigorating aroma. Naruto picked up his cup, his fingertips lightly tracing the warm surface, his gaze drifting to the street outside, which was slowly awakening. Uchiha Madara, or rather, Obito. His space-time ninjutsu is indeed troublesome. He deftly rotated the cup in his hand. However, Suigetsu and Jugo should have arrived at the docks by now. We shall meet them shortly. Sasuke's attention was fixed on the tea leaves swirling in his cup, his voice low and calm. We have revealed a portion of our strength before him. Given his suspicious nature, he will undoubtedly investigate our backgrounds. Indeed, as expected, Naruto replied, setting his cup down with a slight smile. His eyes, shrouded in shadow, gleamed with a profound light. There is no need for undue concern. Once Orochimaru completes his forbidden techniques, we will possess the power to alter the course of this game, and that will mark the true beginning of our engagement with him. At that time, we shall and Appo's visit and Appo's him again. Sasuke lifted his gaze, peering into the shadow cast by Naruto's hat. Do you intend to win him over? Obito's prowess is both exceedingly convenient and overwhelmingly powerful. Naruto did not deny this, speaking candidly, whether as future adversaries or within the current landscape. Those eyes are an indispensable key. If we could secure his allegiance, many matters would become significantly simpler. His fingers softly drummed the table, producing a muted thudding sound, as if calculating a complex strategy. At that moment, the subdued conversations from the neighboring table broke the tranquility of their corner, akin to a stone cast into still waters. A group of young ninjas clad in the attire of the land of hot water, their forehead protectors bearing signs of wear, seemed to be mere genin, their faces betraying anxiety and trepidation. Hey, have you heard? One slightly rotund genin whispered, peering around nervously to ensure they were not being overheard. Something feels off with the winds lately. His voice had a damp, sticky quality, as if each word were laced with sweat. What kind of trouble? Another, taller genin gasped, abruptly inhaling sharply, his tone rising before he hastily stifled it with his palm, leaving only a confused murmur. The fourth great ninja war. What a joke. We only just found stability. The knuckles of his hand turned pale from the pressure, his eyes wide with sheer bewilderment and disbelief. This sudden revelation struck like a silent thunderclap between Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto's absent-minded caress of the cup abruptly halted. Sasuke, who had been intently watching the tea leaves, suddenly lifted his gaze. Although the shadows obscured their expressions, the palpable tension in the air conveyed their shared sentiments. The hushed murmurs of other patrons and the distant clamor of the street seemed to stretch infinitely, with only the fragmented, alarming discussions from the neighboring table piercing through the silence. They collectively held their breath, their chest rising and falling imperceptibly, fully engrossed in this unprecedented tidbit of information. Indeed, the initial speaker, the portly genin, infused his voice with indignation and an undercurrent of fear, almost grinding his teeth as he whispered, It's all because of those Leaf Village folks. I heard their fifth Hokage has lost his mind. He actually sent the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to chase after the last descendant of the Uchiha clan. He paused, his tone dripping with a twisted mockery, as if recounting an absurd tale. And what happened? Huh. A sharp, dry chuckle escaped him. Not only did they fail to apprehend him, but they also lost their own Jinchuriki in the process. It said he defected alongside that Uchiha. Within the tea house, the fragrant steam continued to rise. Yet in their corner, the temperature seemed to plummet dramatically, an icy chill creeping in. What? The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has defected? The neighboring Jin interrupted, as if struck by lightning. Their voices rising in disbelief, almost shattering the air. Absolutely. This has thrown the Leaf Village into chaos. The initial speaker's voice grew more agitated. His robust frame trembling slightly, saliva nearly splattering across the table. The folks from IWA and Kumo have long been eyeing the Leaf Village, eager to tear off a few pieces. Now that the Leaf has suffered the loss of two significant deterrents, they are like sharks smelling blood, ready to pounce and apply pressure for the Leaf to surrender. Any excuse will do, clearly looking for a fight. He paused again, lowering his voice but sharpening its edge. In my opinion, we are likely unable to evade this war. We small fry should find a corner to hide in, if a battle ensues. We'll be the first to be sacrificed. The clamor around them gradually subsided, akin to receding tides, yet the undercurrents of panic and unease spread like a viscous liquid, suffocating the air. Naruto and Sasuke, shrouded in shadow, exchanged a silent understanding, fully aware of each other and Appo's thoughts. Naruto's fingers twitched, and a handful of coins quietly slid across the table, producing a faint sound. In unison, the two rose, their wide cloaks enveloping their emotions like a silent curtain, leaving behind only two resolute and determined silhouettes that vanished through the tea house door. The cool morning breeze, laden with moisture, brushed against their faces, bringing a hint of chill. The street's cacophony had grown louder, the shouts of vendors, the chatter of pedestrians, and the sound of wheels rolling over cobblestones weaving into a vibrant symphony of noise. Yet, this earthly bustle could not dispel the heavy oppression lingering in their hearts. Like phantoms merging with shadows, they navigated the labyrinthine alleys towards the designated docks. The harbor was bustling with throngs of people, a cacophony of diverse skin tones and attire blending together, the clamor deafening. The blaring of ship horns, the roar of waves crashing against the shore, and the sharp cries of seagulls created a tumultuous symphony. The air was thick with the briny scent of the sea, mingled with the aromas of various foods and the distinct odor of dockside grease. Suigetsu maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor, leaning against a rusty iron post, idly kicking at the stones beneath his feet, sending tiny splashes into the air. Jugo, on the other hand, stood like a silent statue, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Chapter 23. The Coming Storm. Naruto, Sasuke, you have finally arrived. Mizuki caught sight of the two figures and swiftly glided over like an eel, an exaggerated smile plastered across his face. Lord Orochimaru has been eagerly waiting. All the necessary materials are prepared, just waiting for you. However, plans have changed. Naruto interrupted Mizuki's words without pausing, his voice grave and solemn, imbued with an undeniable authority. You must return to the base immediately and inform Orochimaru to focus entirely on the final stage of the forbidden technique preparations. It is imperative that everything is foolproof. We will handle the matters outside. Mizuki and Appo's playful expression instantly froze, as if struck by a paralysis jutsu. After a moment, he noticed the piercing light concealed beneath Naruto and Appo's straw hat, a gaze forged in the crucible of battle, exuding an aura of command that inspired awe. He instinctively swallowed his questions, forcing them back down, and nodded heavily in understanding. CHG remained taciturn, merely offering a slight nod to indicate comprehension. Protect yourselves, and ensure the progression of the forbidden technique. Sasuke's voice, though still flat, resonated with the weight of 1,000 stones, carrying an undeniable gravitas. As they watched Mizuki and CHG board an inconspicuous small boat, which swiftly disappeared into the misty depths of the river ahead, Naruto and Sasuke turned slowly away. It seems we must indeed return to Konoha. Naruto's voice was low, tinged with a barely perceptible self-deprecation. How ironic it is that we, the so-called traitors loathed by the world, must return to tidy up the mess we left behind. Sasuke did not respond, merely tilting his head slightly, his profound gaze penetrating the layers of fog, gazing toward the direction of Konoha. In the distance, the heavy, leaden clouds hung low in the sky, akin to an omen of the apocalypse, heralding a storm set to engulf the ninja world. The two figures silently blended into the bustling crowd at the dock, like two ethereal phantoms, stealthily making their way toward the village that felt both familiar and foreign. They were in desperate need of intelligence, yearning to witness firsthand the current plight of Konoha, and to discern the nefarious intentions harbored by the lurking opportunists. The wind seemed to intensify. A storm, poised to sweep across the entire ninja realm, was brewing quietly. At its center lay the precarious Konoha, now bereft of its two pillars. A month prior, at the Valley of the End, an eerie silence enveloped the area. The stream washed over smooth pebbles, the monotonous sound amplifying the desolation that pervaded this place. The air was thick with dampness, mingled with the faint traces of gunpowder and the residue of some violent clash. The crystal-clear stream revealed two headbands engraved with the leaf symbol, lying silently within. The icy water flowed over them, refracting the fractured light above. Fresh scratches marred the metallic surface, glimmering painfully, like an unhealed wound, intermittently visible as the water swirled. The quicksand was slowly being drawn in by the whirlpool, methodically attempting to bury this last remnant of connection. 2 hours slipped by quietly. And after the barely perceptible disturbance of air, a silver-haired figure emerged like a specter at the edge of the valley. His toes barely grazed the slick rock surface, leaving no trace of dust. Beside him, his small canine partner, Pakin, appeared, his nose twitching as he began his work. Kakashi Hatake, the leader of Team 7. The nonchalance of yesteryears had vanished completely. The headband obscuring his left eye had been pushed aside, revealing the crimson three-tomo Sharingan. Greedily absorbing every bit of information within his sight, while mercilessly draining his chakra. His gaze did not sweep sharply like that of a hawk, but rather moved slowly, meticulously scanning the ravaged terrain, from the colossal remnants of the statues to the fissured ground, ultimately fixating on a certain spot in the stream. His jawline was taut. Thin lips pressed into a straight line, with only the slightest movement of his throat betraying the turmoil within. The only sounds surrounding him were the water and Appo's flow and the wind and Appo's whisper. After a long pause, Kakashi finally spoke, his voice deeper than the creek and Appo's waters, deliberately roughened. Pakin. The outcome? Pakin's sleek black nose pressed against the ground, the crevices and broken tree stumps, diligently capturing the faint scents that lingered. His small legs moved swiftly and silently, finally stopping at the stream and Appo's edge, where he dug into the moist earth. He lifted his head to gaze at his master, his canine eyes reflecting an unusual heaviness. Kakashi, two scents intertwined here, clashed, and then vanished completely. The battle here was fierce. All leads had been severed at this point. Kakashi furrowed his brow, his figure transforming into a blur as he darted swiftly through the valley, almost skimming the ground. His crimson Sharingan spun rapidly, attempting to extract information from every inch of the ravaged land. He navigated around the weathered remains of the first Hokage and Madara and Appo's colossal statues. Moving with speed yet meticulous in his examination of every nook and cranny, the Sharingan working tirelessly. His gaze, akin to a cold scalpel, sliced through the rocky fissures, searching behind blades of grass, sparing no corner that might have been overlooked. The stones beneath his feet crunched audibly, echoing sharply in the empty valley. His movements were imbued with a sense of desperation, bordering on a prayer of last resort. Yet it was futile. Aside from the remnants of chakra, now nearly indistinguishable, and the catastrophic destruction of the landscape, there was nothing else. Naruto and Sasuke seemed to have never set foot here, or were erased from existence by some unseen force, leaving no trace behind. The sky, unbeknownst to him, had quietly darkened to a leaden gray. The heavy clouds loomed ominously on the horizon, resembling a vast, cold, wet cloth. Slowly squeezing the last vestiges of light from the sky, the wind began to weep softly, soon escalating to a shriek, whipping up the fallen leaves and gravel from the ground, swirling chaotically, disorienting the senses. The air was thick with the earthy scent of damp soil, mingled with the crisp anticipation of impending rain, penetrating the nostrils and enveloping the heart in a stifling heaviness. A few cold raindrops fell unexpectedly, splattering against Kakashi's right cheek, where his headband did not shield him, bringing an abrupt chill. He shivered slightly, yet seemed oblivious, stubbornly lingering by the stream's edge. His mismatched pupils fixated on the water where the scent had abruptly ceased, as if by merely staring long enough, a clue might materialize from thin air. The drizzle quickly coalesced into a dense curtain of rain, pattering against the remaining leaves, creating a soft rustling sound. It soaked the jagged rocks, leaving dark streaks, dimming the entire valley's color palette. In the distance, the low rumble of thunder echoed, one clap following another, like the enraged roars of an ancient beast imprisoned, crashing through the narrow valley, reverberating, causing the air to quiver slightly, and striking at Kakashi and Appo's taut nerves. The icy rain washed over him, seemingly seeping into his very soul, extinguishing the unwavering obsession he harbored, sprouting cold tendrils of despair that entwined around his heart, tightening with every moment. His straightened spine slowly began to yield, imperceptibly bending under the weight of the rain and the silent pressure surrounding him. Chapter 24. Utter Sorrow. The lonely scarecrow in the Hokage office of Konohagakure. The vast floor-to-ceiling window revealed a tumultuous sky, with leaden clouds swirling restlessly, casting a grim shadow over the village, foreboding an ominous portent. Tsunade stood with her back to the empty office, restlessly gazing out the window. Her arms were crossed tightly over her chest, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Her gaze pierced through the glass, not fixating on any particular point, but rather lost in the oppressive expanse of the darkened heavens. The silence in the office was palpable, interrupted only by the occasional sound of her footfalls, the soft click of her heels against the floor, and the nearly imperceptible rustle of her nails against the fabric of her sleeves, producing faint whispers of sound. She felt as if her heart were gripped by an invisible hand, each beat heavy and laborious, constricting her breath. A wave of intense unease washed over her, like a cold tide surging over the barriers of her heart, leaving her restless and agitated. Abruptly, she turned and paced to her desk, where a mountain of documents symbolizing the authority and responsibilities of the Hokage lay scattered. Yet, in that moment, the scrolls and papers concerning the village and Appo's operations felt like mere scraps of paper to her, her mind entirely elsewhere. Rising once more, she dashed back to the window. Biting down on the edge of her thumbnail, the sound of cracking resonating sharply in the silence, a futile attempt to alleviate her inner turmoil. Those two children, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha. What had they encountered? Why did this foreboding sense of dread grip her so fiercely, as if it were about to consume her whole? The image of Naruto's perpetually cheerful face, radiant with sunshine, flashed in her mind. That child, who inherited the will of Minato and Kushina, bore the weight of her long-broken hopes. The mere thought of losing him rekindled the familiar, sharp pain in her chest. Reminiscent of the anguish she felt when she lost SHT, her brother who had always chased after her, yearning to become Hokage, his eyes sparkling with ambition. And then there was Dan, the gentle, strong man who shared her dreams yet slipped away from her sight. The pain of losing loved ones tore through her life repeatedly, etching itself into her very being. She had thought herself numb, capable of burying the hurt deep within. Yet, Naruto and Appo's existence shone through the layers of gloom like a ray of sunlight, reigniting something she believed extinguished. That child was not merely the orphan of the fourth Hokage or the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He represented a glimmer of hope for the future, a vessel for her unfulfilled dreams of SHT and Dan. If even he were to be lost, Tsunade dared not continue the thought, her fingertips digging into her palm, leaving deep crescent-shaped imprints. Outside, raindrops began to pelt against the glass, initially sparse but quickly coalescing into a dense curtain of water, blurring the view beyond. In the distance, ominous thunder rumbled, a relentless sound echoing as if an ancient beast, imprisoned within the clouds, roared in fury, sending tremors through the very air of the office. Each clap of thunder struck her taut nerves like a hammer. She closed her eyes, attempting to shut out the external disturbances, but the unease originating from the depths of her soul only grew clearer and more burdensome. At the Valley of the End, the rain intensified into a torrential force, cascading down as if the heavens had unleashed a deluge, leaving only a heavy curtain of grayish-white water between earth and sky. The large raindrops pounded against the rocky ground, splashing into a million fragments, merging into the stream, transforming its once clear waters into a murky torrent. Kakashi stood, drenched by the icy rain, his silver hair clinging heavily to his forehead and cheeks. Water streamed down along the defined line of his jaw, disappearing into the surging creek without a trace. He felt as if all vitality had been siphoned from him, standing at the creek and Appo's edge like a soulless statue, allowing the frigid rain to wash over him, seeping into his very bones. The only sounds left were the deafening roar of the rain and the increasingly dense, thunderous rumbles in the distance, each a relentless drumbeat of impending doom. A voice pierced through the rain, a sharp urgency, Kakashi, beneath the water. Pakin's frantic call cut through the downpour, his small paw pointing insistently at a swirling vortex in the creek. The sound reverberated in Kakashi's silent heart like a thunderclap. His rigid body jolted, instinctively summoning the last remnants of his strength to plunge towards the water and Appo's edge. The icy current enveloped his outstretched arm, sending a shiver coursing through him. His fingertips frantically searched among the slick pebbles beneath the surface, the touch obscured by the rushing water. Suddenly, he encountered a distinctly different sensation, cold, hard, with a metallic quality. His heart seized, as if gripped by something powerful. He clenched his fingers tightly around the submerged object, pulling it from the clutches of mud and water. It was two forehead protectors. Murky droplets cascaded down the cold metal surface, revealing the familiar yet jarring symbols of the whirlpool and the leaf of Konoha. Kakashi's heart plummeted like a boulder into an abyss, sinking rapidly. Yet, as his gaze sharpened and he beheld the intact visage of the protectors, his left Sharingan and right pupil constricted to pinprick sizes. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, along with his breath. The two protectors, which should have symbolized honor and belonging, bore a deep, brutal, definitive scratch across their center. This was not a mark of battle. It was a sign of defection, an unequivocal declaration of severed ties with the village. A blinding flash of lightning split the sky, as if the heavens had been violently torn asunder, illuminating the deep valley as if it were noon. The harsh light poured down relentlessly, splattering against the two damp protectors. The cold metal transformed into a distorted mirror, cruelly reflecting Kakashi and Appo's visage at that moment. The face that once bore a relaxed demeanor was now taut with tension. His silver hair, soaked and heavy, clung to his forehead and cheeks, while rain mingled with a scalding liquid that uncontrollably flowed from his lowered eyes, tracing a path down his face, ultimately disappearing into the mud beneath his feet. Was it the cold rain, or the burning tears? Or had they long since merged, leaving him unable to discern between the two? His hand clutched the forehead protector, trembled uncontrollably, the knuckles turning ghostly pale from the pressure. The thunder followed the lightning, crashing violently across the sky, each rumble more profound and closer than the last, as if the gods above were enraged, sounding a mournful and despairing requiem for the irrevocable betrayal. The torrential rain seemed to burst forth from the heavens, pouring down in a frenzied cascade. The relentless downpour hammered against the earth, erupting in a cacophony of sound, fierce enough to threaten to drown the valley of the end entirely. Between heaven and earth, it seemed that only this endless curtain of water remained, intertwined with the distant, oppressive thunder, creating a chaotic symphony that pressed against his eardrums. Kakashi Hatake stood there, rigid in the eye of the storm, immobile, like a scarecrow stripped of its soul, or a solitary monument standing amidst the relentless torrent of time. Chapter 25. The man named Danzo. The cold rain mercilessly washed over him, soaking his already drenched body and permeating the fabric of his standard Jonin uniform. The chill seeped through the material, penetrating his skin, attempting to invade his very bones. Silver strands of hair clung heavily to his forehead and cheeks, water coalescing and cascading down the sharp contours of his jaw, falling silently into the murky puddles beneath his feet. His gaze was vacant, unfocused as he stared intently at the two cold metal forehead protectors clutched tightly in his palm. His eyes seemed transfixed by the deep, crude scratches that marred their surface, as if he were expending every ounce of strength to etch this symbol of rupture and betrayal into the very depths of his soul. An indelible mark that could never be erased. Time appeared to have come to a complete standstill, losing all meaning in its flow. The space around him was compressed under the weight of heavy despair, suffocating in its intensity. Only the relentless cold rain continued to wash over his gradually stiffening body, cleansing the two protectors of their once glorious luster. A faint whimper struggled to pierce the tumult of rain, imbued with a sense of nearly hopeless sorrow. Parker, the loyal ninja dog, had somehow dragged a comparatively large leaf to him. With all its might, it precariously lifted the fragile green leaf. Standing on tiptoes in an attempt to provide a meager shelter for Kakashi, Parker's small frame trembled in the diminishing wind, as if it would be swept away at any moment. Yet, it stubbornly maintained its stance, claws digging into the slick mud. But the meager protection the leaf offered was almost non-existent. How could it possibly withstand the cold and despair that arose from the depths of his soul, capable of freezing even his marrow? That chill was far more piercing and burdensome than the icy rain that had just poured down, nearly engulfing his consciousness. The thick, dark clouds finally parted reluctantly, revealing the cleansed sky beyond. The torrential downpour, which had raged on for so long, abruptly ceased. The sunlight, overly bright and tinged with a hint of cruelty, penetrated the gaps in the clouds, casting its rays upon this weathered land that had witnessed countless tales of love and vengeance. The air after the rain was imbued with a peculiar freshness, mingling the earthy scent of damp soil with the fragrant essence of broken grass, filling his nostrils. Yet, all this post-disaster tranquility and beauty could not dispel the heavy gloom that clung to Kakashi's heart. The sunlight shone unabashedly upon his pale, bloodless cheeks. His exposed right eye was now veined with a network of fine red lines, resembling a web ensnaring his weary pupil. A profound weariness, originating from the depths of his soul, was etched into every taut fiber of his skin. At last, he moved. His actions were slow, akin to a rusty marionette. As he rigidly turned his body, he tightened his grip on the two forehead protectors, symbols of endless pain and utter betrayal. The cold metal edges dug deeply into his palm, bringing sharp pain, yet this agony paled in comparison to the fraction of a heart being torn asunder. That icy sensation served as a constant reminder of everything that had just transpired. He took a step forward, each movement extraordinarily heavy. Every stride felt as though he were trudging through the depths of a swamp, his legs seemingly filled with lead, dragging an invisible burden of immeasurable weight. The sunlight elongated his shadow, casting it forlornly on the damp ground below, reflecting the light of the heavens. That shadow was distorted and frail, exuding an essence of profound solitude. He was unwilling to believe. He could not accept that the two disciples he had once cherished, upon whom he had poured his heart and soul, had chosen this path together. They had both forsaken the village, severing all ties, becoming recorded renegades of Konoha. This brutally stark reality struck him like a cold blade, laced with the world and Appo's most potent poison, piercing the soft, unprotected spot of his heart, twisting cruelly within. Blood flowed freely. After the storm, the Valley of the End did not welcome the rainbow of hope. Instead, it was left with an even heavier, more suffocating sorrow, and an endless expanse of confusion. Kakashi's figure stood like a soulless scarecrow upon the ridge, slowly disappearing into the depths of the tranquil, silent forest leading toward Konoha. Behind him remained only the timeless silence of the Valley of the End and the silent sigh of the waterfall's flow. Deep beneath Konoha, the air was cold and damp, infused with the lingering scent of dust and a faint hint of mildew. This was the lair of Root, a secret place unknown to the majority of villagers. A narrow stone staircase wound downward into deeper darkness, illuminated only by a few old oil lamps embedded in the walls, casting a flickering yellow glow that barely dispelled the silence. A spacious yet empty chamber served as the core of this underground network. Cold droplets occasionally coalesced on the icy stone walls, silently sliding down, making barely audible sounds in the stillness. In the center, a figure sat upon a heavy stone-backed chair. Shimura Danzo, the shadow of Konoha, resembled a coiled viper, quietly occupying his seat of power. His exposed right arm was tightly wrapped in layers of white bandages, extending to his shoulder, as if sealing some ominous force. The only visible eye, sharp as a hawk's, glimmered with a deep, calculating coldness in the dim light. The flickering candlelight cast shifting shadows across his weathered face, intensifying his sinister demeanor. The cold, hard floor of the chamber bore witness to a lone ninja clad in Root's standard black attire, kneeling before Danzo on one knee, his head bowed low, nearly touching the frigid ground, embodying utmost respect tinged with a subtle hint of fear. His breath was deliberately suppressed, anxious not to disturb the master who held their fates in his hands. After a prolonged silence, Danzo's slightly hoarse voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, finally shattered the stifling quiet. It has been half a month. What is the wind's direction in the village? Chapter 26. Undercurrents. The kneeling ninja's body trembled imperceptibly, and he immediately reported in the same restrained tone, clear and swift, reporting to Lord Danzo. Ever since Hatake Kakashi brought back the news of the defection of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, and the last scion of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke, we have been following your instructions to disseminate information throughout the village. He paused, seemingly weighing his words to ensure accuracy. We have emphasized the fifth Hokage Tsunade's dereliction in mentoring her disciples, as well as her failure to prevent the defection of the two. Simultaneously, we have exploited the public and Appo's fear of the Nine-Tails and Appo's unchecked power and the potential threat posed by the remaining strength of the Uchiha clan, continuously amplifying the severity of the incident. What is the outcome? Danzo's tone remained flat, yet a glimmer of keen interest flickered in his solitary eye. The effect is significant, my lord. The root ninja quickened his pace of speech. Initially, while most villagers were shocked, they still harbored trust in the Hokage. However, as time passed and our continuous guidance persisted, negative sentiments about Lady Tsunade's gambling habits, lax management, failure to safeguard crucial village forces, and even her possible indulgence towards the Uchiha scion have begun circulating in taverns, tea-houses, and even in the homes of ordinary citizens. Though most have yet to voice public dissent, the seeds of discontent have already been sown, and signs of wavering authority regarding Lady Tsunade have begun to emerge. A small number of radicals have begun to openly express dissatisfaction with the current Hokage. Upon hearing the report, a barely perceptible smirk crept upon Danzo and Appo's lips. Concealed in the shadows, sketching a cold and satisfied arc. Excellent, he commented in a low voice, imbued with an ominous sense of control. The time for public opinion is nearly ripe. Leaning slightly forward, the flickering candlelight distorted the shadows on his face further. In that case, he spoke slowly. Each word extracted with undeniable authority commenced the next phase of the plan. As he spoke, he retrieved a letter sealed with red wax from his ample sleeves. The envelope was of ordinary material, yet the wax seal bore a symbol too arcane for outsiders to decipher. He handed the letter to the kneeling subordinate. Here. Danzo's voice was as cold and unyielding as iron. Deliver this confidential letter. His solitary eye remained fixed on the envelope, as if he could penetrate its depths and uncover the conspiracy hidden within. He will understand my intent. The root ninja respectfully accepted the seemingly ordinary yet weighty letter, feeling a chill emanating from Danzo upon touching its surface. He dared not inquire further. Nor did he need to. As Danzo's most loyal instrument, his sole duty was to execute commands. Yes, Lord Danzo, he replied solemnly, carefully tucking the letter into his robes. Go. Danzo waved his hand, signaling for him to depart. Understood. The ninja, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly rose and retreated silently, soon melding into the thick darkness at the entrance of the passage, leaving only the faint sound of footsteps that gradually faded into silence. The secret chamber returned to its oppressive stillness. Only the candlelight continued its tireless dance, casting Danzo's solitary shadow upon the cold stone walls, elongated and distorted, resembling a monstrous figure poised to unveil its fangs from the depths of darkness. He leaned back in his chair, closing his keen eye, seemingly in a state of meditation, or perhaps contemplating each subsequent move in his mind's eye. In the air lingered a chilling, calculating atmosphere that seemed to grow denser. Sunlight could never penetrate this place, much like the dark ambitions that resided deep within Danzo's soul. The defection of Naruto and Sasuke was undeniably a colossal disaster for Konoha and a heavy blow to Tsunade. Yet for Shimura Danzo, it represented an unprecedented opportunity, one capable of prying open the position of Hokage and dragging all of Konoha, even the entirety of the shinobi world, into the order he envisioned. This letter, dispatched, would ignite the fuse long buried. The dynamics of the shinobi world would undergo violent upheaval, orchestrated by his concealed hand. Though the tempest at the Valley of the End had subsided, a far greater, darker storm was quietly brewing beneath Konoha. The darkest hour for the shinobi realm had perhaps only just begun to unfold, with its origins rooted in this dim chamber, inhabited by an ambitious schemer willing to resort to any means for power. The candlelight flickered, illuminating the depths of his cold ruthlessness. In the afternoon sun of Konoha, a thick warmth languidly poured down, contrasting starkly with Danzo and Appo's subterranean lair. The streets were defined by sharp shadows, the eaves casting elongated silhouettes, as if time had solidified. Yet this afternoon tranquility did nothing to dispel the heavy, almost suffocating atmosphere before the door of Haruno Sakura and Appo's home. In the mountains, Ino leaned against the cool stone wall of the courtyard, arms crossed over her chest, her gaze magnetically fixed on the immovable wooden door. The rough texture of the wall pricked her skin through her thin shirt. Beside her, Nara Shikamaru, uncharacteristically refraining from lounging about, absent-mindedly twisted his brow, hands habitually tucked into his pockets. His gaze oscillated slowly between the closed door and Ino's taut, anxious profile. The air still carried a hint of the antiseptic smell from the hospital, mingled with the dryness that followed the sun and Appo's exposure to the afternoon dust. They had just visited the recovering CHG, and their steps had unconsciously turned towards this place. It had been a full fortnight. Shikamaru began, his voice lower than usual, laced with an anxiety he might not fully recognize himself. Do you truly think she will be all right? These 15 days felt like wading through a mire for those who remained in the village, each moment heavy and protracted. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. These names had become almost taboo. Their departure had stirred up turbulent waves akin to a meteor crashing into a still pond, the ripples of which still surged violently within each heart, the aftershocks far from settled. Chapter 27. Sakura's awakening. Ino took a deep breath, her chest slightly rising as if she were forcibly drawing courage from the air around her. She attempted to make her voice sound resolute. I understand Sakura better than anyone else, despite her seemingly carefree and sometimes boisterous demeanor. There was a pause as she lifted her chin slightly. That girl's inner strength surpasses the most resilient steel. She will absolutely, without a doubt, rise again. Her words rang with conviction, yet her arms tightened unconsciously around herself, her knuckles turning pale from the pressure. Deep within her beautiful light blue eyes, an unmistakable concern simmered, like a hidden current beneath the surface of water. Shikamaru did not dispute her but merely exhaled softly, burdened by the weight of the situation, leaning against the wall. His gaze drifted into the distance, thoughts entangled like a skein of thread, chaotic and lacking clarity. Naruto. Sasuke. Defection? Perhaps there was a chance for Sasuke, given the heavy legacy of the Uchiha clan's blood feud that he bore. But Naruto? The one who spoke of becoming Hokage and valued the village above his own life? Shikamaru could not reconcile the notion of betrayal with that eternally sunny smile. There must be some hidden circumstances, some reasons unbeknownst to them. But what could possibly compel those two to make such a resolute choice simultaneously? He racked his brain, yet could not arrive at a reasonable explanation. The sensation was akin to an opponent making a move that defied all rules of the game, rendering his strategies meaningless. The air felt as though it had solidified. Only the occasional breeze stirred, lifting a few fallen leaves that danced upon the ground, creating a faint rustling sound. It was at that moment, a soft creak shattered the oppressive silence. The door, closed for half a month, finally began to open slowly. The figure standing in the doorway caused both Ino and Shikamaru's hearts to tighten. Sakura Haruno stood there, her once meticulously styled pink hair now hanging disheveled over her shoulders, obscuring much of her face. Clad in wrinkled loungewear, she appeared drained of all vigor, nearly a shell of exhaustion. The sunlight accentuated her pallor, revealing her weariness. Her eyes were swollen, and even with her head bowed, the remnants of tears lingered at the corners. What was most heart-wrenching was the frame she clutched tightly in her arms, a solitary photograph of Team 7. Where Naruto beamed like a fool, Sasuke stood coolly, and she nestled beside Kakashi-sensei, wearing an expression of carefree joy. Sakura. Ino rushed forward, her voice tinged with undeniable urgency and concern. Shikamaru followed swiftly, standing beside her, his brow furrowing deeper as he witnessed his friend's condition. Sakura did not lift her gaze nor respond to Ino's call. She simply stood there, like a silent statue, clutching the frame tightly, her fingers whitening from the force. Just when Ino thought she might retreat back into her sorrowful world, Sakura lowered her head and spoke in an unusually calm, even cold tone, articulating each word deliberately. I want to become stronger. Her voice was soft, slightly hoarse, yet it resonated like a stone cast into a deep pool, creating ripples in the hearts of Ino and Shikamaru. Slowly, Sakura raised her head, and though her eyes remained swollen with grief, a flicker of a faint yet unwavering flame ignited within. I want to bring them back. Both of them. I want to find Lady Tsunade and become her apprentice. Each word seemed to be squeezed from her very soul, imbued with a determination that brooked no retreat. Ino froze, gazing at her friend. Watching the rekindled light in her eyes, an overwhelming wave of joy mingled with an indescribable heartache surged within her. She realized that Sakura had finally emerged from her despair. The strong girl had not been crushed after all. Yet simultaneously, her heart ached for Sakura. What torment had driven this girl, once solely focused on Sasuke, to make such a resolute decision? That's wonderful. Sakura. Ino's voice quivered, her attempt to smile thwarted as tears spilled forth. In the next moment, as if recalling something, she burst into laughter, her tears mingling with her mirth, and playfully poked Sakura's messy hair, teasingly saying, Hey, big forehead. Even if you want to seek out Tsunade, you can't go looking like this. You look as though you've just crawled out of a dumpster like a stray cat. This familiar banter acted as a key, instantly unfastening the tightly wound emotions within Sakura. She paused for a moment, and then the icy facade melted away like snow, replaced by a fragile sense of relief. Unable to contain herself any longer, she lunged forward and embraced Ino tightly. Ino. Sakura's voice was thick with emotion, buried in her friend's shoulder. The pent-up grievances and sorrow of the past month finally found their release along with her warm tears. Ino embraced her back with equal fervor, gently patting her on the back. They had been rivals since childhood, exchanging barbs and competing for the affection of the same boy. Yet in that moment, all rivalry and barriers dissipated, leaving only the purest essence of friendship and support. In the most challenging times, their existence had provided each other with the strength to carry on. Shikamaru stood to the side, observing the two girls enveloped in their embrace, and let out a gentle sigh. Though it was troublesome, at least things were progressing in a positive direction. He raised his gaze toward the Hokage rock, his expression deepening once more. Sakura sought strength to reclaim Naruto and Sasuke, and he, Nara Shikamaru, must uncover the truth. The battle belonging to Haruno Sakura truly began at that moment. The wind rustled, lifting the wide sleeves of the fifth Hokage's robe. Tsunade stood alone at the pinnacle of the colossal Hokage rock, gazing down at the illuminated village of Konoha. The outlines of the village blurred in the dusk, thousands of lights twinkling like scattered stars, warm yet distant. Her gaze swept over familiar streets, over rooftops that symbolized peace and tranquility, ultimately freezing upon an expanse of emptiness. Exhaustion etched itself into her very being, a weariness that clung like a parasite, deeply carving lines into her once vibrant amber eyes, now clouded with an inescapable gloom. The wind howled, as if lamenting her unspeakable burdens. A faint self-deprecating chuckle escaped her lips, tinged with unspoken bitterness. You dragged me back from that damned gambling table and the bottles, thrusting this troublesome position of fifth Hokage upon me. I have returned, yet you have departed? Her voice was low, nearly swallowed by the wind, the final name falling like a heavy stone. Uzumaki. Naruto. Chapter 28. Behind you, there is me. These two words cut into her heart like two dull knives, repeatedly severing her resolve. She recalled the boisterous golden-haired youth, whose exuberance was almost blinding, and his fervent declaration of becoming Hokage. She remembered the dream-filled gaze he cast towards the Hokage rock. Yet now, the owner of that gaze, along with another whom she deeply cared for, the descendant of the Uchiha clan, had vanished into the vast sea of humanity, leaving no trace behind. Silence permeated the air, heavy and suffocating, interspersed only by the whispers of the wind. Clues were scarce. A raspy voice suddenly broke the stillness from behind her. Tsunade did not turn. She knew who it was. Jiraiya had appeared silently, leaning against the cold, rugged rock. The carefree demeanor he once embodied had dissipated, replaced by an unusual gravity and seriousness. His signature white hair danced chaotically in the wind, failing to conceal the worry in his eyes. As Naruto's mentor, his concern for the young ninja was as profound as anyone else in Appo's. He had caught a whisper of vague news about them in a secluded black market near the border. There was no trace of jest in Jiraiya and Appo's voice. Each word was laden with clarity and weight. Is that so? Tsunade and Appo's voice remained flat and unyielding, her gaze fixed on the distant village, as if the indistinct lights could offer her some illusory solace. Jiraiya observed her solitary figure, his brow furrowed deeper. He stepped closer, standing beside her, both gazing at the fragile yet bustling land below. Let us issue a warrant, Tsunade. His tone bore an undeniable resolution. If we delay any longer, rumors will overturn your position as Hokage. For the past half-month, he had been tracking their whereabouts, and even he could sense the turmoil brewing within the village. You cannot be unaware of the situation. The murmurs within the village had already reached a fever pitch. Initially, Tsunade had attempted to suppress the news, sending Jiraiya to investigate discreetly, hoping to unravel the truth behind the disappearances. After all, two significant shinobi from Konoha had vanished, one a descendant of the Uchiha, and the other the Nine-Tails host. Their simultaneous disappearance was too bizarre and sensitive to ignore. However, the truth is like fire. It cannot be contained. Within mere days, the news spread like a plague, rampant with speculation, giving rise to an atmosphere thick with panic and unease. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade understood that this was no mere coincidence. The rapid dissemination of information, striking at the village and Appo's vulnerabilities, indicated an unseen hand was orchestrating this chaos. The intent behind that hand was clear: to disrupt the peace and undermine Tsunade's newly established authority. While they both harbored suspicions about the identity of this unseen puppet master, they lacked solid evidence. I understand. Tsunade finally responded, her voice a suppressed roar, akin to the ominous silence before a volcanic eruption. She slowly closed her eyes, inhaling the chilling air, and when she opened them again, her eyes blazed with fury. This Hokage. She spun around, no longer gazing at the village that drained her strength. Her voice crescendoed, infused with a reckless abandon. Whoever wants to be Hokage can step up. I'm done. The pressure that had been building for too long, resentment, worry, and anger, erupted at that moment. Before her words faded, her clenched right fist ignited with green chakra and struck the Hokage rock with tremendous force. Boom. A deafening explosion shattered the night as tranquility. The once unyielding Hokage rock fractured under the weight of her immense power, splintering like a fragile biscuit. Cracks spiderwebbed outward from the impact point, sending debris cascading down into the darkness below, the sound piercing through the stillness of the mountaintop, as if the very air trembled from the blow. Tsunade gasped for breath, her chest heaving as each inhalation chilled her to the bone, while each exhalation formed ephemeral clouds of mist. The residual green chakra still shimmered on her right fist. Flowing like liquid emerald, speckled with fresh stone dust, the air tinged with a faint scent of sulfur from the violently shattered rock. Jiraiya stood silently, allowing the rubble to tumble past him, the mountain breeze tousling his white hair, brushing against his time-worn yet steadfast face. He did not intervene in her cathartic release. His eyes, seasoned by the trials of life, reflected her pain and frenzy. He understood the weight of her burden and could sense the exhaustion and near despair hidden within her roar. He waited in silence, as steadfast as a rock, until Tsunade's rapid breaths began to steady, the tempestuous energy in the air gradually subsiding. Then, in a deep, resonant voice, he spoke, as Naruto's mentor. My concerns are no less than yours. He cast his gaze towards the horizon, beyond the flickering lights of the village. Into the foreboding wilderness cloaked in darkness, a path of uncertainty he was about to embark upon again. I will find Naruto. These 6 simple words carried no hesitation. Yet they resonated with profound weight, an unwavering promise from a mentor. He then turned his attention back to Tsunade, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through the night. Imbued with an undeniable determination, you must remain here to stabilize the situation in Konoha. He stepped closer, almost shoulder to shoulder with her. The gravity of their shared burdens palpable. Konoha needs you now, Tsunade. More than ever, it needs an unyielding Hokage. He understood that at this moment, any hollow consolation would ring hollow. What she needed was not sympathy, but rather a true sharing of the burden, a reason and strength to continue carrying this heavy crown. Seeking Naruto and Sasuke was not merely a mentor's duty to his student, it was the only lifeline that could pull Tsunade back from the brink of collapse. And stabilizing the village, rooting out the shadowy hand that stirred the storm, was her inescapable fate as the 5th Hokage. Tsunade met Jiraiya's resolute gaze. The tumultuous anger within her ebbing away like a receding tide, leaving behind a deeper, suffocating fatigue and a sense of determination born from being pushed to the edge. She slowly retracted her still trembling fist, her eyes falling upon the terrifying crack in the rock, the shattered stone reflecting her own inner turmoil, the fractured corners of her heart. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the slats of the blinds, casting dappled shadows upon the floor of the Hokage's office. The air was imbued with the faint scent of ink and aged paper, mingling with a subtle hint of residual sake. Tsunade sat behind her expansive desk, immersed in a mountain of paperwork, the scrolls and reports piled high, nearly engulfing her petite frame. Her fingers, knuckles prominent, moved the pen with a fluid yet impatient force. The dark circles under her eyes spoke of a sleepless night. The emotional release atop Hokage Rock had not lightened her burden, but instead deepened her exhaustion. Yet her amber eyes were now filled with a suppressed resolve. In the corner stood Shizune, cradling the little pig, Taunton, meticulously organizing the completed documents, her movements gentle, striving not to disturb the heavy silence. She gazed anxiously at Tsunade and Appo's profile, the taut line of her jaw and the occasional furrow of her brow revealing the immense burden resting upon the shoulders of the 5th Hokage. The office was enveloped in a stifling silence, punctuated only by the soft rustle of pen gliding across paper and the occasional light grunt from Taunton. Suddenly, a loud bang interrupted the oppressive tranquility. Chapter 29, Resurgence of Conflict. The tranquility was abruptly shattered by a thunderous bang. The heavy wooden door of the office was violently thrust open as if struck by a battering ram, splintering at the edges. The immense force caused the doorframe to tremble, sending dust cascading down. 3 figures, enveloped in a chilling aura, entered the office that represented the pinnacle of power in Konoha, reminiscent of Grim Reapers. Leading the charge was Shimura Danzo, his single eye glinting with calculating coldness, and his bandaged visage exuded an ominous presence. Close behind him were the advisors, Nara Shikaku and Mito Gaiden, their expressions as frigid as a frozen lake. Lips pressed tightly, and their gazes sharp as blades, laden with undisguised reproach. Together, they resembled 3 moving icebergs, and wherever they passed, the air seemed to freeze. Tsunade and Appo's hand, poised with a pen, hesitated momentarily as she raised her gaze, sweeping over the 3 weathered yet imposing faces for less than a second. Then, as if oblivious to their presence, she lowered her head again, refocusing on the documents before her, the pen continuing its stubborn scratch on the paper, producing a crisp and resolute sound. It was a silent act of defiance, a deliberate dismissal. Danzo, Shikaku, and In did not pause, advancing directly to Tsunade and Appo's desk to form a triangular formation. Their shadows loomed large, enveloping Tsunade in a suffocating pressure that felt almost tangible. In contrast, Ino, clutching her piglet, appeared pale and anxious. She stepped forward, her voice quivering ever so slightly in an attempt to ease the tense atmosphere. Elders, perhaps we should sit down and have a cup of tea? Lady Tsunade is attending to urgent matters. No need. Danzo and Appo's voice rasped coldly, akin to metal scraping, cutting her off. He stepped forward, hand resting upon the hilt of his dagger, his gaze hawkishly fixed on Tsunade, who was still engrossed in her paperwork. We do not have time to waste on such trivialities. His tone escalated, saturated with accusatory fervor. Tsunade, you are utterly unfit to occupy this position. The responsibilities of Hokage do not entail hiding away to peruse inconsequential paperwork. At long last, Tsunade and Amp, Appo's pen came to a standstill. She did not immediately raise her head. Yet the air in the office seemed to solidify with tension. Even the piglet sensed the chill and squirmed uneasily. Shikaku seized the moment to interject. His voice sharp and caustic. We have just received definitive intelligence regarding frequent and mysterious ninja activities in the chaotic region bordering the Land of Fire, the Land of Lightning, and the Land of Earth. The scale far exceeds that of typical rogue ninjas or small mercenary groups. Mito Gate in, arms crossed. Intoned gravely, that area is notoriously complex and prone to conflicts. Such an unusual gathering of ninjas is no trivial matter. And you, as Hokage, are completely oblivious to this? What? Tsunade and Appo's head snapped up, her amber eyes clearing in an instant from previous indifference and fatigue, replaced by disbelief and fleeting rage. She scrutinized the three elders, attempting to discern the veracity of their claims from their expressions. This information struck her like a whip against her taut nerves. Movements at the border, particularly at the junction of three nations? This was anything but a coincidence. She had never anticipated that while she was preoccupied with Naruto and Sasuke's mysterious disappearances and the surging undercurrents of public sentiment within the village, external threats were stealthily encroaching. What startled her even more was that this crucial intelligence was first brought to her attention by the Elder Council, with whom she had a strained relationship. What did this imply? Was her intelligence network failing, or was someone deliberately concealing information? Or perhaps this was a weapon wielded by the Elder Council to undermine her. At that moment, a figure appeared at the open door of the office. Nara Shikaku, the leader of the elite ninja squad and recognized as the village and Appo's foremost strategist, was about to enter to report on his work. He had inadvertently overheard the last few charged remarks from the elders, along with the critical intelligence regarding the border. Shikaku's brow furrowed tightly, his usually languid eyes now sparkling with clarity. He instantly grasped that the gravity of the situation far exceeded his expectations. Movements at the border. The elders and Amp, Appo's pressure, Tsunade and Amp, Appo's shock. These elements combined foretold of a brewing tempest. Without hesitation, he strode into the office, approaching Tsunade and bowing slightly, while casting a sharp glance at Danzo and his companions. Lady Hokage, esteemed elders, Shikaku and Appo's voice was steady and calm, exuding a reassuring presence. Could you elaborate on the intelligence concerning the unusual ninja activities at the border? This matter is of grave significance and requires immediate assessment of its potential threat. His arrival injected a much-needed buffer into the tense standoff, reminding everyone that what was required now was a calm analysis and response, rather than internal strife. Tsunade regarded her trusted aide with a sense of relief. Shikaku's wisdom and composure were precisely what she needed at this moment. Taking a deep breath to suppress her shock and anger, she refocused her gaze, piercing through to Danzo. Clarify, Danzo. What is your source of intelligence? And what are the specifics of these activities? The atmosphere in the office remained heavy, but the focus had shifted from personal accusations against Tsunade to the imminent external crisis. A storm surrounding the border disturbances and the internal power struggle within Konoha had unfurled. Meanwhile, in the corridor outside the Hokage's office, Haruno Sakura stood. Her pink hair slightly disheveled, yet her emerald eyes burned with an unprecedented determination. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, the faint sting sharpening her clarity. She must grow stronger. She must apprentice under Lady Tsunade. This was her sole thought at that moment. Kakashi stood beside her, exuding his usual relaxed demeanor. But the Sharingan beneath his forehead protector keenly detected the unusual tension seeping through the door and Appo's crack. Lady Hokage, Sakura began, only to be interrupted by the sudden rise of the elders' accusatory voices from within the office. Although she could not discern the specifics, the fury and pressure embedded in their tones resonated palpably, thickening the air in the corridor. Next came Tsunade's incredulous and furious retort, followed by Shikaku's composed interjection. Sakura's heart sank. She faintly caught snippets of phrases like border, disturbance, and ninja gathering, though incomplete. These words were enough for her to realize that the discussion unfolding within the office was far from trivial and could potentially jeopardize the safety of Konoha itself. Kakashi glanced at his young disciple, observing the determination etched on her youthful face, now tinged with unease and confusion. He let out a soft sigh. Chapter 30. Distorted Morality. Abyssal Darkness. Sakura, Kakashi's voice remained unvarying, yet carried an undeniable weight. This is not the time. You should return. But, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura felt a twinge of reluctance. She had summoned great courage to come here. Listen, Kakashi said, his hand reaching out to gently ruffle her hair, his touch softer than usual. The circumstances are intricate, involving critical matters of the village. Lady Tsunade is currently unable to address your request. I will remain here, awaiting orders. Sakura gazed into Kakashi's calm, unwavering eyes, and eventually nodded in acquiescence. She understood that he was right. Her personal desires paled in comparison to the safety of the village. Taking a deep breath, she temporarily suppressed her eagerness to become his apprentice, turning away with heavy footsteps as she departed the corridor. Kakashi watched Sakura and Amp, Appo's figure vanish around the corner. Then redirected his gaze to the closed office door that still exuded the tempestuous aura within. Leaning against the cold wall with hands in pockets, he awaited in silence. Approximately half an hour later, the office door swung open once more. Danzo, Shizune, and Mito's face emerged, as if they had crawled forth from the depths of hell, cloaked in an oppressive gloom, exiting the Hokage's office in a grim procession. Their departure was stiff and laden, each step resonating with the pulse of Konoha's decline. Their faces were more ashen than when they had entered, marked by deep furrows of worry and frustration, as if they were burdened by the weight of unfulfilled schemes that clung to them like shadows. Leading the way, Danzo walked with an upright posture, akin to a drawn sword, exuding a ruthless edge. His solitary eye, murky and malevolent, swept over Kakashi in the corridor like a cold blade slicing through stone. Devoid of warmth or pause. To Danzo, Kakashi seemed merely a speck of dust on the wall, an inconspicuous backdrop not worthy of his attention. With a palpable air of arrogance and disdain, Danzo strode past Kakashi, his robes trailing a suffocating breeze in their wake. Kakashi squinted slightly, a flicker of sharpness glinting in his eyes, his gaze tracking the retreating figures like a hawk zeroing in on prey. The corridor was silent, save for the subtle rustle of his robes and the distant whisper of the wind, amplifying the stillness of the moment. After they had distanced themselves, Shizune broke the oppressive silence, her voice tinged with hesitation and uncertainty, like a blind person groping for a path in the dark. Danzo, what is the situation? Really? Do you think Tsunade can truly be removed from her position as Hokage? Her words trailed off, barely audible, as if afraid to let the air carry her doubts. Beneath her overt hostility towards Tsunade lay a flicker of concern about destabilizing the Hokage's foundation. A precarious balance between desire and dread. Mito's brow furrowed deeply, his aged face shrouded in shadow, echoing her sentiment. Indeed, Narashikaku was present too. With his support, Tsunade seemed to regain her composure swiftly. Moreover, the situation at the borders may not be as straightforward as we presume. He rubbed his temples, attempting to dispel the persistent gloom weighing on his mind. Danzo abruptly halted, his demeanor shifting like a coiled serpent poised to strike, his cold gaze pivoting toward the two. In the dim corridor light, the bandages on his face appeared even more grotesque, reminiscent of a hideous scar that mirrored the darkness and distortion within. A sinister smile crept across his lips, chilling as a serpent in Appo's hiss. Humph, he rasped, his voice grating like sandpaper, each word squeezed from his throat, laden with an oppressive force, yet dripping with certainty and malice. Why the haste? The defection of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The stirrings of the land of lightning and the land of earth at the borders. Whether those reports are true or not, the rumors have spread like a plague, sowing seeds of panic within Konoha. Furthermore, the public sentiment I have subtly stirred is now boiling over. He paused, a cruel light flickering in his sunken eye, resembling a beast lurking in the shadows, waiting for its prey to falter. Tsunade is currently in disarray, akin to an ant on a hot pan. Her own survival at stake. How long do you think she can endure? Hearing Danzo's words, Shizune and Mito exchanged glances, their brows slightly easing, as if a faint glimmer of light had pierced through the clouds. Yet, deeper unease soon enveloped them once more, casting shadows over their faces. But, is what we are doing truly appropriate? Shizune's voice trembled with uncertainty and anxiety, flickering like a candle flame in the wind. After all, Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first Hokage. To act so decisively, could it provoke unnecessary backlash? The first Hokage? Danzo's tone turned grave, even carrying an air of sanctimonious righteousness, as if the nefarious schemer had transformed into a devoted servant of the village. If the first Hokage, and our mentor, the second Hokage, were to learn of Tsunade and Appo's dereliction of duty and Appo's, allowing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to leave the village unchecked, failing to recognize the border crisis until it reached such a critical point, do you believe they would forgive her? Absolutely not. He deftly twisted the narrative, framing his treacherous power grab as a steadfast commitment to the will of his predecessors, as well as a noble duty to protect Konoha. Every word dripped with hypocritical morality, enough to make one recoil. Mito remained deeply troubled, his furrowed brow tightening further, as if knotted into an unsolvable conundrum. But if the land of lightning and the land of earth, should they seize this opportunity to launch a full-scale assault on Konoha, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fear not, Danzo waved his hand dismissively, assuring them not to borrow trouble. His tone brimmed with confidence, as if he had orchestrated an elaborate web, anticipating every variable. Everything is under my control. The unrest at the borders serves its irreplaceable purpose, a perfect bait to guide the situation. The dissent against Tsunade within the village will only grow louder, and the vitriol directed at her will envelop her like a tidal wave. When the moment is ripe, I need only to subtly nudge things along, allowing the rumors to consume her entirely, obliterating her image in the eyes of the villagers. At that point, I shall ally with the Elder Council, formally impeach Tsunade, and remove her from her position as the fifth Hokage. Everything will fall into place seamlessly. Impeachment. Shizune and Mito exchanged a knowing glance, a meaningful look passing between them, and the worry on their faces dissipated significantly, replaced by a shadowy anticipation. like a serpent coiled in the dark, waiting for its prey to reveal a weakness. Danzo observed their subtle transformation, a more sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his expression brimming with calculation and conspiracy, evoking a profound sense of dread, not merely impeachment. He darkly supplemented in his heart, like a venomous serpent flicking its icy tongue in the shadows. For the future of Konoha, for the enduring peace of the village, Tsunade, you are destined to become a lamentable sacrifice. And as for the heiress of the Hyuga clan, who bestowed upon her that detestable Byakugan? Who compelled that greedy rakeage, long coveting your Hyuga clan? For the peace of Konoha, for the greater good, necessary sacrifices are inescapable. Everything is for the sake of Konoha. The corridor once again fell into a profound silence, with only the sunlight streaming in from outside, filtering through the intricately carved window panes, casting mottled shadows upon the ground, as if silently witnessing the brewing tempest of power within the village. An unsettling aura permeated the air, heralding that beneath the calm surface, turbulent currents surged, and a storm of bloodshed might soon be upon them. Chapter 31. Friends. Meanwhile, as Haruno Sakura strolled alone through the streets of Konoha, she remained blissfully unaware of the undercurrents swirling within the Hokage and Appo's office. Her head was slightly bowed, her bangs cascading like a delicate veil, obscuring the emotions lurking deep within her eyes, making it difficult for anyone to discern her current state of mind. The surrounding clamor and vibrancy seemed to exist in stark contrast to her world. She was still engulfed in sorrow over the loss of Sasuke and consumed by an insatiable desire to grow stronger, unable to extricate herself from this turmoil. Hey, big forehead. A familiar teasing voice suddenly erupted in her ear, akin to a thunderclap, pulling her back from the abyss of her endless thoughts. Sakura abruptly lifted her head, a hint of bewilderment in her expression, and turned toward the sound. There stood Ino, radiant and lively, with her hands on her slender hips, her face adorned with a brilliant smile, reminiscent of a blooming sunflower, vibrant and captivating. Sunlight gently bathed her golden, flowing hair, reflecting dazzling rays that accentuated her youthful exuberance. Beside Ino, Shikamaru maintained his trademark lazy demeanor, as if nothing in the world could pique his interest. Yet, the slight upward curve of his lips and the fleeting glint of concern in his eyes revealed that he was not as indifferent as he appeared. Ino? Shikamaru? Sakura gazed incredulously at her two dear friends, her voice tinged with a lingering tremor, sounding somewhat hoarse. What are you doing here? Honestly, you ran off without a word and had us worried sick. Ino hurried toward her, gripping Sakura's arm tightly, her tone a blend of reproach and heartfelt relief. Of course. We came specifically to find you. Shikamaru may grumble about it, but he dragged me out, insisting we couldn't let you hide away and cry alone. Shikamaru lazily shrugged, not disputing Ino's slightly exaggerated words. Instead, he shifted his gaze to Sakura, his eyes, usually half-lidded, now opened a fraction wider, as if he wished to see her more clearly. He scrutinized her closely, as if scanning every inch of her, before speaking in his characteristic tone, one that suggested a disinterest in the world yet concealed an acute perception. What a hassle. But seeing you now, at least you've regained a bit of your spirit. You're starting to resemble a living person again. Sakura stared at the familiar faces before her, feeling the warmth emanating from Ino and Appo's hand. A palpable warmth that seemed to seep into her long cold heart, dispelling the chill within. The weight that had burdened her heart, heavy and oppressive, seemed to be pried open by this sudden sunlight and the unwavering care of her friends. A ray of light sought to penetrate the newly formed fissure, illuminating the darkness within her soul. Struggling, her lips curled upwards, her facial muscles stiff from prolonged repression, yet ultimately blossoming into a small, genuine smile, akin to a tender sprout breaking through the frost of winter, fragile yet brimming with hope. Thank you, Ino. Shikamaru. Her voice still bore the rasp of recent tears, akin to sandpaper, yet it was undeniably infused with newfound vitality. No longer an echo of emptiness, but rather imbued with authentic emotion. I'm all right now. She paused, adding as if to convince herself and soothe them. At least, it's not as terrible as before. That's good. Ino's face lit up even more brightly, reminiscent of a sunflower in full bloom, alive with energy and vigor. She energetically patted Sakura's shoulder, the crisp sound echoing with cheerfulness. Come on, big forehead. To celebrate your emergence from your shell, today, I'm treating you. Let us go a barbecue. We'll feast on meat and grill away all your worries. Her proclamation seemed more like a grand ceremony than a mere meal, rich with significance and symbolism. This will be your welcome back feast, washing away all your unhappiness. Barbecue? Sakura felt a jolt of surprise, her mind conjuring images of sizzling meat on a grill, the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. The lively scene, filled with warmth and camaraderie, stood in stark contrast to the gray world she had been mired in, like a radiant light dispelling her inner shadows. Unable to contain her joy any longer, she burst into laughter, the sound tinged with the remnants of her earlier tears, yet now clearer and more melodious. Ino, true to form, remained a vibrant little sun, endlessly energetic and always knowing the most direct and effective way to dispel clouds of sorrow, bringing warmth and light. All right. Sakura nodded vigorously, her her resolve stronger and more unwavering than ever. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, warm droplets gathering, shimmering with gratitude and the enduring warmth of friendship. Shikamaru silently observed the genuine smile re-emerging on Sakura's face, the frown that had been etched on his brow easing ever so slightly. As if he had cast aside an invisible burden, he exhaled gently, as if releasing a weight he had long carried. What a troublesome bunch. He muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible. Yet, the corners of his mouth subtly curved upwards, forming a faint but genuine arc. Perhaps, he mused, a little liveliness now and then was not such a bad thing after all. Chapter 32. The dark meeting on the eve of the impending ninja conflict along the border. The dense night enveloped the world like a thick ink, swallowing the heavens and the earth, rendering even the faintest glimmer of stars and moonlight impotent. At the border of the land of fire, where the mountains undulated, a shadow darker than the night itself glided swiftly along the rugged mountain path, silent as a whisper. Danzo, shrouded in a heavy black cloak, kept his hood pulled low, revealing only the cold, chiseled line of his jaw. Behind him, two root ninjas adorned with animal masks followed closely, their steps light as phantoms, merging seamlessly with the darkness, leaving no trace of dust, as if they were merely two moving shadows cast by their master. Their destination lay in the direction of the land of water, deep within a desolate mountain range, far from human habitation, an area not even marked on maps. The mountain winds howled, swirling dry leaves in a mournful dance, echoing the desolation and ominousness of the place. Beneath a concealed hollow of the mountain, a dark entrance loomed, silently exhaling a chill more penetrating than the night breeze, as if the earth had opened its deep throat. Inside the cave, a dampness assaulted the senses, infused with the earthy scent of soil and stone. The uneven rocky walls bore the marks of condensation, droplets sliding off stalactites to plop into a pool below, creating a monotonous echo that amplified the silence. In the center, a flickering flame struggled to survive, casting the limited space into a dance of shadows, distorting the forms around it. Beside the wavering firelight, two figures were seated at a rough stone table. One was remarkably diminutive, slightly hunched, yet steadfastly wearing the conical hat signifying his status as the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, known in the shinobi world for his formidable presence. He held a coarse ceramic teacup, his knuckles protruding due to age. Sipping leisurely while his gaze drifted towards the cave entrance, each movement imbued with cunning calculation. The other figure stood in stark contrast, robust as a mountain, his bronze skin glistening healthily in the firelight, covered in a short, light-colored stubble, adorned similarly with a hat denoting his rank as the fourth Raikage. He appeared somewhat agitated, his thick arms crossed over his chest, muscles rippling with pent-up energy, as if each inch of him harbored a tempestuous storm, vibrating the very air around him. That old fool Danzo is getting bolder, Raikage muttered, his deep voice resonating like thunder rolling through the cave, causing small pebbles to tremble. Summoning us busy men to this godforsaken place, he had better be prepared with ample sincerity. His impatience was palpable, almost tangible. Inoki slowly set down his teacup, producing a soft clink. His seemingly cloudy eyes shifted slightly, and the corners of his thin lips curled into an enigmatic smile, deeply lined with age. Patience, Raikage-sama, he rasped, his voice gravelly like sandpaper against stone, yet laced with a cunning insight. The recent turmoil in Konoha has been quite significant. The Nine-Tails brat and the last of the Uchiha bloodline have both turned traitor. It seems the fifth Hokage is in quite the predicament. He paused, casting a glance at Raikage-A's tense profile, and continued, that old fox Danzo, lurking for years, has a keen sense of smell. He has likely sensed the scent of power, and the stench of decay from the great cake that is Konoha. We need only wait here patiently to see what he intends to offer in exchange for our friendship. Inoki's words slithered through the damp air of the cave like a cold, venomous serpent. Just as his voice faded, a barely audible rustling disrupted the monotonous rhythm of the dripping water from the cave's ceiling. Almost immediately, a figure emerged from the heavy darkness. It was Danzo. He tilted his head slightly, issuing a near-silent command, and the two root ninjas melted away into the shadows, joining the guards of Inoki and A, forming a silent yet lethal perimeter in the enveloping darkness outside. Danzo then adjusted the brim of his hood, a fluid and discreet motion, as if to better blend into the cave's gloom. He stepped deeper into the cave, his footsteps muted against the slick ground, absorbing most of the sound. Approaching the stone table, the already stagnant air seemed to thicken, causing the faint flame to flicker nervously, its shadow dancing chaotically against the walls, like silent phantoms engaged in a strange ballet. Taking a seat on the only vacant stone bench, Danzo felt the chilling touch of the rough, cold surface through his layers of clothing, yet he remained utterly still, as if accustomed to such frigidness. His right eye was consumed by shadow, while his left, partially obscured beneath the brim, keenly perceived the two gazes directed at him, one from Inoki's seemingly murky yet sharp eyes, imbued with caution and calculation, the other from Raikage-A, direct and powerful, almost igniting the air around him. In turn, Danzo, shrouded beneath his hood, assessed these two titans of the shinobi world with his own brand of subtle scrutiny. Inoki's diminutive stature concealed a wealth of cunning and experience, while Raikage-A and Appos, formidable physique hinted at an impending eruption of destructive force. An invisible tension enveloped the three, colliding and grappling, suppressing even the sound of water droplets falling from the cave walls, each tick resonating as a beat to this silent confrontation. Ultimately, it was Inoki and Amp, Apos, frail, aged fingers that shattered the suffocating silence. He lightly, yet penetratingly, tapped the rough stone table. The sound, though soft, rippled through the air like pebbles cast into still water, creating waves of anticipation. "Speak, Danzo," Inoki's voice emerged, gravelly as two stones grinding against each other, laced with a mocking wisdom. "After all this effort to summon me and Reikage-sama to this sunless abyss, what delectable morsel are you scheming to seize this time, you sharp-scented old fox?" As he spoke, a barely perceptible smile played at the corners of Inoki's mouth, his deeply etched wrinkles twitching. Yet, within the depths of his cloudy eyes, there was no mirth. Only a cold, probing gaze, seeking to penetrate the layers of Danzo's disguises. The flickering light within the cave danced, illuminating three faces, each harboring their own thoughts. As the air grew heavier with the damp chill. Chapter 33, the sinister bargain. Tobarama slowly raised his head, the shadows that enveloped his face receding slightly to reveal a solitary eye. In that eye, there resided none of the emotional fluctuations typical of ordinary men. Instead, it was a fathomless abyss, imbued with an icy resolve. Quite simply, he intoned, his voice deep and gravelly, reminiscent of metal scraping against metal. Each word emerged with great difficulty, yet carried an undeniable weight. The sound reverberated within the confined cave, striking the damp rock walls and eliciting an almost imperceptible echo, akin to the whispers of an ancient pact. "What I seek is the strength of both of you." He paused, his lone eye sweeping over Inoki's weathered visage and Reikage's sharply defined profile, as if appraising the worth of the goods before him. "Assist me in toppling that woman, Tsunade, from her position as Hokage." At this juncture, the temperature within the cave seemed to plummet a few degrees, causing the faint flame at its center to flicker violently, casting distorted shadows against the walls, akin to fearsome specters. "Then, I, Shimura Danzo, shall seamlessly ascend to the throne of the sixth Hokage." The last few words were articulated with great emphasis, the ambition and longing in his voice almost palpable, weighing heavily on the hearts of those present. The declaration fell like another cold stone into the already frigid waters, the ripples it created carrying an unexpected warmth. Reikage and Amp, Apos, rock-like physique tensed suddenly, emitting a faint yet distinct cracking sound. Veins under his tough skin twitched slightly, and his clenched fist turned an alarming shade of pale. The eyes, usually brimming with thunderous power, now reflected the flickering flame at the cave's center, revealing an intricate tapestry of emotions swirling within. "Replace Tsunade?" he echoed, his voice deeper than usual, as if thunder rolled within his throat, tinged with an almost suppressed tremor. The image of that woman, her commanding presence on the battlefield, her carefree demeanor in the gambling halls, and that innate allure that turned countless heads, flashed through his mind like an uncontrollable slideshow. Bound by their respective identities, the chasm between them had never permitted him to cross the threshold. Yet now, this sinister old man laid a poisoned bait before him, unabashedly. "Oh." Inoki, seated opposite, leisurely extended his frail fingers to gently stroke his signature white beard, his demeanor relaxed as if savoring tea in his own backyard. Yet within the depths of his murky old eyes, a sharp glint ignited, akin to a raptor locking onto its prey. "You wish to claim the Hokage's seat?" he rasped with a dry chuckle, reminiscent of a wheezing bellows. "Danzo, this is not as simple as visiting a neighbor. The entrenched elders of Konoha are not easily swayed. Not to mention, Tsunade, after all, bears the title of the first Hokage and Amp, Apos' granddaughter. In terms of both reputation and strength, she is no soft fruit to be easily squeezed in Konoha or the entire shinobi world." His seemingly casual words struck at the core, each syllable weighing the feasibility and magnitude of Danzo and Amp, Apos' ambition with invisible scales. "That is precisely why I require your assistance." Danzo and Amp, Apos' tone remained unwavering, as cold and hard as the half of his face shrouded in shadow. "As long as a Wagakure and Kumogakure are willing to stir up some necessary and Amp, Apos, disturbances and Amp, Apos, along the borders of the Land of Fire." He deliberately emphasized the word disturbances, the underlying bloodthirstiness evident. "By applying sufficient external pressure on Konoha, I can assuredly maneuver within the village, making that lofty fifth Hokage overwhelmed and ultimately compelled to abdicate power." His plan was articulated with a casualness that belied the potential storm it could unleash across the shinobi world. "Deploy troops?" Inoki and Apos' smile deepened, the profound wrinkles on his face converging like cracks in a parched riverbed, yet his eyes held no mirth, only frigid calculation. His bony fingers rapped sharply upon the table, the sound more resonant than before, carrying greater intensity. "Danzo, you cunning old fox, your calculations are astute. Do you regard us as mere pawns, charging into battle to draw fire upon ourselves? I am aware that Konoha has lost its Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, yet even so, Konoha and Apos' position is not one that can be easily shaken." Leaning slightly forward, he emanated a formidable presence that belied his stature. "Pray tell, What benefits can we, the Wagakure and Lord Raikage and Appos, Kumogakure, expect to reap from you, the future and Appos, Hokage and Appos? The old Suchikage and Appos, gaze pierced through Danzo like an astute merchant, keenly awaiting an offer that would sway their allegiance. Inside the cave, the flames danced more vigorously, casting shifting shadows upon the three faces, the humid air thickening with the palpable tension of their naked exchange of interests. Raikage A's voice resonated like a polished boulder, echoing within the cave. Indeed, our risks must yield a commensurate reward. He inhaled deeply, each breath seeming to stir the surrounding air. Kumogakure requires ample resources for reconstruction. This cannot be trifling. His tone was steady, yet carried an unmistakable authority. Moreover, Raikage slightly inclined his head, his chiseled profile illuminated by the flame. His eyes, imbued with the power of lightning, now locked onto a distant target, exuding an almost tangible yearning. I desire that young Hinata girl. His voice dropped an octave, laced with an unusual fervor. Those eyes, the purest Byakugan, must belong to Kumogakure. The assertion was made with absolute certainty, as if he had already claimed those eyes as his own. He paused, savoring the satisfaction this thought brought, before his gaze snapped back to Danzo like two bolts of lightning. The temperature in the cave seemed to drop further at his next words, the chill in the air becoming more pronounced. Additionally, his voice deepened, tinged with a barely perceptible roughness, reminiscent of a male creature asserting its territory. Tsunade. Simply uttering her name shifted the atmosphere, infusing it with a blend of possessiveness and complex combativeness. She must step onto the battlefield and stand before me. I shall personally crush her, making her understand who the true stronghold is. His clenched fist emitted a creaking sound, knuckles protruding alarmingly as veins bulged beneath the skin. She will be my trophy, my possession. Chapter 34. The Compromise of Danzo. The last few words were spoken slowly and clearly, each syllable striking like a heavy hammer against the nerves of everyone present, exuding an air of brazen ownership. Sitting silently beside them, Anoki and Appos' murky old eyes flickered with a fleeting glimmer, and his bony fingers momentarily paused in their grooming of his beard. He first cast a glance at the imposing Raikage, whose determined demeanor elicited a meaningful curve at the corner of his mouth. Then, he leisurely shifted his gaze toward Danzo, his expression akin to one savoring a splendid performance, yet also assessing the final struggles of prey. Danzo's exposed half-face stiffened, the muscles tensing as the veins beneath his skin throbbed violently. His singular eye narrowed abruptly, as if pierced by an invisible needle, the flames within it dancing, reflecting a complex mixture of rage and humiliation. The sound of water droplets falling from the cave ceiling resonated unnaturally clear, echoing in the profound silence. Tap, tap, striking against the stillness. Funds could be provided. The lands of the Fire Nation's borders could be ceded. Even the sacrifice of the coveted Byakugan of the Hyuga clan could be made in exchange for that supreme seat of power. He could steel himself, close his eyes, and proceed. However, Tsunade? That woman is not merely the fifth Hokage. She is the granddaughter of the first, a symbol of Konoha's resilience, and a pillar of spirit for countless shinobi. To allow her to become a captive of the Raikage? To be reduced to a trophy for that brutish man? Such a thought was akin to a poisoned dagger, ruthlessly carving into Danzo and Appos' heart, bringing forth a sharp pang of pain. This was not merely a personal affront to Tsunade. It was a trampling of Konoha itself, a desecration of the dignity of all Hokage through the ages. His concealed hand within his sleeve dug its nails deep into his palm, eliciting a sharp sensation. Yet this pain paled in comparison to the tumultuous fury and shame surging within him. He could almost envision the humiliation that would befall Konoha in that moment. And even if he were to ascend to that coveted position in the future, he would bear an indelible stain. This condition. His voice was dry and hoarse, emerging as if squeezed through clenched teeth, each word quivering with barely contained emotion. Raikage, you are demanding far too much. The words were nearly crushed between his teeth, carrying a metallic tang. Absurd. Danzo abruptly lifted his head, though much of his face was cloaked in shadow. The fury and profound humiliation radiating from his lone eye were almost incendiary. His hand within his sleeve had already pierced through flesh, the wet sensation serving as a grim reminder of the reality of his disgrace. Absurd? Raikage AI and Appos' low chuckle echoed against the stone walls, carrying a metallic resonance. He leaned forward slightly, exuding a formidable presence that thickened the surrounding air, the flames dancing upon his bronze skin, accentuating the sinewy contours of his muscles. The terms I propose are simply that, terms. Each of his words fell like stones onto the ground, heavy with finality. You have one last chance, Danzo. His massive fists cracked ominously, the knuckles protruding. Agree or I shall take my leave at once. You can then face the wrath of Konoha. Face. Tsunade. Oh dear, must we be so confrontational? Anoki and Appos' voice, raspy and reminiscent of dry leaves scraping against one another, interjected at the opportune moment, imbued with an unsettling smoothness. He stroked his beard, his frail figure dwarfed by the towering Raikage, yet the sharpness in his murky eyes was disquieting. Raikage, please temper your anger. He turned to Danzo, his tone laced with a subtly venomous persuasion. While the Raikage's demands may sound alarming, they are not without avenues for negotiation. You could exploit the discontent within Konoha regarding Tsunade, inciting public opinion and allying with the council to remove her from her position. He paused, seemingly relishing the slight twitch of Danzo and Appo's face. Once she is no longer Hokage, stripped of that aura, you could fabricate some Appo's urgent Appo's situation at the front lines. With her unwavering dedication to the village and her unparalleled medical ninjutsu, she would undoubtedly rush into danger. He coughed lightly, a glint of cunning passing through his murky gaze. At that time, the unspoken words lingered in the air like the flicker of a serpent's tongue, cold and alluring, silently spreading throughout the cavern. Within the cave, only the crackling of flames and the gentle dripping of water echoed, tap, tap, like a funeral bell tolling for the impending darkness. Time seemed to freeze, each breath stretching into an eternity. Danzo bowed his head, the shadow of his hood consuming all expression, leaving only a rigid outline. The air was laden with the damp, earthy scent, mingled with an almost palpable sense of urgency. The Hokage and Appo's throne, that dazzling symbol he had pursued throughout his life, now hung above him like a ripe fruit, ready to fall with the slightest inclination. What would be the cost? The dignity of Konoha? The fate of a woman? The glory of the first Hokage? These thoughts swirled like specters in his mind, howling, yet ultimately devoured by the merciless beast known as power. His concealed hand within his sleeve, once stinging, now felt numb, replaced by a chilling resolve. After a long silence, he finally moved. The subtle crack of his stiff neck announced his slow ascent, and he gradually raised his face. Beneath the hood, his exposed eye, now devoid of prior struggles and humiliation, reflected an unfathomable abyss, mirroring the flickering flames yet void of warmth. Very well. A single word struggled to escape from the depths of his throat, rasping like gravel, yet imbued with a decisive finality that severed all retreat. I agree to your terms. Wise decision. The Raikage's deep voice finally bore a hint of evident satisfaction. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a semblance of a smile, not quite joyous, yet brimming with the confidence and power of one in control. The tautness of his muscles seemed to ease slightly, yet the oppressive aura surrounding him remained undiminished. Onoki's face, as parched as ancient bark, contorted into a low, peculiar laughter, reminiscent of an owl scraping against stone. His murky gaze shifted toward the imposing Raikage, his voice dripping with unabashed, even exaggerated mockery. Hehehe. I initially thought your interest lay with the Hyuga girl Byakugan, considering its rarity. He elongated his tone, twirling his signature long beard, each strand appearing to tremble with his words. But who would have thought? Raikage, you've hidden your true intentions well. It seems your real interest lies with the esteemed princess of the Sinja clan. He clicked his tongue, as if uncovering a grand secret, his slight form swaying slightly, creating a comically bizarre contrast to the Raikage's massive stature. Tsunade. She is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, her veins coursing with the purest Sinja blood. He shifted his tone, laced with an almost malicious speculation. If this blood were to intertwine with the overwhelming strength of your clan, AI, what kind of Appo's monster and Appo's might emerge? He deliberately chose the term monster, carrying a cold, objectifying gaze, as if discussing a mere weapon or tool. Truly, one can only anticipate with bated breath. Chapter 35. The Thirst for Power, the Distorted Heart. Before his words could fully escape, a dissonant dark red hue surged across laying AI and Appo's bronze, chiseled features. The color spread like a searing iron, swiftly enveloping him, causing the veins in his neck to throb visibly. This sudden embarrassment, mingled with fury, momentarily disrupted his formidable presence. Bang! A deafening crash erupted. His arm, thicker than most men's thighs, swung down violently, his massive fist crashing onto the stone table before him. The hard rock surface fractured like a spider's web, sending shards and dust flying, shaking the entire cave as if it too were startled, with droplets from the ceiling momentarily suspended in midair. Old fool! Lei Ying and Appo's roar reverberated like distant thunder, brimming with the indignation of his thoughts being laid bare. Stop your nonsense. Silence yourself. His voice ricocheted against the stone walls, laden with immense pressure, causing even the flickering flames to seem diminished. Yet, in the face of this nearly roof-raising fury, Dyemu merely waved his frail hand dismissively. The wrinkles on his face deepened, but his smile grew ever more knowing and playful. Why raise such a commotion, my lord Lei Ying? His tone reverted to a sickeningly smooth cadence, leisurely contrasting sharply with Lei Ying's tempestuous rage. War, after all, is precisely this way. His voice grew somber, imbued with a sense of weariness and coldness born from experience. The victor claims the throne, while the vanquished are deemed bandits. The strong, naturally, possess the right to obtain whatever they desire, do they not? His gaze flicked almost imperceptibly towards the corner, where the silent figure of Danzo seemed to merge with the shadows. The look in his eyes seemed to convey, behold, this is the rule, a cold and unyielding truth. Dyemu's gnarled knuckles tapped lightly against the stone table, breaking the brief silence within the cave. His murky old eyes shifted from Lei Ying and Appo's flushed visage to the corner where Danzo lurked, nearly indistinguishable from the darkness. Ah, it seems the hidden cloud village is quite satisfied. The elder's voice bore a peculiar cadence, like rusty gears slowly turning. Now, Shall it be my turn to discuss the terms of the Earth-hidden village? He spoke languidly, each word seemingly weighed in the air. Danzo, my lord. He elongated the title with a hint of barely perceptible mockery. Rest assured, I do not possess the insatiable appetite of Lord Liang. He cast a sidelong glance at the still heavily breathing Liang, his words dripping with unmasked derision. This old man has long since lost interest in women and has no desire for the captured foes. De Yemu stroked his long beard, which almost reached his chest. His demeanor remarkably composed. The demands of the Earth-hidden village are simple. He paused, and a glimmer of shrewd calculation flashed in his murky gaze. A sum substantial enough to compensate for the assistance rendered. Of course, there is also the critical territory on the borders of the Land of Fire. He extended a bony finger, tracing an imaginary outline in the air, his movement slow yet undeniably resolute. Oh, I nearly forgot. He seemed to recall something suddenly. Adding with an air of increasing entitlement, the military rights surrounding that land, I must also obtain. Each word fell like a heavy stone, crashing down upon Danzo's heart. Beneath the bandages, Danzo's face twitched involuntarily. A metallic taste surged in his throat, threatening to spill forth. He felt the blood within his veins coursing with fury, pounding against his temples with a buzzing sound. Yet, he suppressed it. For the aspiration that had haunted him for decades, for that supreme position. He inhaled deeply. The dank and cold air of the cave filling his lungs, bringing a sharp chill that momentarily quelled his turmoil. He understood that at this moment, he was the supplicant. The one who needed to pay a price for support. Very well. His voice emerged, dry as if two stones were grinding against each other. Squeezed from the depths of his throat. I agree. Each word weighed heavily, as if exhausting all his strength. As long as. His voice suddenly soared, imbued with a fervent desperation. As long as I can pull that woman down from the Hokage position. As long as I can see. Shimura Danzo, ascend to that seat. He abruptly lifted his head, his singular eye ablaze with a near-distorted light, fixating intently on the two before him. Everything can be negotiated? He gasped for breath, his chest heaving as if he were about to unleash years of repressed ambition all at once. This is all for Konoha. His voice sharpened and rose with enthusiasm, carrying a tone of fervent self-hypnosis. I will personally purge the darkness of Konoha. Those weaknesses, those foolishness. Only under my leadership, Shimura Danzo, can Konoha rid itself of decay and truly stride towards strength. His arms flailed in the air, movements revealing a neurotic madness. In the cave, only his heavy breaths and near-roaring declarations echoed. The flames danced, casting flickering shadows that illuminated his frenzied and twisted expression. Reminiscent of a madman lost in a dream. Laying AI and De Yemu observed him quietly. AI and Appo's rigid facial lines tensed. The bulging veins beneath his bronze skin yet to fully subside, his robust form akin to a silent volcano, harboring the potential for eruption. De Yemu remained in his usual composed demeanor, his diminutive figure slightly reclined against the stone chair, but his murky gaze bore a hint of cold scrutiny, as if he were examining an amusing yet trivial specimen. Between them, an unspoken exchange transpired, rooted in mutual interests and a shared disdain for the man before them. Danzo appeared oblivious to the subtle shifts in their expressions. He remained ensconced in his fantasies of imminent power, the fervor on his face gradually giving way to an impatient anxiety. Tomorrow, no. He abruptly negated his thought, his singular eye widening. Tonight. Immediately. Right now? His words spilled forth in a rapid torrent, spittle flying with his fervent speech. You must send men to the borders of the Land of Fire to incite chaos. The greater, the better. Hurry. Go. He urged them, resembling a gambler anxiously awaiting the final judgment. I can no longer wait. It is only by creating sufficient external pressure that we can cultivate the public sentiment, severing Tsunade and Appo's retreat. He lowered his voice, exuding a thrill of conspiratorial triumph. Let me be frank with you. He leaned in closer, his tone imbued with malicious delight. Tsunade, she is now a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to protect herself. This is the power of public opinion, the power of the people's will. As long as you and I work in tandem, igniting the flames of this ninja world war. He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the chaos and destruction that loomed ahead. That woman Tsunade will undoubtedly be ousted. She will be nailed to Konoha and Appo's pillar of shame. And I, Shimura Danzo, the next leader, long anticipated by the masses. His voice suddenly soared, brimming with an audacious arrogance. The sixth Hokage. As the words left his lips, a chilling, maniacal laughter erupted from his throat. The laughter was sharp and dry, laden with long-suppressed ambition and an almost pathological madness. It reverberated within the confines of the small cave, echoing as though countless unseen bats were dancing frantically in the darkness. Even the flickering flames seemed to freeze for a moment in response to this cacophony. The Raikage and Tsuchikage continued to observe him in silence, akin to spectators watching a man who had completely lost his sanity. Tobarama and Appo's laughter gradually subsided, and he gasped for breath, his chest heaving as if he had just endured a fierce battle. He lifted his gaze, the madness still glimmering in his single eye. It appeared he had finally recognized his earlier indiscretion. He licked his chapped lips, striving to infuse a semblance of calm into his voice. Then, he began slowly, his tone tinged with hoarseness. Let us proceed as previously discussed. Let us commence our actions. The Reikage, and Tsuchikage, Anoki, exchanged knowing glances. A silent understanding passing between them. Anoki then turned slowly to face the dark recesses beyond the cave. Did you hear that? He intoned. His voice calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority. In accordance with Lord Danzo and Appo's orders, let us act. His voice, though not loud, reached every corner of the cave with clarity, carrying an invisible weight that deterred any dissent. Outside the cave, a faint rustle emerged from the darkness, akin to some beast stirring in the shadows. Soon after, all fell silent once more. Danzo stood there quietly, his single eye brimming with anticipation and desire. He envisioned the glorious moment when he would ascend to the position of Hokage, leading Konoha towards a formidable future. Yet, unbeknownst to him, before him lay a meticulously woven conspiracy, a trap poised to engulf him entirely. He was but a pawn, a pitiful jester. Chapter 36, The Successful Breakthrough of Forbidden Techniques. Deep within the dim and damp underground base, the air was permeated with a pungent odor of potions and an indescribable energy fluctuation. This was Orochimaru and Appo's secret laboratory, where the stone walls were embedded with crystals that emitted a faint green glow, barely dispelling some of the darkness while augmenting an eerie ambience. At the center of the laboratory, a massive glass vessel contained a viscous liquid shimmering with an ominous purple hue, violently churning as countless tiny bubbles rose and burst. Complex runes adorned the surface of the vessel, flickering with an uncertain light, as if they possessed a life of their own, flowing languidly. These runes formed an immense and intricate array of magical techniques, representing the core of the legendary Forbidden Technique, the Soul-Pact Rebirth Technique, capable of reversing life and death. Orochimaru stood before the vessel, his pallid visage appearing even more sinister under the green light. His golden snake-like eyes were fixated on the changes occurring within the container, where a near-mad obsession and focus burned deep within his pupils. He extended his slender, pale fingers, their tips gathering a faint purple chakra, and carefully tapped a critical node on the vessel's wall. A low hum resonated, causing the entire laboratory to tremble slightly. The speed of the purple liquid's rotation abruptly accelerated, forming a profound vortex. At its center, two distinctly different orbs of energy, a blazing sphere radiating the contradictory forces of destruction and creation, and another warm and nurturing sphere exuding boundless life force, began to draw near, subtly attracting yet repelling each other. Just a little more, just a little more. Orochimaru licked his lips, his voice hoarse yet exhilarated, as if whispering to himself or proclaiming the impending miracle. His hands swiftly formed seals, the intricate gestures resembling butterflies in flight, each one precise and imbued with ultimate control over chakra. As the final seal was completed, he slammed his palms against the vessel's wall. A torrent of chakra surged forth like a flood, gushing into the array of techniques. Boom! The purple liquid within the vessel erupted into a frenzy, radiating an overwhelming light. The two energy spheres finally broke through their final barrier, colliding with ferocity. The blinding brilliance instantly engulfed the entire laboratory, causing Orochimaru to squint against the luminous glare. At the center of the light, the formerly distinct powers began to intertwine and fuse in an arcane manner. Yin and Yang. Destruction and life, two seemingly opposing forces, sought a delicate and perilous balance under the guidance of the technique. The shockwave of energy radiated outward from the vessel, causing bottles and jars within the laboratory to topple and clatter chaotically. The nearby pharmacist, Kabuto, instinctively raised a hand to shield himself, a subtle excitement flickering across his face. After a considerable time, the light gradually subsided. The purple liquid within the vessel returned to calm, yet its hue deepened, as if it contained the essence of the cosmos. At the center of the liquid, two crystal-clear, diamond-shaped crystals floated, one as black as ink, with patterns resembling the Sharingan swirling within, the other a vivid green, brimming with vibrant life. They hovered silently, emanating an indescribable pressure, as though ancient deities slumbered within. Orochimaru gazed at the two crystals, a low, satisfied laugh emanating from his throat. This laughter was no longer the madness of before, but a cold delight born of fulfilled ambitions, akin to a serpent finally ensnaring its long-awaited prey. At last, it has succeeded. The Soul-Pact Rebirth Technique, its most crucial core, the medium that harbors the soul powers of Uchiha Obito and Shinja Hashirama, has been successfully created. All that remains is to await the opportune moment to integrate them into Naruto and Sasuke, and this world shall witness an unprecedented transformation. His eyes glimmered with a thirst for unknown power and a fervent anticipation of the ensuing chaos. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous small town on the border of the Land of Fire, the morning mist had yet to fully dissipate, enveloping this tranquil town in a veil of hazy enchantment. The streets were sparsely populated, with only a few early-rising shops emitting wisps of smoke. On the second floor of a humble inn, in a room by the window, the atmosphere felt rather tense. Two figures sat across from each other, both wearing wide-brimmed hats that obscured much of their faces. On the table lay 2 cups of steaming, coarse tea, the murky liquid clearly not of fine quality. One of them slowly raised a hand, removing the hat to reveal a strikingly angular yet slightly pale face. It was Sasuke Uchiha. He lifted the teacup to his lips. Taking a gentle sip, the scalding liquid seemed to provide little warmth, his gaze remaining cold, laced with a barely perceptible weariness. The situation is far more severe than we anticipated. Sasuke set down the cup, his voice low, akin to stone striking the surface of ice, clear and frigid. He turned his attention to the figure before him, who also wore a hat. From beneath the hat came a soft sigh, followed by another hand lifting to remove it, revealing the familiar visage of Naruto Uzumaki. However, the trademark sunny smile that once adorned his face was conspicuously absent, replaced by a weight and worry unbefitting his age. Beneath his golden locks, his azure eyes appeared deep and burdened, as if they held countless untold stories. "Speak, Sasuke." Naruto and Appo's voice was slightly hoarse. Sasuke nodded, casting his gaze towards the hazy street outside, seemingly organizing his thoughts. "It has been a month since we left Konoha." He began slowly, his words deliberate, each carrying a heavy significance. "The news of our defection has stirred an uproar within Konoha, especially you, Naruto." He turned back to Naruto, his black eyes reflecting the latter's image. "Kakashi-sensei set out that very day to track our whereabouts, ultimately returning only with the discarded forehead protector of a rogue ninja. Tsunade and the others in the village cannot fathom this reality. Perhaps in their eyes, I am merely a troublesome brat obsessed with revenge and power." Sasuke's tone carried a hint of self-mockery, but more so a calm analysis. "Yet you are different, Naruto Uzumaki. You are a passionate fool aiming for the position of Hokage. Your departure has been devastating for them." Chapter 37. The current state of Konoha. 1. Naruto sat in silence, his hands subconsciously clenching into fists beneath the table, knuckles whitening from the exertion. He could vividly imagine the shock and anguish that would wash over Granny Tsunade, Kakashi-sensei, and Irika-sensei upon hearing the news. It was evident that Granny Tsunade and Kakashi-sensei could not fathom that they would genuinely betray the village. Sasuke continued, lifting his teacup for another sip, seemingly attempting to dilute some tumultuous emotion with the bitter brew. At that time, the lecherous sage, Lord Jiraiya, was also in the village. His reaction was the most intense upon learning of your situation. At the mention of Jiraiya, Naruto's body trembled ever so slightly, a complex array of emotions flickering in his eyes: nostalgia, guilt, and determination. As your teacher, he naturally cared deeply for you. Sasuke and Appo's voice dropped lower. Without Tsunade issuing a formal command, he left the village that very night, venturing out alone to uncover our whereabouts and discern the truth. Tsunade. She still held on to hope. Sasuke and Appo's gaze grew deep. She ordered a temporary news blackout, refraining from announcing it to the outside world, prioritizing the investigation into the true reasons behind our defection. Perhaps she still believed we were merely throwing a tantrum or had some hidden grievances. The room fell into a brief silence, punctuated only by the occasional chirping of birds outside, accentuating the stillness within. "This explains why." Sasuke sighed, the lamentation in his breath tinged with unmistakable regret and helplessness. "Our bounty was only officially issued half a month ago, precisely 2 weeks after we departed from Konoha." He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Naruto, his stare sharp as a blade. "If Tsunade had classified us as rogue ninjas on the very day we left and proclaimed it to the world, perhaps it would not have afforded certain individuals the opportunity to scheme, incite, and manipulate the situation, ultimately dragging her into an irretrievable abyss." Sasuke's words struck Naruto's heart like a heavy hammer. Granny Tsunade. He clenched his fist tightly, nails digging into his palms, sending a jolt of pain through him. He whispered her name, his voice laden with anguish and remorse. He understood precisely who Sasuke referred to, the darkness concealed deep within Konoha. The ambitious figure who coveted the title of Hokage, Shimura Danzo. Their choice to defect was driven by a desire for swifter power, to avoid implicating Konoha, and to better navigate the impending catastrophe that threatened to obliterate everything. This was the most arduous and, they believed, the most pragmatic decision they could make, carrying the weight of future memories. However, they underestimated the treachery of human nature and the brutality of political strife. The vacuum of power and the crisis of trust precipitated by their departure became precisely the opportunity Danzo had long coveted. Tsunade and Appo's belated hesitation, rooted in trust and concern, transformed into her most lethal vulnerability. The thought of the ever-spirited, boisterous Tsunade, who would stubbornly defend Konoha even in the face of adversity, now potentially bearing immense pressure and facing the risk of impeachment and defamation due to their departure, made Naruto's heart feel as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, causing him pain so profound it was nearly suffocating. "It is our fault," he murmured, head bowed, voice hoarse with deep remorse. "We have implicated her." Sasuke observed Naruto's suffering with a complex gaze. He reached out, gently patting Naruto's shoulder. "It is too late to dwell on this now, Naruto." His tone remained calm, yet it carried an almost imperceptible note of comfort. "We cannot turn back. We must only move forward. The turmoil in Konoha may well be woven into the fabric of fate. Danzo and Appo's ambitions have not emerged overnight." Sasuke withdrew his hand, his gaze resolute once more. "What we need to focus on now is not wallowing in guilt, but rather hastening our growth and strength. Only with sufficient power can we truly safeguard all we wish to protect amidst the storms to come. His words awakened a spark within Naruto. Indeed, guilt and regret could alter nothing. They bore a far heavier mission, a warning from the future hanging over them like a sword of Damocles, constantly reminding them of the urgency of time. Taking a deep breath, Naruto slowly lifted his head, the pain and self-reproach in his azure eyes gradually fading, replaced by a more resolute light. I understand now, Sasuke. He nodded vigorously. No matter what, we must grow stronger. Strong enough to change everything. Sasuke fell silent for a moment, his fingertips absent-mindedly tracing the rough edge of the earthen teacup, the remnants of tea long since turned cold. Mirroring his current state of mind, steeped in the chilling reality, he lifted his gaze. Within the depths of his obsidian eyes flickered the dancing candlelight, reflecting Naruto's lingering pain and remorse. There is more. Sasuke's voice was low, as if emerging from the depths of an ancient well, carrying a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. To ascertain the specifics, I infiltrated Konoha a few days ago. Naruto's head snapped up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, quickly replaced by deeper concern. You went back? Wasn't that exceedingly dangerous? I used a transformation technique to disguise myself as an ordinary traveling merchant, Sasuke explained nonchalantly, as if recounting a trivial matter. I spent 2 days in Konoha, and what I heard and saw was far worse than we had anticipated. He raised the cold cup, draining its contents in one swift motion, the bitter taste spreading across his tongue, permeating into his very heart. As he set the cup down, it emitted a soft clink, echoing sharply in the stillness of their hideout. Granny Tsunade? Naruto inquired urgently, his voice trembling with tension. Sasuke and Appo's gaze drifted to the dimly lit corner, as if recalling those 2 days spent in Konoha. If, half a month ago, the rumors surrounding Tsunade were merely whispers of discontent and doubt, he continued gravely, by the time I returned, the situation had taken a drastic turn, nearly spiraling into a crisis concerning the very survival of Konoha. Chapter 38, The Current State of Konoha 2 Survival. Naruto gasped in shock, his body leaning forward involuntarily, hands resting on his knees, knuckles whitening from the exertion. How could it be this dire? Could it be that Danzo? The situation is far graver than you and I can imagine, Sasuke interrupted his speculation, his gaze sharp as it swept over. Danzo merely acted in accordance with the flow. It was a series of subsequent events that truly plunged the situation into despair. He paused, organizing his thoughts, and began to recount the unsettling news. Shortly after I departed from Konoha, in the vicinity near the borders of the Land of Fire, specifically, the area bordering the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth, several conflicts and disturbances erupted in quick succession. Border conflicts? Naruto furrowed his brows. It was those 2 villages. On the surface, it appeared to be minor skirmishes, with the origins of some chaos difficult to trace, as if instigated by rogue ninjas or small mercenary groups. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Sasuke's mouth, but the timing was too coincidental, and the location was exceedingly sensitive. These seemingly isolated incidents were soon collected and integrated by those with ulterior motives, before being exaggerated and disseminated widely. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, producing a steady sound, as if marking a heavy tempo for his forthcoming words. Panic began to spread. The shadow of War and Appos, loomed over Konoha like a dark cloud. Rumors circulated in the village, suggesting that it was precisely because of Tsunade and Appo's hesitance and weakness in handling our defection incident that other great nations saw Konoha and Appo's vulnerability and perceived an opportunity, thus igniting the flames of conflict at the borders. How could this be possible? This is nothing but slander. Naruto abruptly stood up, anger flushing his cheeks. Tsunade Baba acted for. He wanted to say for us, but the words caught in his throat, leaving only a feeble defense. She acted for the village. I know, and perhaps even some within Konoha and Appo's higher-ups know. Sasuke and Appo's gaze was calm as water, yet it reflected a cruel reality. However, the ordinary villagers remained unaware. They only saw the instability at the borders, heard the whispers of war, and felt the increasingly tense atmosphere. Their fear and anxiety needed an outlet, and that scapegoat thrust into the limelight was Tsunade. Sasuke's voice was as frigid as ice. If the prior public opinion merely provided an excuse for those already critical of Tsunade to attack, then after the news of the border conflict fermented, the situation transformed entirely. He paused, seemingly recalling the resentful and fearful gazes he encountered on the streets of Konoha. I witnessed villagers, who once held deep respect for the Hokage, openly condemning her in the streets, cursing her. They called her an unlucky gambler, claiming her indecisiveness was dragging Konoha into the quagmire of war. The cries of the fifth must step down were almost ubiquitous. Naruto staggered backward a step, collapsing back into his seat, his face devoid of color. He could almost hear those piercing curses, see the twisted faces filled with rage, surging like a tide towards the Tsunade Baba, who always smiled and ruffled his hair, shielding him from the storm. Only a scant few, like Kakashi, managed to maintain their composure, attempting to stabilize the situation. But most were clouded by fear and incitement. Sasuke continued, his tone tinged with helplessness. Once the torrent of public opinion formed, it could no longer be easily contained. And Danzo, of course, would not miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He allied with several elders who had always obeyed his commands, formally submitting a motion to impeach Tsunade to the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, citing border instability, civil unrest, and ineffective leadership. Impeachment. Naruto's voice was hoarse, the weight of those two words pressing heavily on his heart. He could not fathom that the resilient Tsunade, who had never flinched in the face of enemies, was now confronting the most painful attacks from within the village. What is the outcome? Naruto asked urgently, his voice laced with a plea for hope. Tsunade is still holding on. A complex emotion flickered in Sasuke and Appo's eyes, perhaps admiration, perhaps sympathy. When I left, she spent almost every day and night in the Hokage and Appo's office, dealing with an overwhelming amount of paperwork while also facing pressure from all sides. Kakashi remained by her side, soothing the villagers and Appo's emotions while urgently engaging in diplomatic efforts. It is said that Kakashi personally traveled to the vicinity of the borders, conducting several arduous negotiations with envoys from Iwagakure and Kumobakure, finally stabilizing the situation temporarily, securing their promise to restrain border actions and prevent conflict escalation. Sasuke's tone softened slightly. Thanks to him, Konoha's situation did not collapse immediately. But he shifted his tone, his gaze heavy once more. The sporadic chaos at the borders has not completely ceased, like a needle continuously pricking at the nerves. The atmosphere of fear within the village has not dissipated, and the grievances and curses against Tsunade persist unabated. That sense of oppression and unease permeates every inch of the air in Konoha. Sasuke let out a gentle sigh, concluding his account. That is about it. Fortunately, with Tsunade and Kakashi bearing the brunt, the threat of war should be suppressed in the short term. However, Tsunade and Appo's situation remains precarious. Silence enveloped the small hideout once more, interrupted only by the occasional crackle of the candle flame and the heavy, suppressed breaths of the two. Naruto lowered his head, fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palms, leaving crescent-shaped blood marks. He did not shed tears, but deep within his azure eyes swelled emotions more profound than tears, profound guilt, endless worry, and a suppressed rage that yearned to obliterate everything. It was their choices, that had thrust Tsunade Baba into the eye of the storm. The weight of this consequence arrived far quicker and more violently than they had anticipated. The chaos at the borders. Naruto suddenly lifted his head, a blaze of fury igniting in his azure eyes, his voice hoarse from repression. Do you think it is possible that Danzo, that bastard, is pulling the strings behind the scenes? Is he deliberately sowing chaos to frame Tsunade Baba? Chapter 39. Mutual concern. Sasuke lifted the cup of tea that had long since cooled, his gaze resting upon the murky surface of the brew, which reflected no clear image. Much like the current state of affairs. Upon my return to Konoha, I had once followed this lead for investigation. He spoke slowly, his voice steady but carrying the distinct chill of analytical contemplation. Setting the cup down, his fingertips unconsciously traced the rough rim. The recent skirmishes at the borders displayed methods that were decidedly unusual, though seemingly chaotic. They consistently stirred the nerves of Konoha and its neighboring nations at the most critical moments. He paused, as if weighing each word with care. The precision of the timing suggested an invisible hand orchestrating events from behind the scenes. This bore a striking resemblance to Danzo and Appo's modus operandi, secretive, ruthless, and unscrupulous. A flicker of hope ignited in Naruto's eyes, as if he had grasped a lifeline. It must be his doing. However, Sasuke shook his head, interrupting Naruto's assertion, his dark eyes locking onto Naruto's eager gaze. There is no direct evidence. I employed certain means, but the leads I uncovered were either severed midway or pointed towards inconsequential rogue ninja organizations. Danzo is deeply concealed. He knows well how to extricate himself from blame. He rested his chin on his hand for a moment, then added, perhaps he orchestrated it, or perhaps he merely exploited the existing chaos. Yet in either case, he has adeptly cast this murky water upon Tsunade. Silence enveloped the room once more. Outside, the sky seemed to darken further, with thin mist condensing into droplets that slid down the window frame, leaving winding traces. We must return to take a look. After a lengthy pause, Sasuke broke the silence. His voice, though not loud, resonated with undeniable resolve. His gaze was sharp, as if piercing through the shabby room to glimpse the distant Konoha. Naruto immediately echoed, yes, we must go back. He sprang to his feet, pacing the confined space, anxiety and guilt flooding his heart once more. It's all our fault. We've stirred up such considerable trouble, yet Tsunade is left to clean up our mess alone. His voice was laden with anguish, each breath heavy with guilt. Not just Tsunade. Sasuke's voice dropped, imbued with an ineffable weight. Naruto abruptly halted, turning to face Sasuke, a wave of intense unease surging within him. What do you mean by that? He questioned, his heart racing uncontrollably. Is there someone else? Sasuke's calm gaze met his, and within the depths of his obsidian eyes lay a hint of imperceptible compassion. Think about it, Naruto. His voice was gentle, yet it grazed Naruto's most sensitive nerves like a feather. Your departure, who would be most impacted? A slender, shy figure instantly invaded Naruto and Appo's mind. The girl who always kept her head bowed, her fingertips brushing against one another, her voice as soft as a whisper, yet capable of remarkable courage at critical moments. Those pure, white eyes that always silently observed him. Hinata, Naruto whispered, the name escaping his lips with incredulity. Could it be? Something has happened to Hinata? Sasuke regarded Naruto and Appo's suddenly pale complexion, letting out a soft sigh. Something happened might be an exaggeration. He chose his words carefully, yet the situation is indeed not favorable. He shifted his gaze towards the hazy street scene outside, his tone becoming somewhat distant. You probably will only realize her feelings for you long after this. Yet, her concern for you has been evident since our days at the Ninja Academy. That cautious affection, carefully concealed for over a decade, has nearly become a part of her very existence. Now, the figure she has long pursued and admired has suddenly been branded as A and Amp, Appo's, traitor and Amp, Appo's, and vanished from everyone and Amp, Appo's sight. Sasuke turned back to look at Naruto and Appo's pained expression, continuing, what does this mean for her? According to the information I gathered before leaving Konoha, Hinata Hyuga has not set foot outside the Hyuga clan and Appo's compound for a month. A month. Naruto felt a chill coursing from his feet to the crown of his head, as if his blood had congealed in an instant. He could envision Hinata's shock, confusion, and the overwhelming pain and despair that would engulf her upon learning of his defection. The girl who had always quietly supported him and believed in him was now isolating herself in a corner of solitude because of his choice. Naruto's lips moved, yet no sound emerged. A tremendous wave of guilt engulfed him. Not only had he implicated Tsunade, who had been like a mother to him, but he had also deeply hurt the girl who had always seen him as a beacon of hope. A sharp pang of anguish gripped his heart, nearly stealing his breath away. He suddenly thought of two other significant figures. What about Sakura and Kakashi-sensei? How are they faring? He asked urgently, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible plea, as if hoping to hear some less dismal news from Sasuke. Sakura. A flicker of complexity crossed Sasuke's eyes before he regained his composure. She is stronger than we imagined. After her initial shock and sorrow, she quickly gathered herself. He recalled the scene he observed upon his return to Konoha. She must have sought out Tsunade to apprentice under her. As I saw her entering and exiting the Hokage and Amp, Appo's office several times. However, given the current situation, Tsunade likely lacks the energy to mentor her. She is probably more engaged in managing the mountain of paperwork. Hearing that Sakura was unharmed and had taken on responsibilities eased Naruto and Appo's mind slightly. But the weight in his heart remained unchanged. As for Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke and Appo's voice faltered as he chose his words carefully. The news of our defection hit him hard. I heard he was despondent for several days, spending all his time at the memorial stone. He looked up at Naruto, but he is Kakashi, after all. He soon picked himself up again. Now, he is rarely apart from Tsunade, almost like a shadow. Sasuke and Appo's lips curled into the faintest hint of a smile. A subtle acknowledgement that his Sharingan was perhaps more vigilant than ever. With him around, at least Tsunade's safety is momentarily assured. Thus, there is nothing particularly to worry about. After absorbing Sasuke's account, Naruto remained silent for a long while. The images of Konoha and the state of his friends flickered through his mind like frames from a film. Guilt, concern, anger, and a faint sense of relief intertwined, ultimately coalescing into a heavy mantle of responsibility. He took a deep breath, as if to suppress all negative emotions deep within his heart. He raised his head, and in his azure eyes, pain and confusion gradually receded, replaced by an unprecedented determination. Sasuke. He looked at his companion across from him. His voice still hoarse but imbued with strength. We must return to Konoha immediately. Sasuke nodded, his dark eyes shining with a similar resolve. Yes, let us return. Even if we can only stay for a day, we must confirm the situation with our own eyes. At that moment, a faint tapping sounded against the window frame. Like raindrops falling upon the glass, if not for keen ears, it would have been nearly imperceptible. Naruto and Sasuke instinctively became alert, their sharp gazes directed towards the source of the sound. Chapter 40. The medium of power outside the window, a silhouette appeared silently in the shadow of the eaves, akin to a specter merging with the darkness. He pushed the window open with a grace that elicited not a single extraneous sound, then deftly vaulted into the elegant chamber. The newcomer, wearing round-framed glasses, bore a tranquil gaze behind the lenses and a faint, elusive smile at the corners of his mouth. It was Kabuto. His presence did not surprise Naruto and Sasuke. It seemed they had anticipated his arrival. It appears you have received some intelligence. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his eyes sweeping over the two with a scrutinizing and evaluative air. Lord Orochimaru is already aware of the affairs in Konoha. Danzo. Merely a buffoon. Hardly a cause for concern. His tone was nonchalant, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Yet both Naruto and Sasuke understood that there must be some grand scheme orchestrated by Orochimaru behind these words. Let us speak of business, Sasuke interjected coldly, uninterested in Kabuto and Appo's circumlocutions. Kabuto smiled slightly and proceeded without further preamble. He produced a delicate black scroll from within his robe, its surface etched with intricate silver runes, emanating a faint pulse of energy. He slowly unfurled the scroll upon the table. A hum. An indescribable aura of energy permeated the air, thickening it within the elegant room. At the center of the scroll lay not words or illustrations, but two depressions, within which rested two diamond-shaped crystals. One crystal was as black as the deepest night, its surface smooth, yet within it swirled countless tiny blood-red tomo, coalescing to form a faint kaleidoscopic Sharingan pattern. Merely gazing upon it instilled a sense of chilling, domineering, and destructive will, as if it harbored a history of bloodshed and endless warfare. The other crystal radiated a vibrant emerald green, crystalline and translucent, suffused with a magnificent life force. Just approaching it, one could sense the immense energy contained within, akin to the warmth and strength of a newborn sun, capable of nurturing all life and reviving barren wood in spring. The core medium of the soul contract reincarnation technique. Kabuto's voice carried a barely perceptible thrill and pride. Lord Orochimaru has succeeded. He extended his finger, pointing to each crystal in turn. This one, imbued with the essence of Uchiha Madara and Amp, Appos, soul power, the and Amp, Appos, Shura crystal and Amp, Appos, is prepared for you, Naruto-kun. His fingertip glided over the black crystal. Then, his finger moved to the verdant crystal. And this one, containing the essence of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama's soul power, the Shinra crystal, belongs to you, Sasuke-kun. Naruto and Sasuke's gazes locked onto their respective crystals. They could distinctly feel the terrifying power contained within, a force capable of altering the very fabric of the ninja world. A source of power they had once yearned for in their past lives, only to be rendered powerless before stronger foes. And now, these two forces lay before them. Within reach, Naruto inhaled deeply, his chest rising slightly. He could almost sense the taste of that destructive power merging with his being. What kind of experience would that be? To wield control over all, or to be consumed by the power? His eyes flickered, reflecting a yearning for strength intertwined with a reverence for the unknown. Sasuke, in contrast, remained composed, quietly observing the Shinra crystal, his black eyes deep as a well. The power of Senju Hashirama would release. Sage body. This force, entirely at odds with the Uchiha, yet standing at the pinnacle of the shinobi world, what miracle would it yield when combined with his Sharingan? His heart was not devoid of tumult, yet it was firmly restrained by his formidable will. The overwhelming energy resonating from the two crystals continued to saturate the elegant room. The air thickening as if suspended in time, each breath carrying a weighty sense of oppression. Kabuto adjusted his round glasses, the lenses reflecting the faint moonlight filtering in from outside, cleverly obscuring the emotions lurking deep within his gaze. Lord Orochimaru has prepared a location for you to perform the technique. His voice shattered the suffocating silence, calm yet akin to a stone cast into a tranquil pond, sending ripples of unspoken tension through the air. Once you return to Yuzushiogakure, you may immediately commence the forbidden technique. Naruto felt as though the shadow of the Shura crystal was imprinted in his perception, the allure of destruction and power whispering like a siren call, quickening his heartbeat with both desire and caution. Sasuke's gaze seemed to penetrate through the table, lingering on the spot where the Shinra crystal had once rested. The vast life energy of Hashirama lingering faintly in the air, resonating subtly with the Senju blood coursing through him. The two exchanged a brief glance, no words necessary. They understood each other and Appos' resolve in the heavy mission they bore at this moment. A sense of urgency enveloped them like an invisible net, tightening around their beings. Sasuke spoke first, his voice as cold as ice, devoid of hesitation. Tomorrow, here, gather, then proceed to Yuzushiogakure. The moment his words fell, it was as if a silent command had been issued. Naruto and Sasuke transformed into fleeting shadows almost simultaneously. Their movements were swift and silent, like two arrows loosed from a bow, soaring through the window towards the direction of Konoha. Not a single speck of dust disturbed the tiles of the eaves, only the gentle breeze carrying away their hurried breaths as they raced towards Konoha. Kabuto lingered for a moment, a faint smile deepening at the corners of his mouth, as if he held the wisdom of the ages in his grasp. Then, his figure began to blur and fade, becoming translucent like evaporating mist, silently merging into the shadows of the elegant room. In the end, only the faint residual energy remained within the chamber, accompanied by a barely perceptible scent of disinfectant, unique to Kabuto, confirming that the events which had just transpired were no mere illusion. Chapter 41. Return to Konoha in the tranquil afternoon of Konoha village. The sun lazily cast its golden rays upon the familiar streets, filling the air with the unique aroma of grilled meat mingled with soy sauce. A scent reminiscent of Ichiraka ramen, embodying the comforting essence of the village itself. Inside the bustling eatery, steam rose from bowls brimming with hot ramen, and patrons filled every seat. At a window-side table, Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno sat side by side, their bowls steaming before them. In recent days, you've practically become a permanent fixture at the Hokage's office, Ino teased, poking at the Narutomaki in her bowl with her chopsticks. A hint of playful sarcasm in her tone. Look at you, those dark circles under your eyes are nearly reaching your chin. Sakura twirled a strand of noodles with her chopsticks but lacked an appetite, letting out a soft sigh. There is nothing I can do about it, Lady Tsunade. She set her chopsticks down, rubbing her temples, fatigue etched on her face. Though Uncle Jiraiya had been assisting her, The noise and unrest within the village were overwhelming. Lady Tsunade rarely leaves her office these days. The pressure is immense. Her voice was filled with a mixture of sorrow and helplessness. Ino noticed Sakura's noticeable weight loss, her chin now sharper. There are whispers outside, suggesting that the fourth great ninja war may be impending. Is it true? Ino lowered her voice, concern evident in her eyes. The shadow of war loomed over their generation, both distant yet palpable. Sakura shook her head, attempting to muster a reassuring smile. It shouldn't tea. Happened so soon. Lady Tsunade and Uncle Jiraiya are already addressing the tensions at the borders. I believe a resolution will come swiftly. She paused, her tone growing heavier. But more troubling than that is the matter of impeaching Lady Tsunade. Isn't it? Ino nodded, her face reflecting deep concern. I've heard that some elders and certain clans wish to oust Lady Tsunade from her position. Just then, a figure at the adjacent table, cloaked in a wide-brimmed hat and dark robes, suddenly froze, his hands gripping the chopsticks trembling slightly. Huh? Both Sakura and Ino cast puzzled glances towards the figure. The person quickly lowered his head, the shadow of the hat obscuring most of his face, and vaguely waved a hand, muttering, "It's nothing, nothing. Just eating too hastily, burned myself." His voice was hoarse, intentionally subdued. Exchanging glances, Sakura and Ino decided not to pry further, dismissing him as an ordinary customer. Sakura leaned closer to Ino, her voice barely above a whisper, meant only for them. Just know this, if Lady Tsunade is deposed, it may merely be a matter of time. A hint of bitterness laced her voice. However, Lady Tsunade is doing her utmost. She is strongly advocating for Kakashi-sensei to take over, ensuring that the Hokage position doesn't fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives. Taking a deep breath, her gaze regained its determination as she patted Ino's hand reassuringly, displaying a resolute smile. So, don't worry. And even if a ninja war truly breaks out, I will stand before you. Ino gazed into Sakura's eyes, filled with undeniable conviction, and her heart warmed, tinged with a bittersweet feeling. She nodded vigorously. The two finished their noodles in silence and settled the bill. Sakura hurriedly bid farewell, sprinting towards the Hokage building, her silhouette appearing slender yet remarkably resolute. Ino remained rooted in place, watching her friend's departing figure, her fists clenched. Sakura had changed immensely, and she must not fall behind. Once the two had moved on, the shadows in the corner of the eatery slowly lifted, revealing two figures clad in hats. One, with golden locks peeking from beneath the brim, was Naruto Uzumaki. The other, with dark hair and piercing eyes, was Sasuke Uchiha. Disguised as ordinary villagers, they silently returned to this familiar yet foreign place, seeking to relive the taste they had long missed. Little did they expect to encounter old acquaintances and overhear such a conversation. Who would have thought? Sakura has indeed matured considerably, Naruto remarked, setting down his chopsticks with a low, reflective sigh. The girl who had always trailed behind them in their past life was now capable of standing on her own, even declaring her intent to protect Ino. He turned to Sasuke, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Hey, isn't it time for you to relax a little? I think she has grown faster than we remember. Sasuke snorted softly, averting his gaze to the outside, his tone as flat as ever. I was worried. Really? Naruto elongated his tone, teasingly. Your gaze has left her for a second, yet you claim not to care? Sasuke's ears turned slightly pink, but he remained silent, his demeanor growing even colder. As nightfall enveloped the village in a shroud of tranquility, Naruto and Sasuke stood like specters against the darkening sky on a high ridge at the village's edge. Their eyes gravitated toward the distant, brightly lit structure, the Hokage building. The office on the top floor radiated a warm glow, silhouettes bustling within, including the iconic twin ponytails of Tsunade, Sakura's pink hair, and Shizen cradling Tonton, all flitting past the window. The atmosphere inside was tense and frenetic, with documents piled high. It seems they can still hold on for now, Naruto murmured, a hint of relief mingling with sympathy for the stubborn yet soft-hearted Tsunade. War should be avoided as much as possible. Or perhaps we can discuss it upon our return. When the time comes, those who wish to stir trouble will find themselves facing us. His voice carried an edge of resolve, forged in the fires of past calamities. Naruto withdrew his gaze from the horizon and turned to Sasuke, a familiar smile gracing his features, though a weight of seriousness lingered in his eyes. I have a favor to ask, my trusty partner. Sasuke turned his head, his dark eyes appearing exceptionally profound under the moonlight. He did not inquire about the nature of the request, simply responding with a soft, affirming sound. Let us go. Naruto flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly whites. In the next instant, the two shadows glided down from the treetops like phantoms, seamlessly merging into the deeper shadows of Konoha. Their movements were swift and precise, evading all patrolling umbu and barriers, akin to droplets of water merging into the vast ocean, leaving no ripple behind. Their destination was clear, the Hyuga clan's estate. Moonlight flowed like water, gently illuminating the ancient eaves of the Hyuga manor, casting a solemn silhouette. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the occasional chirping of insects enhancing the atmosphere of vigilance and tension. The two figures, as agile as raccoons, landed softly in the shadows of a wall encircling the Hyuga estate, Naruto and Sasuke. They suppressed all traces of their presence, their breaths nearly imperceptible, blending seamlessly with the environment around them. Chapter 42. The communication of hearts. Deep within the Hyuga residence, Hinata's chamber lay vast and desolate. Moonlight, as ethereal as silk, streamed through the lattice window, casting an icy glow upon the floor. Outside, the dinner tray had long lost its warmth, untouched, mirroring the fate of every meal over the past month. Hinata curled up in a corner of her bed, her frail form seeming as if a mere gust could topple her. She gazed into the abyss of the night, her pale cheeks devoid of color, save for her wide eyes, which reflected the moonlight vacantly, stripped of their usual softness and shyness. For a month now, since the news of Naruto leaving the village with Sasuke reached her, she felt as though her soul had been wrenched away, her entire being withering rapidly. Food lost its flavor, sleep evaded her, her body grew weaker, yet her heart was ensnared by the vine of longing, suffocating her with pain. No one understood why she had transformed so drastically, only she comprehended the pivotal role that radiant figure, akin to the sun, held in her heart. His departure had extinguished all the light in her world. A faint yet distinct knocking sound abruptly shattered the profound silence of the night, as if directly striking the chords of Hinata and Appo's heart. Who could it be at this late hour? She hesitated, lifting her head, her mind dulled from prolonged days. The sound seemed to emanate from outside her door. Slowly, she rose, her frail body swaying slightly, and steadied herself against the wall, inching toward the door. Taking a deep breath, she gently opened it. To her dismay, the doorway revealed no one. Only in the depths of the courtyard did a familiar golden figure flicker by, swift as an apparition. Naruto? Hinata and Appo's heart leapt, and instinctively, she chased after him. She stumbled into the courtyard, the night breeze tousling her disheveled hair, the cool touch rousing her senses. That golden figure was just ahead, moving neither fast nor slow, guiding her through the corridor into the vastness of the courtyard. As she was about to catch up to the silhouette, the scene before her suddenly warped and spun. The familiar courtyard vanished, replaced by a dim, ravaged battlefield. The acrid scent of blood and scorched earth overwhelmed her senses. And there, the one she had yearned for, Naruto Uzumaki, lay helplessly on the ground. Grotesque black rods piercing his body, pinning him down, rendering him immobile. His face was etched with agony and defiance, his chakra flickering like a dying candle in the wind. Opposite him stood a man with eerie Rinnegan eyes, exuding a suffocating aura, slowly raising his hand, a deadly energy coalescing in his palm, aimed directly at Naruto. No! Hinata screamed in despair, rushing forward without a second thought, arms outstretched to shield Naruto. She did not comprehend the unfolding events. She only knew she could not allow anyone to harm him. Yet the man merely cast a cold glance in her direction, his form like a specter, passing through her body as he advanced toward Naruto. No. Hinata closed her eyes in hopelessness, believing all would come to an end. But the anticipated destruction did not descend. A gust of wind swept past her, accompanied by the sound of a sharp impact. She opened her eyes abruptly, witnessing another version of herself, an indomitable Hinata. Agile and resolute, having appeared before Naruto, hands enveloped in gentle chakra, bravely countering and shattering the rods that had pierced him, sending them flying. This is me? Hinata stood aghast, observing her courageous counterpart, then glancing at the rescued Naruto, engulfed in immense confusion. What in the world is happening? The scene shifted once more. The setting transitioned to an even more brutal battlefield. The earth cracked and the sky darkened, the colossal god tree looming ominously. Naruto stood amidst the ruins, confronting an unprecedented adversary, Obito, his eyes betraying an unprecedented wavering and uncertainty, as though on the verge of forsaking the beliefs he had held steadfastly. At that moment, the future Hinata reappeared, stepping resolutely before Naruto, raising her hand without hesitation, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Stand up. Her voice rang clear and unwavering. Resolute in her conviction, this is your ninja way. The fire rekindled in Naruto and Appo's gaze. Hinata felt a stirring within her heart, touched deeply by this moment. The illusion transformed for the third time. The night was gentle, a luminous full moon hanging high in the sky. Naruto stood beneath the moonlight, his expression no longer fierce as in battle, but filled with a complex array of emotions as he gazed at Hinata, softly murmuring something. Then he slowly leaned in, clumsily yet sincerely kissing her lips. In that instant, Hinata felt her cheeks flush, her heart pounding like a drum. So it was Naruto-kun finally. The illusion froze in a scene of joyous serenity. She and Naruto stood side by side, clad in pristine Western attire and bridal gown, surrounded by the warm smiles and blessings of friends and family. The sun shone brightly, happiness overflowing. She saw a radiant smile on her face, one that she had never worn before, emanating from the depths of her heart. Just as that feeling of bliss reached its zenith, the surrounding illusion collapsed like a canvas stripped of color and form, dissipating into nothingness. A voice, familiar yet tinged with a subtle hoarseness, echoing with a warmth capable of melting ice and snow, resonated softly behind her. This time, let me protect you, Hinata-chan. Hinata and Appo's entire being felt as though struck by an invisible current, freezing momentarily, before she spun around abruptly. Before her stood not the ephemeral shadows, but her own familiar chamber, the cool moonlight still gently flowing through the intricately carved window, casting a silvery sheen across the floor. and standing before her was none other than Naruto, the one she had yearned for day and night, who haunted her dreams and refused to fade from her memory. His face bore that signature, radiant smile capable of dispelling all gloom, yet within his azure eyes lay a depth and weariness she had never seen before. As if he had endured countless sleepless nights, bearing untold stories. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, hot as molten pearls, falling onto her plain attire, blooming into glistening droplets. This is not an illusion, nor a dream. It is truly Naruto. He has returned. Naruto stepped forward gently, cautiously, as if afraid to disturb a fragile treasure, extending his arms to embrace her tenderly. This time, Hinata did not flush crimson or falter in his presence. Rather, she instinctively reached out her trembling arms, wrapping them tightly around him, pouring all her longing, worry, and grievances from the days past into that heartfelt embrace. She buried her face deep within his warm embrace, greedily inhaling the familiar scent of sunshine that clung to him, feeling the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, a sound that resonated like the most beautiful melody, soothing all her anxious emotions. Naruto-kun Hinata choked on her words, her throat constricted as if blocked by something, her voice fragmented and hoarse, incapable of articulating a complete thought. Chapter 43. Two individuals bound by concern. I understand your feelings, Hinata. Naruto and Appo's voice whispered softly in her ear, imbued with a power capable of piercing through the fog and reaching the depths of the heart, soothing the tumult within her. I have returned from the future. There. You silently watched over me, granting me immeasurable courage, enabling me to rise time and again from the abyss of despair. Thus, this time, it is my turn to protect you. I shall guard your smile with my very life. He slightly distanced himself, cradling her face in his hands, gently wiping away the traces of tears from the corners of her eyes, his gaze tender yet resolute. He chose not to conceal the truth. Instead, he succinctly and clearly shared his experiences of rebirth, the potential calamities that awaited, and the reason behind his and Sasuke's temporary departure from Konoha to merge their powers in preparation for the impending crisis. He candidly recounted the reality of their defection, unreservedly explaining the struggles and long-term plans that lay behind it, believing that Hinata would comprehend and support him. Listening intently, Hinata and Appo's tears gradually ceased, replaced by a sense of understanding and determination, a formidable strength that starkly contrasted her delicate exterior. She lifted her gaze to meet Naruto and Appo's eyes, which shone like the brightest stars in the night sky, and softly declared, I believe in you, Naruto-kun. Whatever decision you make, I will support you. For I know that all you do is to protect what we cherish. The illusions enveloping her made her realize the weight Naruto bore and illuminated her vision of the future. No longer was she the frail girl who could only watch from afar, silently worrying. She, too, would grow stronger, to fight alongside him, and to be his steadfast support in times of need. As Naruto beheld the glimmer of trust, understanding, and resolve within her eyes, a wave of profound gratitude and warmth surged within him. He knew that Hinata would always hold a unique place in his heart. Lowering his head, bathed in the silvery moonlight, he gently pressed his lips to hers once more, this time devoid of illusion, only the tangible sensation of two hearts entwined. This was a kiss of promise, a kiss of protection, a kiss born of a love that would endure through life itself. After a moment of tenderness, Naruto reluctantly broke the rare tranquility. He recognized the urgency of time and the significance of his mission. I must go now, Hinata. He caressed her soft hair, his tone tinged with reluctance and apology. Sasuke and I must venture to a place to complete our power merging. It is crucial for me. I will return within half a month, having resolved everything, ensuring that you will never again endure any hardship. Hinata nodded earnestly, her eyes brimming with affection yet devoid of tears. She understood that this was not the moment for sentimentality. Her role was to silently support him, to be his strongest ally. I will wait for you, Naruto-kun. Take care of yourself, she whispered, her voice gentle yet resolute. Naruto cast a final, deep glance at her, etching her image into his heart, before slowly releasing his hold. With a flicker, he vanished into the night outside the window, leaving behind a lingering warmth in the air. In the shadows of the courtyard, Sasuke had long been waiting. With arms crossed over his chest, he leaned against the wall, his dark eyes flashing with complexity. They exchanged a knowing look, words unnecessary, before transforming into two swift shadows, departing the Hyuga residence like ink dissolving into the night, unnoticed by anyone. They did not immediately leave Konoha but instead, like phantoms, leaped to the highest power pole at the village and Appo's edge. Beneath them lay the sleeping village of Konoha. Most areas shrouded in darkness, save for the distant Hokage building, brightly lit, where Tsunade, Shizen, and Sakura busily toiled away. Their silhouettes appeared diminutive, yet filled with hope under the glow. Naruto gazed longingly at the light, where those he cherished tirelessly worked for the village's safety. He clenched his fists, silently vowing, Tsunade Baba, wait for my return. When I come back, everything will be all right. I will protect Konoha and all those I hold dear. As if sensing a connection, Tsunade, buried in her paperwork, suddenly felt an inexplicable shiver, as if a powerful force was watching her. Instinctively, she raised her head, her sharp gaze scanning the window toward Naruto and Appo's direction. The night sky was empty, dotted only by a few distant stars. Frowning, she wondered if it was merely an illusion. The recent pressures had been overwhelming. Shaking her head to dispel the fleeting oddity, She returned her attention to the mountain of documents. On the power pole, Naruto and Sasuke had already vanished. They sped away like two gusts of wind toward the direction of the hidden mist, completely merging into the boundless night. The following morning, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the heavy clouds like a sword, dispelling the darkness that had enveloped Konoha and illuminating the Hyuga residence. In stark contrast to the previous day, Hinata rose early, meticulously grooming herself and donning a training outfit suitable for movement. She tied her flowing hair back neatly, exposing her smooth, full forehead. The melancholy and fragility that once clouded her brow had vanished, replaced by a calm and resilient glow, a transformation akin to a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. She pushed open her door and strode directly toward her family's training ground. The morning breeze caressed her cheeks, bringing fresh air and clearing away the last vestiges of confusion within her. Standing on the open field, she took a deep breath, savoring the earthy aroma and floral fragrance that filled the air, before assuming the stance of her gentle fists. With focused eyes, steady breathing, and fluid movements infused with power, she understood that Naruto-kun was fighting for the future, and she could not remain stagnant. She must grow stronger, not only to keep pace with him but to stand beside him one day, jointly safeguarding all that they cherished. In the training ground, the silhouette of the young girl began to dance, each movement brimming with unprecedented strength and determination. She transformed every longing into motivation, every worry into strength, continuously pushing her limits. Once a fragile bud, she was now quietly blossoming into her own resilience, radiating a unique brilliance of her own. Chapter 44. Forbidden Techniques begins. In the land of waves, once a vibrant and flourishing realm, now lies in ruins, with only shattered walls remaining, as the biting sea wind weaves through, lamenting the grandeur of a bygone era. Yet, amidst this desolate wasteland, beneath the once sacred great shrine of the land of waves, a long-sealed underground hall has awakened from its slumber, emanating a dim glow in the silence, becoming a secret place that harbors the hope of reversing the future while concealing boundless forbidden powers. At the center of the hall, the air is cold and damp, seeping into the marrow, as several illumination devices brought by Orochimaru cast a pale light, struggling to dispel the ancient darkness. However, the light only serves to project twisted and eerie shadows upon the mottled walls, reflecting the ancient Vortex clan insignia, adding an indescribable aura of the uncanny. Orochimaru, Kabuto, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Suigetsu Hozuki, Karen, and Yugo, 7 figures stand silently, like phantoms consumed by darkness, clad in identical black cloaks with hoods drawn low. Their faces are shrouded in shadow, their presence heavy and oppressive. Suigetsu, slightly restless, brushes his fingertips against the hilt of the decapitating sword at his waist, the cold metal offering a slight respite from his inner turmoil, though his gaze drifts toward the 2 enormous cultivation pods standing deep within the hall, a mixture of curiosity, amusement, and an unmistakable hint of trepidation flickering in his eyes. Yugo remains as still as a silent rock, arms crossed over his chest, eyes closed as if in meditation. Yet the taut lines of his muscles silently betray his vigilance, akin to a beast lying in wait, ready to confront an unforeseen crisis. Karen, somewhat anxious, adjusts the frames of her glasses, her eyes darting nervously between Naruto and Sasuke, her fingers instinctively twisting the edges of her cloak, a subtle gesture revealing her uncontrollable worry. Naruto and Sasuke stand shoulder to shoulder, akin to 2 unsheathed blades, their latent sharpness formidable, evoking a sense of awe. They are undoubtedly the absolute core of this ritual steeped in forbidden aura. Deep within Naruto's cerulean eyes burns an unquenchable flame, a fervent desire for immense power and an unwavering belief in the direction of the future. He clenches his fists, feeling the increasingly agitated surge of the Nine-Tails chakra within him, akin to a caged beast yearning to break free and roar across the heavens. Sasuke's jet-black pupils mirror an unfathomable abyss, calm and cold, yet beneath his composed exterior lies a barely perceptible excitement. The powers of his Rinnegan and Sharingan lie dormant within him, like 2 coiled dragons, awaiting a momentous resonance with the legendary Senju clan of the forest. An oppressive silence hangs in the air, thick enough to suffocate, until it is finally shattered by a hoarse and somber voice. Prepare yourselves, Kabuto. Orochimaru and Appos' voice, cold and raspy, reverberates in the vast underground chamber, imbued with an uncontrollable excitement and a chilling anticipation. This is the end, Appos, future and Appos, I have devoted my life to, a dream unfulfilled. For this moment, we have labored for an entire month, day and night, utilizing the knowledge brought forth by the future through countless simulations and attempts. We have finally overcome the final and most arduous obstacle. Now, we stand on the precipice of witnessing the birth of a miracle or perhaps the turning point toward annihilation. His serpent-like eyes glint with a fervor bordering on madness, a unique brilliance possessed only by those consumed by scientific inquiry. Yet beneath this fervor lies an unprecedented gravity and profound anticipation. Kabuto nods slightly, his gaze sharp and focused behind his glasses, precise as a finely tuned instrument. All preparations are complete, Lord Orochimaru. Naruto and Sasuke and Appos' eyes meet in the dim hall, an unspoken communication passing between them. Reflected in each other's gaze is an equal measure of hope and an indescribable weight of pressure. Their excitement feels like the exhilarating ascent toward a power altar. Hearts pounding and blood rushing, yearning for a force that rivals the divine. The tension is palpable, akin to the abyss lurking nearby, with unknown risks concealed. An instinctual warning resonating from the depths of their souls. Yet, they ultimately choose to place their trust in the person before them. This once foe who has now become their most reliable ally, Orochimaru. Ensure that your mental states are attuned to an unprecedented zenith. Orochimaru and Appo's cold, serpentine gaze sweeps over Naruto and Sasuke, as if piercing through all facades to reach the most hidden corners of their hearts. The execution of this forbidden technique is unprecedented in the annals of the ninja world. It is a groundbreaking attempt. His voice is low and raspy, each syllable imbued with a chilling resonance that echoes hauntingly in the empty hall, sending shivers through their bones. It will undoubtedly shake the existing power structure, potentially altering the very course of the world's future. As he speaks, the weight of his tone intensifies, akin to a serpent's warning before striking, exuding an undeniable authority. The power contained within is overwhelming, and to harness such might, the price must be unfathomable and immeasurable. He enunciates each word deliberately, as if a grim reaper were pronouncing their ultimate fate. This ritual must succeed. There can be no error. We do not have a second chance. An unprecedented solemnity envelopes the underground hall, like an invisible shackle, suffocatingly oppressive. The heavy burden conveyed through Orochimaru and Appo's words reaches deep into the hearts of Naruto and Sasuke. Their previously tumultuous thoughts are doused like flames extinguished by cold water, leaving only clarity in their wake. In its place arises a razor-sharp focus, their postures erect as pines, and an unwavering vigilance. They understand that what they bear upon their shoulders transcends mere personal power. It is a pivotal act that may grant them a glimmer of hope amidst a cataclysmic calamity. Observing the sudden tension etched on their faces, a barely perceptible smile tugs at the corners of Orochimaru and Appo's lips, an expression that seems to convey satisfaction, anticipation, and perhaps a hint of inscrutable significance. His tone softens, and within his cold voice, there emerges an unusual warmth. However, there is no need to overly concern yourselves. With both Kabuto and I here, we will strive to ensure your absolute safety. Chapter 45, The New Eagle Team in Orochimaru's serpentine gaze, an unusual glimmer flowed. His tone calm and unwavering. All potential risks have been meticulously analyzed through countless simulations, and comprehensive countermeasures have been devised for every conceivable scenario. This rare warmth, this solemn assurance, flowed like a gentle current through Naruto and Sasuke's hearts, dispelling some of the gravity and unease that lingered. They set aside the pride of being the pinnacle of the ninja world and cast away their past prejudices against Orochimaru, stepping forward in unison to bow deeply to this scientist who was both mentor and friend. Their gratitude was succinct yet resonant, devoid of any insincerity, embodying the purest and most heartfelt thanks. This bow not only conveyed their respect for Orochimaru and Appo's extraordinary intellect and his relentless spirit of experimentation, but also encapsulated their unwavering trust in this significant undertaking. The next 3 hours seemed to stretch indefinitely, each minute and second laden with gravity. Inside the underground shrine, the atmosphere was taut yet orderly. Under the assistance of Kagaya, Getsu, and Kinshiki, the final preparations unfolded with precision akin to a finely tuned instrument. Getsu and Appo's fingers danced with fluid water energy, expertly manipulating the water release technique to meticulously regulate the concentration and flow of a special liquid within the cultivation chamber, ensuring that each drop was perfectly calibrated. Getsu stood resolute, like a rock rooted deep within the earth, his muscles taut yet containing an astonishing latent power, with an extraordinary sensitivity to natural energy. He carefully stabilized every energy fluctuation in the ritual space, preventing any slight deviation that could disrupt the balance. Kinshiki, holding her breath, scanned the surroundings with her keen red eyes, akin to the most sophisticated radar, acutely aware of every subtle chakra movement in the air. Her task was to ensure that the ritual proceeded without interference from any external factors, eliminating all potential risks. As everything was set, the underground shrine revealed scenes reminiscent of a hellish tableau, chilling to behold. 2 towering cylindrical cultivation chambers loomed in the center of the shrine, akin to silent ancient behemoths, exuding an oppressive aura. Within the left chamber, a viscous, almost solid golden chakra surged, the devastating power of the Nine Tails, flowing like molten gold, releasing a searing and violent energy that stained the chamber walls a bizarre crimson, as if ready to erupt at any moment. Conversely, the right chamber was filled with a thick, vibrant green liquid, radiating a robust vitality, within which countless visible cellular structures floated, dividing and proliferating. These were the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, imbued with the everlasting power of wood release, as if a new life was being nurtured within. Behind the cultivation chambers stood a colossal framework twisted from strange black wood, densely adorned with hundreds of figures. These were the clones created by Orochimaru based on white Zetsu, alongside a few genuine white Zetsu bodies. They were firmly pinned to the framework by thick roots, their distorted expressions frozen in eternal agony, silently lamenting their fates. Connecting their spines were thick conduits, greedily siphoning their meager divine tree chakra and life energy, like vines extracting nourishment, continuously feeding the core of the ritual array. What should have belonged to them had now become fuel for another's ambition. Encircling the main array, 100 pale white Zetsa bodies stood like silent sculptures, arranged in perfect alignment, resembling a voiceless army of the dead. Their eyes were tightly closed, lips silently moving, as they chanted an ancient and obscure summoning incantation at an uncanny frequency, each syllable echoing like whispers from the depths of hell, sending shivers down the spine. Under the incantation's influence, the surface of each white Zetsu alternately displayed the crimson Uchiha clan fan emblem and the green Senju spiral pattern. Two opposing forces clashing and merging within them, emitting an unsettling hum. As the ritual progressed, the 10 white Zetsu bodies at the array and Appo's edge began to dissolve at a visible rate, collapsing into pools of viscous, luminescent gel. They resembled drained fruits, devoid of all vitality, ultimately coalescing into a cubic meter of soul buffering gel, emitting a strange glow, destined to envelop Naruto and Sasuke's bodies, cushioning the impact of their soul merging, protecting them from disintegration amidst the clash of two immense powers. At the very center of the array lay a vast circular recess, intricately inscribed with complex and ancient runes, each stroke imbued with mysterious power, as if harboring some forbidden knowledge. 10 captured Nin were suspended above the recess by heavy iron chains, their tattered clothing soaked in blood, their eyes filled with helpless terror and despair. Resembling lambs awaiting slaughter, bracing for the judgment of fate, Orochimaru stepped forward slowly, wielding the gleaming Kusanagi sword, his serpentine pupils reflecting a vivid red, exuding an air of cold detachment. His expression remained impassive, yet his movements were swift and precise, the long sword piercing the hearts of the 10 Nin without hesitation. As if merely fulfilling a routine task, warm blood gushed forth like a flood unleashed, flowing meticulously along the carved grooves in the ground, swiftly converging into the center of the array, releasing a nauseating stench. Guided by the runes, the blood emitted an eerie red glow, pulsating as if alive, continuously writhing and morphing, ultimately forming a colossal double snake totem, exuding an aura of malevolence and strangeness. At the totem end Appo's, as two serpent eyes were placed fragments of tattered armor stained with blood, relics belonging to Uchiha Madara, and a seemingly ordinary piece of deadwood, containing remnants of Hashirama Senju's chakra, symbolizing the wills of two legends within the ninja world. The entire underground shrine was now suffused with a heavy stench of blood, filled with ominous chakra fluctuations and an oppressive sensation that made the air feel as though it had solidified. Only the hum of energy flow and the silent chanting of the white Zetsu echoed hauntingly within the spacious shrine, reminiscent of a requiem from hell, sending chills down the spine. All was now prepared. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances once more. Gone was the earlier fervor at this moment. Their eyes held no trace of hesitation or doubt, only a resolute determination and unwavering conviction. They understood that what awaited them would be an unprecedented challenge, a test of life and death. Yet, for the sake of altering their destinies and protecting that which was dear to them, they had no alternative. In unison, they stepped forward, undeterred, toward their respective cultivation chambers, each step resolute and steady, as if marching toward an unknown battlefield. As their figures melded into the chambers, the doors slowly closed with a dull sound, as if sealing off two worlds. Chapter 46. Forbidden Technique, the Art of Spiritual Contract Reincarnation, commence. The golden chakra of the Nine Tails enveloped them in a gentle embrace, intertwined with the verdant essence of Hashirama and Appo's cells, obscuring the external world. A sharp pain surged through their bodies, akin to countless needles piercing their flesh, as if they were ensconced within a boiling furnace, the heat almost unbearable. Naruto gritted his teeth, striving to remain conscious. He could feel the frenzied power of the Nine Tails surging into him, transforming his very flesh and reshaping his soul. Sasuke, too, endured immense agony as the vitality of Hashirama and Appo's cells exceeded his expectations, ravenously consuming his chakra, growing and dividing, as if intent on wholly assimilating him. He sensed an unfamiliar force awakening within him, the will of Senju Hashirama, powerful yet gentle, imbued with an irresistible authority. An unprecedented transformation was quietly unfolding. Orochimaru inhaled deeply. His golden serpentine eyes narrowed sharply, becoming piercingly keen. His hands moved swiftly to form seals as his chakra began to flow with unprecedented speed. Kabuto stood beside him, equally focused, his hands pressing against the control panel, chakra flowing through his fingertips with precision. Kabuto, monitor their life signs and spiritual wave frequencies at all times. Report any anomalies immediately. Orochimaru's voice was deep and urgent, laced with an undeniable command. Understood. Kabuto replied, his gaze locked onto the intricate display before him. Streams of data cascading like a waterfall. Karen, focus your perception. Orochimaru turned to the red-haired girl beside him, especially regarding Naruto. The combination of the Nine Tails power and Madara's soul fragments could provoke a rejection or rampage. If any signs of chakra instability appear, prepare to utilize your Uzumaki clan abilities for suppression. Even a brief containment could grant us precious time for adjustment. Yes, I understand. Karen nodded nervously, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She closed her eyes, her formidable perception expanding like an invisible web, enveloping the two immense incubation chambers. With the final seal completed, Orochimaru slammed his hands onto the ground, inscribing the twin serpent's totem. Forbidden technique, the art of spiritual contract reincarnation, commence. In an instant, the entire underground shrine trembled as if shaken by an invisible giant hand. The massive twin serpents and Apos totem erupted with blinding crimson radiance, the light flowing like a living entity, roaring as it surged through the intricate energy conduits towards the two colossal incubation chambers. Confined within the arboreal structures, White Zetsu emitted a chilling wail, its body convulsing violently, veins bulging ominously around its eyes, as if they might burst. More of its life essence was being brutally extracted. Surrounding them, 100 White Zetsu chanted incantations, their tones rising sharply, becoming shrill and discordant, imbued with an eerie distortion. The unique clan insignia on their bodies flared with intensity, their forms dissolving at an accelerated pace into a viscous, translucent gel, continuously feeding into the walls of the incubation chamber. Within the chamber, Naruto and Sasuke simultaneously released muffled groans of tortured restraint. The golden chakra of the Nine Tails erupted in a frenzy, transforming into tumultuous waves of Molt Chapter 47 for them. With utmost effort, Orochimaru's golden serpent-like pupils suddenly contracted into two vertical slits, shimmering with a perilous light. His hands swiftly wove through intricate hand seals, modulating the energy frequency and patterns being transmitted to Sasuke and Apos' incubation chamber, while issuing rapid directives to Kabuto. Immediately execute the backup plan B7. Inject the Sage Body Cellular Activity Inhibitor and slow the fusion rate of the interstitial cells. Understood. Kabuto responded promptly, his fingers dancing across the complex control panel, activating the preset programs. At this moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely, each passing second akin to an eternity spent on the precipice of hell. Within this subterranean shrine, the air felt stagnant, punctuated only by the deep, resonant hum of circulating energy, reminiscent of some ancient beast and Apos' slumbering breath. Suddenly, a sharp alarm pierced the silence, the red lights flickering urgently, illuminating Kabuto and Apos' face, which was rendered pale by the cascading data streams. His hurried yet precise reports echoed like cold drumbeats, striking chords of tension within every heart present. The heavy gasps of Sakura, weighed down by the exhaustion from overexerted chakra, mingled into this chaotic cacophony, composing a forbidden symphony that threatened to suffocate. Orochimaru stood at the eye of this storm, resembling a seasoned helmsman navigating treacherous, unknown seas, his resolve unyielding and mind unbreakable. He emanated a profound aura amidst the tumult wrought by forbidden techniques, every ounce of his being attuned with precision akin to the most delicate of instruments. He carefully steered this vessel of destiny, laden with unfulfilled aspirations, known as the soul contract reincarnation. Though his fingertips trembled imperceptibly, they remained steadfastly pressed upon the bizarre twin serpent totem on the ground, continuously fine-tuning each subtle energy parameter. He endeavored to avoid any potential cataclysmic reefs that could spell doom, guiding the two young men, Naruto and Sasuke, who bore his lifelong dreams and future hopes towards a shore that, while perhaps existent, was fraught with uncertainty. Mizuki and Jago could no longer maintain their initially detached demeanor. Flanking Orochimaru, their expressions were grave, muscles taut, poised like leopards ready to spring into action at any unforeseen moment. The ritual of fusion, pivotal to their fates, had merely begun. Awaiting Naruto and Sasuke were trials far harsher, delving deeper into the marrow of their souls, culminating in a transformation akin to rebirth through fire. The underground shrine's atmosphere was laden with a weight akin to millennia-old amber, seemingly imprisoning the flow of time within its oppressive confines. Only within the two immense incubation chambers did the eerie gold, symbolizing Uchiha Madara and Apos' power, and the resplendent green, representing Senju Hashirama and Apos' might, stubbornly flicker in and out of existence. They resembled the seething lava churning beneath a dormant volcano, silently heralding the tumultuous waves concealed beneath the calm facade. Orochimaru and Apos' eyelids drooped, the sharp inquisitive sheen within his unique serpent eye subdued, akin to a venomous snake lying in wait within the shadows, patiently biding its time for the opportune moment to strike. His hands remained firmly pressed against the intricate twin serpent totem, his fingertips appearing somewhat pale from prolonged chakra output, yet steadfast as if rooted in the earth. He meticulously channeled his vast, highly refined chakra into the core focal point of this forbidden technique. Have a month slipped away, the collective tension and torment of the gathered individuals rendering each minute feel like an eternity-s cycle. Orochimaru and Apos' visage had noticeably thinned, his eye sockets hollowed, revealing profound fatigue. His once pale complexion, often tinged with a sickly allure, now bore an unmistakable pallor. Even a ninja of his vast experience, having weathered innumerable storms, struggled to fully endure the prolonged, intense chakra output and the immense mental strain akin to a taut wire. Kabuto's condition was scarcely better than Orochimaru's. His meticulously groomed silver-gray hair now appeared disheveled, strands damp with sweat clinging to his forehead. Behind his golden-rimmed glasses, his eyes were bloodshot yet unwaveringly focused on the frenzied, unpredictable data panel before him. His fingers flew across the intricate control keyboard with precision and speed, akin to tireless mechanical appendages. He had to ensure that every flow of energy remained under absolute control. Any minor adjustment could have catastrophic ramifications. The two young lives within the incubation chambers bore heavy. Monumental hopes and futures. Even the slightest error could ignite a disastrous chain reaction, leading to irrevocable calamity. Sakura and Appo's condition was undoubtedly the most wretched among them. Her signature crimson hair, now dulled and matted with sweat, clung to her pale, bloodless cheeks. The prolonged state of hyper-awareness had exacted an unimaginable toll on her mental faculties. With her eyes tightly shut, her long, thick lashes trembled like butterfly wings as she immersed herself in the subtle monitoring of the chaotic energy emanating from Naruto and Appo's chamber. At the slightest indication of the Nine-Tails chakra spiraling out of control, she would instinctively activate the unique bloodline of her Uzumaki lineage. The ethereal image of the adamantine chains would spring forth, wielding the power to suppress and pacify that destructive force. After half a month of relentless repetition, her arms bore the scars of countless bite marks, the result of drawing her own blood as a conduit to reinforce her suppressive powers. Even as her body and spirit neared their limits, her perception never faltered, akin to the most loyal and tireless sentinel, vigilantly guarding against the golden tempest that threatened to engulf all. Mizuki and Jago had long since abandoned their initial positions at the shrine's periphery. Now, they stood as steadfast sentinels, firmly flanking Orochimaru. They had become indispensable sources of energy within this vast, intricate system of forbidden techniques. Gone was the earlier detachment from their expressions, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and intense focus. Beads of sweat cascaded from their foreheads and temples, saturating their clothing, tracing down their cheeks and necks to pool on the ground below. Mizuki's face, usually adorned with a hint of playful mischief, now bore an expression of solemnity, his lips drawn tightly into a straight line, his hands pressed firmly against specific energy nodes on Orochimaru and Appo's back. The unique coolness of water-style chakra, accompanied by a steady flow of energy, coalesced around the points of contact between his palms and Orochimaru and Appo's body, forming a faint, visible mist. The prolonged exertion of chakra output was beginning to strain even his ability to maintain a stable human form. Chapter 48, The First Wave. The edges of his body occasionally erupted in unstable ripples, reminiscent of water, as if it might revert to a flowing liquid at any moment. Meanwhile, Jongwoo stood like a silent brown statue, his robust physique exuding bulging muscles that sculpted an outline as solid and weighty as a mountain. He pressed his broad palm firmly against the other side of Orochimaru's back. A dense, steady chakra, imbued with the nurturing essence of the earth, flowed steadily from his being into Orochimaru. This natural energy, fundamental to sage arts, had been tempered by his unique constitution, becoming considerably gentler while still retaining an overwhelming force that was hard to contain. His breath came heavy, each exhale releasing a scorching airflow that escaped his nostrils, vividly illustrating his struggle to suppress the terrifying power within him that threatened to spiral out of control, while simultaneously stabilizing the energy output with immense effort. The air was thick with a complex, indescribable scent, a faint acrid aroma born of energy overload, mingled with the subtle sweetness of fragrant blood and the damp, decayed earthiness unique to this subterranean space, stimulating the senses of everyone present. At this moment, Shuiwei and Jongwoo had transcended mere backup forces or precautionary measures against unforeseen events. They had become indispensable pillars supporting Orochimaru as he maintained the operation of this colossal forbidden technique. They were vital tributaries within the torrent of chakra, sharing the immense burden. Each violent fluctuation of energy and every unpredictable upheaval within Naruto or Sasuke's cultivation pods reverberated through Orochimaru as a conduit, directly impacting them both. This demanded that they execute increasingly intricate, expansive, and timely chakra adjustments in coordination. This weighty responsibility, this intimate confrontation with the immense pressure of the energy field at the core of the forbidden technique, was 100-fold, 1,000-fold heavier than merely standing by, waiting and observing. Every nerve in their bodies was taut to an unprecedented degree, as if fragile threads were being stretched to their limits. On the verge of snapping with a heart-wrenching cry, they held their breath, focusing their willpower, silent as statues yet brimming with the tension of a coiled beast, ready to confront any crisis that might erupt at any moment. They poured their strength unreservedly, akin to devout worshippers offering sacrifices, dedicating everything for this grand ritual that determined the fates of countless lives. In the underground shrine, the air felt as if it had solidified, heavy and viscous, akin to a slowly settling swamp, suffocatingly oppressive. A nauseating scent lingered, a bitter metallic tang of rust mingling with the sharp chemical odor of disinfectants, and the acrid scent reminiscent of burnt leather, all interwoven, assaulting the senses and causing turmoil in the chest. Besides the monotonous low hum of the machinery, akin to the steady heartbeat of some colossal beast, and the occasional piercing alarm that threatened to rupture eardrums, the only remaining sound was the labored breathing of the group, reminiscent of an old bellows struggling for air. The situation appeared to have stabilized. Kabuto adjusted his glasses slightly, his gaze flickering behind the lenses. His voice laced with a barely perceptible dryness as he turned to Orochimaru, seeking confirmation from the master of the ritual. Orochimaru slowly lifted his eyelids. A deep glimmer flashed across his golden-slit pupils, tinged with gravity. He did not respond immediately, but extended his perception like invisible tendrils, meticulously probing the conditions within the two cultivation pots. Within Naruto, the Nine-Tails chakra surged like a tempestuous sea. Yet the previous violent rejection that threatened to tear everything apart had receded significantly, much like the ebbing tide. The fragments of Uchiha Madara and Appo's soul, once fierce, began to withdraw its claws, attempting a slow and cautious fusion with Naruto and Appo's mental strength. On Sasuke and Appo's side, the energy flow from Shinja Hashirama and Appo's cells had also calmed. No longer battering against his physical limits like a raging tide, the chakras of Indra and Ashura resonated in a subtle balance, entwined like two colossal serpents. Stable? A cold smirk curled at the corner of Orochimaru and Appo's lips, devoid of warmth yet tinged with mockery. Kabuto, do not be deceived by this facade. It is likely but the calm before the most perilous storm. His words fell like a chilling stone into the placid lake of their hopes, shattering the flicker of optimism that had just emerged, causing their already taut nerves to tense anew, like a bowstring drawn to its breaking point. We need to replenish our strength. Zhongwu and Appo's deep voice resonated, gravelly as rock scraping against rock. He retrieved several packets of soldier pills wrapped in special material from his bag and handed them to Shueisha. Shueisha accepted a portion for himself, then distributed the remainder to Orochimaru, Kabuto, and the ever-tense Kankuro. These pills, hard as stone and tasting akin to chewing wax, had been their sole source of sustenance for the past fortnight. Though the taste was intolerable, they provided the necessary energy swiftly, enabling them to persist through this prolonged ritual. Orochimaru accepted the soldier pills without a glance, mechanically swallowing them as if they were tasteless wood shavings, his gaze never straying from the two cultivation pots. Kabuto and Kankuro also silently replenished their strength, no words exchanged, as the heavy atmosphere once again enveloped the underground space like an invisible net, pressing down on them oppressively. Time slipped by in the stifling silence, akin to the dwindling grains of sand in an hourglass. The night outside descended once more, draping the world in darkness. While the long-anticipated changes within the underground shrine finally approached fruition, boom! A deafening explosion suddenly shattered the shrine as frozen stillness. Chapter 49, The Beginning of Fusion. A surge of golden chakra, far more potent than before, erupted from Naruto's incubation chamber like a volcanic explosion. This was not a chaotic torrent of uncontrolled energy, but rather a more refined and domineering form of power, akin to tangible golden flames that scorched the air. The violent shockwave of energy caused the precise instruments maintaining the array to emit anguished cries of strain. The golden cloak of the Nine-Tails seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, instantly enveloping Naruto and Appo's body with overwhelming force. However, this time was distinctly different from any previous occurrence. On the dazzling exterior of the golden chakra, fragments of dark blue armor began to emerge, scattered yet ominous. Each piece was sharply defined and robust, resembling the keenest of blades, radiating an aura of terrifying dominance, as if declaring its supremacy over all. These fragments were remnants of the Susanu's partial form. They clung silently to the tumultuous Nine-Tails chakra, appearing and disappearing like phantoms from the depths of hell, each manifestation solidifying as if to transform the abstract into the concrete. Yet, they would dissipate almost as quickly, dissolving into specks of dark blue light, merging back into the sea of golden energy, only to coalesce once more. This cyclical process, reminiscent of an undying spirit, repeated continuously, with each gathering appearing clearer and more stable than the last, as if undergoing a slow yet resolute evolution. This was the manifestation of Madara and Appo's power. Kabuto and Appo's voice trembled with an uncontrollable excitement, his gaze behind the lenses ignited with unprecedented fervor. This was irrefutable evidence of a profound fusion of souls. Naruto's body and spirit were rapidly accepting and attempting to harness the annihilating force belonging to Uchiha Madara. That power was wild, malevolent, yet overwhelmingly suffocating. Simultaneously, Sasuke's incubation chamber erupted in astonishing transformation. A vibrant green light, akin to the most flourishing life force of spring, engulfed the entire chamber, spilling forth wildly through its walls. Countless small roots, brimming with life, began to sprout feverishly from the nurturing fluid, resembling living green vines that greedily clung to the chamber's walls, then surged toward Sasuke's body, wrapping around him in layers. In mere moments, Sasuke was entirely devoured, transformed into a massive, writhing green cocoon, emanating a disquieting vitality. Even more astonishing was the transformation of his eyes. The originally crimson kaleidoscopic Sharingan, which had unconsciously activated in severe pain, began to spin rapidly, blurring as if distorted by an invisible force. Then, an incredible scene unfolded. The crimson kaleidoscope began to reverse. It regressed from the mesmerizing kaleidoscope to the 3-tomo, then to the 2-tomo, and finally to a single tomo. Ultimately, all traces of crimson and tomo vanished, as if erased by an eraser, reverting to a pair of ordinary, deep black pupils. The will of love and peace, belonging to Hashirama Senju, attempted to fundamentally alter his essence, gathering like a trickle that became a surging wave, momentarily overpowering the coldness and hatred associated with the Uchiha clan in his gaze. Within the chamber, Naruto, enveloped by golden chakra and Susanoo armor fragments, and Sasuke, ensnared by green roots like a mummy, displayed expressions that had once been contorted in agony, now gradually softened as if touched by the gentle caress of spring, replacing their grimaces with a near-infantile tranquility. It was as if they had weathered the most violent of tempests and had finally sailed into a serene and peaceful harbor. The violent energy fluctuations within the shrine subsided, akin to receding tides, and the previously jarring alarm fell silent, leaving only the rhythmic ticking of the instruments echoing softly in the vast underground space. Had they succeeded? The voice of Mizuki trembled with disbelief, whispering in a dry throat, akin to a worn-out bellows, the sound hoarse and wavering. His eyes filled with a complex blend of hope and confusion. Orochimaru remained silent, his pale visage cast in shadows, appearing increasingly volatile under the dim light. His brow furrowing tighter like two razor-sharp blades etched into his forehead. The icy, slit-like pupils glimmered with heightened vigilance, resembling a serpent poised in the shadows, ready to strike at its prey. He could distinctly sense that beneath the seemingly tranquil, slumbering forms, a storm more terrifying and lethal than any before was brewing. The fusion of souls was far from over. This was merely the completion of the first phase, akin to the brief calm before the storm. The true metamorphosis, the agonizing struggle before emerging as a butterfly from its cocoon, was perhaps just beginning to unveil its hidden depths. This fleeting stillness, reminiscent of stagnant waters, was not the journey's end, but rather the suffocating silence within the eye of the storm, silently accumulating a terrifying energy far beyond what had come before. It was as if the magma of a dormant volcano churned silently beneath the dark crust, building pressure in anticipation of a cataclysmic eruption that could upend the very world. The genuine trial, the ultimate examination of life and death, the fate that lay ahead, was still distant, lurking in the shadows of the unknown. Time slipped by like a subterranean river, unseen and silent, brushing through a complete cycle. 7 days and nights were sufficient to instigate numerous changes in the world. Yet in the secluded depths of the shrine, each second felt infinitely elongated, frozen in a state of tense anticipation. The air inside the shrine grew increasingly thick and heavy, each breath requiring immense effort, as if inhaling not air but leaden mercury. The two solitary incubation chambers stood like unstable hearts undergoing violent nuclear fusion, each abnormal heartbeat tugging at the most sensitive nerves of every being present. The changes manifesting on Naruto and Sasuke transcended the realm of mere stability. They became more frequent, more profound, exuding an increasingly alien aura that did not belong to their inherent essence. Within Naruto's chamber, the golden nine-tails chakra thickened to the consistency of liquid gold, viscous and searing, radiating an unbearable heat. The layer of dark blue Susanoo armor fragments that clung to it had shed their illusory semblance, coalescing into clearer, more defined contours. Chapter 50, Another Wave. Each fragment exudes a chilling aura of ancient battlefield slaughter, reminiscent of a realm soaked in blood and corpses, as if the battle-hardened souls of yore have been resurrected anew. An eerie blue luminescence flickers intermittently, a distinctive hue belonging to Uchiha Madara and Appo's, as complete Susanoo, brazenly encroaching upon Naruto and Appo's warm, sun-like golden nine-tails form. More startling is the transformation of Naruto and Appo's eyes. Those orbs, which should gleam like the clear blue sky, remain tightly shut, yet crimson veins seep from the corners, resembling two meandering crimson streams that leave harrowing trails upon his pale cheeks. Each subtle surge of energy allows onlookers to glimpse the frenzied patterns swirling beneath his trembling eyelids, patterns that are anything but the familiar cross-eyed or nine-tailed slitted pupils. Instead, they belong to Uchiha Madara, intricate, bizarre, and suffused with an ominous aura of destruction. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The patterns whirl at an astonishing speed, occasionally manifesting singular, sharp lines akin to wind/shurikens. At other fleeting moments, they sketch out more complex, nightmarish designs, hints of the legendary eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Despite its extreme instability, flickering like a candle in a tempest, it steadily evolves towards that taboo realm, each flash of the pattern accompanied by an even more torrential outpouring of blood tears, as if each evolution drains the host vitality. On Sasuke's side, the spectacle is equally astounding but veers towards a different extreme. The verdant energy of life threatens to burst the confines of the incubation chamber, rich as the finest imperial jade, emanating vitality yet exuding an unsettling aggression. Countless roots have evolved from their diminutive forms into thick, tenacious vines, their surfaces etched with ancient markings, as though they possess a will of their own, tightly entwining Sasuke's body into a massive, pulsating green cocoon. Through the densely woven, robust fibers, one can faintly discern Sasuke undergoing a horrifying, inhuman transformation. His skin reveals faint wood-like patterns, a potent force derived from the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, ruthlessly restructuring his physical form from within. This force is vast and overwhelming, seemingly intent on completely assimilating him, erasing the traces of Uchiha, transforming him into a towering ancient tree with a humanoid silhouette. Orochimaru stands before the cold control panel, His pallid face, often adorned with a hint of sinister charm, now grave and solemn. His golden snake-like eyes fixate on the tumultuous data streams on the monitor, each fluctuation striking his heart like a hammer. His brows furrow deeply, etching profound lines upon his forehead, as he acutely senses the two souls within the incubation chambers, wildly merging yet fundamentally opposed, clashing violently. The domineering, destructive essence of Uchiha Madara confronts the compassionate, life-affirming spirit of Hashirama Senju. These two terrifying wills, positioned at opposite ends of the power spectrum, are waging an unprecedented and unimaginable ultimate battle within Naruto and Sasuke's bodies and souls. The speed and intensity of this fusion, along with its uncontrollable nature, has long surpassed his initial designs and meticulously calculated thresholds. He feels as though he stands barefoot at the edge of an abyss, with a bottomless chasm of chaotic energy swirling beneath him. A misstep forward or backward could lead to utter ruin. Such failure would not merely signify the end of the experiment, it could unleash unimaginable catastrophes upon the entire ninja world. A sense of defeat, a chilling emotion foreign to Orochimaru, wraps itself around his heart like a silent, venomous serpent, tightening and suffocating him. The ultimate forbidden technique, crafted through his life and Appo's wisdom and forbidden knowledge, now gallops forth like a wild stallion freed from all reins, charging towards the unknown and unpredictable dangers ahead. Aside from maintaining the fundamental energy conduits of the incubation chambers, he is horrified to realize that as the creator of this forbidden technique, his only remaining action is a most powerless one, prayer. A prayer for the two young men who embody his ambitions and hopes for the future. A prayer for this gamble that could determine his fate in the dynamics of the ninja world. With no precedents to reference and no safe retreat to escape, he grits his teeth, akin to a performer walking a tightrope, steeling himself to continue down this thorny and uncertain path. Once again, a heart-stopping surge of energy gradually calms. Akin to the sea settling after a tempest, and the interior of the shrine returns to an oppressive silence. Only the rhythmic ticking of the precision instruments remains, like the pendulum of an ancient clock, mingling with the heavy breaths of those present, forming the singular sound that endures in this extraordinary land. Favored by fate yet shrouded in crisis, Ryo and Suigetsu silently stand behind Orochimaru, like two mute gargoyles, diligently supplying their chakra to him and caring. The fatigue is evident on their youthful faces, shadows under their eyes betraying their exhaustion, yet not a word of complaint escapes their lips. As if they have long grown accustomed to this high-intensity chakra output. Night descends once more, silently enveloping all in its inky embrace, swiftly shrouding the world outside. Deep underground, the concept of time seems to stagnate, distorted by unseen forces, leaving only the cold digital timer on the control panel, impassively marking the passage of another day and night in the stillness. This numbing silence is about to be torn asunder. Orochimaru's reptilian golden eyes suddenly compress to a pinpoint. He feels as though struck by an unseen current, his neck stiffening as his facial muscles tighten, signaling an extreme danger. He perceives it clearly. An overwhelming surge of energy, surpassing any previous fluctuations, akin to a dormant volcano awakening, is brewing within the two incubation chambers, ready to erupt. This is bad. His hoarse, dry voice shatters the silence, imbued with unprecedented panic and urgency. Quick, everyone, prepare for the impact. Before the warning can fully dissipate in the air, boom, a thunderous explosion erupts from Naruto's incubation chamber, threatening to overturn the entire underground shrine. The resplendent golden Ninetales chakra collides violently with the eerie blue Susanoo energy, like two uncontrollable dragons locked in a fierce battle, generating a ferocious shockwave that visibly slams against the specially designed chamber walls. The walls groan under the immense strain, creaking ominously as cracks spiderweb across their surfaces. Seemingly on the verge of total collapse, Naruto's tightly shut eyes snap open. The corners of his eyes burst, no longer oozing mere veins, but a thick, glaring stream of blood. Deep within those pupils, the intricate patterns of the eternal kaleidoscope spiral wildly, flickering with chaotic brilliance. The patterns twist and reassemble, ultimately crystallized into the Eye of Reincarnation, adorned with enigmatic concentric purple ripples, overseeing all living beings and symbolizing the power of the Six Paths. Chapter 51. On the Edge of Collapse. However, this supreme ocular power manifested only for a fleeting moment. The form of the renegade swiftly dissipated, regressing back into the swirling eternal kaleidoscope. Then, a switch occurred once more. Two terrifying powers, representing the pinnacle of ocular techniques, flickered wildly in his eye sockets like a malfunctioning switch on the verge of failure, alternating chaotically and uncontrollably, each transition accompanied by indescribable agony and an outpouring of power. Bang! Almost simultaneously, with impeccable precision, Sasuke and Appo's cultivation chamber erupted with an equally breathtaking roar. The intensely vibrant emerald life energy transformed into a blinding light, brutally dispelling all shadows, dyeing the entire underground space into a bizarre and unsettling shade of sickly green. The wooden cocoon enveloping Sasuke and Appo's body was now expanding in a manner that defied the laws of physics, twisting uncontrollably. Countless thick tree roots, adorned with ancient patterns, writhed like living tentacles, violently bursting forth, crashing against the chamber walls. Behind him, a vague silhouette, entirely composed of pure, condensed with style energy, began to slowly materialize from the void, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Simultaneously, Sasuke and Appo's body was undergoing a horrifying transformation at a speed visible to the naked eye. Clear wooden textures emerged on the surface of his skin, and his muscle fibers seemed to be shifting towards a resilient tree-like structure. No, this transformation, it was too rapid. Orochimaru and Appo's voice, filled with shock and an undercurrent of dread, became sharp and hoarse, the tone slightly distorted. How could he possibly leap from the eternal kaleidoscope directly to the Rinnegan in just half a day? In Sasuke's wood style, this was no longer a fusion. It was complete chaos. Kagaya. He suddenly turned, his serpentine gaze locking onto the red-haired girl who had been silently supporting him, beads of sweat cascading down her face. I was prepared long ago. Kagaya's voice was weak, almost a whisper, yet it resonated with an undeniable determination amidst the chaos. Sweat had thoroughly soaked her clothing, clinging to her form, outlining her slender yet resilient curves. Her once rosy cheeks had turned pale as parchment, devoid of color. Her lips cracked and peeling, yet within her violet eyes burned an unwavering light, like a candle flickering in the wind, faint yet resilient. The most cherished person in her life, along with her beloved and Appo's closest friend, were both trapped within that nearly collapsing vessel. She would not allow them to come to any harm. Drink. Accompanied by a cry filled with pain and resolve, the remaining chakra within Kagaya surged forth explosively. 9 radiant golden chakra chains erupted from her back like a dragon breaking free from its confines, slicing through the air and leaving trails of gold in their wake. Carrying the purest and most powerful sealing force passed down through generations of the Uzumaki clan, precisely entwining around the 2 violently trembling cultivation chambers, which were on the brink of explosion. Diamond Lock. The Uzumaki clan's proud sealing technique was now wielded to its utmost by Kagaya. As the chains made contact with the cultivation chambers, the raging, nearly uncontrollable energy turbulence seemed to be doused with a bucket of icy water, showing signs of momentary calm. The chamber's vibrations slightly lessened, but this respite was fleeting. Buzz. An even more ferocious and violent surge of energy, akin to an enraged primordial beast, came roaring back from within the 2 cultivation chambers, carrying the terrifying might to obliterate everything. The 9 diamond lock chains were pulled taut by this overwhelming force, vibrating under immense pressure, as if they would shatter at any moment. Thud. Kagaya felt an insurmountable force, akin to a mountain collapsing or a tsunami crashing, strike her relatively frail chest. Her ribs creaked under the strain, as if they might fracture at any second. Her organs felt as though they were being violently kneaded by an invisible hand, churning and displacing. A rich, metallic sweetness surged up her throat, impossible to suppress. Gush. A torrent of vivid, striking blood erupted forth, blooming like a tragic flower upon the cold, hard ground, quickly spreading into a shocking dark red. Agony swept over her like the most vicious wave, nearly shattering her consciousness, drowning her in despair. Warm, viscous liquid uncontrollably oozed from her nostrils and ears, trailing down her pale, colorless cheeks, tracing a hauntingly fragile line, rendering her a marionette on the verge of complete disintegration. Her body trembled violently, like a leaf caught in the wind, ready to fall at any moment. Everything before her began to twist, spin, and blur, light and shadow intermingling, as if she were plunging into a bizarre, fog-laden illusion. She keenly sensed that the chakra within her was nearing depletion, the flame of life dimming rapidly. She had reached the precipice of her limits. Damn, you. Stop it, now. Yet, the excruciating pain, coupled with the profound worry and love for the 2 individuals within the cultivation chambers, ignited a fire within her, violently unleashing the deepest potential of her life. Kagaya bit down hard on her lip, her silver teeth nearly crushing the tender flesh, beads of blood mingling with sweat and tears, as she summoned the last remnants of her strength to unleash a heart-wrenching, desperate scream. Clang. A sound far clearer yet heavier than before, resonating like a metallic tremor from the depths of her soul, suddenly erupted. The 10th diamond chain. It appeared slightly ethereal compared to the previous 9. Its golden sheen tinged with an unstable dimness, as if it might disperse at any moment, yet it bore a tragic momentum of desperation, as if fighting for life itself, extending, condensing, and taking shape with great difficulty from her back. Ultimately, this chain resolutely joined the ranks, binding the 2 sources of raging energy. 10. Chains. Orochimaru's golden snake eyes suddenly narrowed, sharp enough to pierce the air. He distinctly remembered all the data concerning Kagaya during previous enhancements and countless tests. This girl's utmost limit had indeed been the one-time summoning and maintenance of 9 diamond lock chains. The sudden appearance of this 10th chain was undoubtedly a result of drawing upon the very essence of her life. Wait, enhancements? An overlooked detail, like a lightning bolt slicing through the night, suddenly struck Orochimaru's mind. He recalled, for an entire half-month before the Forbidden Soul Contract reincarnation technique, his dealings with Kagaya had involved far more than just utilizing the first-generation cell essence for the purification of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline and physical enhancement. It was also based on fragments of knowledge gleaned from the future and advanced biotechnologies, attempting to guide, stimulate, and awaken a deeply dormant, almost forgotten mystical bloodline power from an ancient clan of priestesses within her. That power had remained hidden beneath her unique Kagura heart eye, never truly revealing itself. Could it be that this ancient power, which had slumbered for countless generations, awakened of its own accord in this life and death moment? Breaking free from its seal? Chapter 52, another forbidden technique. An ineffable expression, a complex amalgamation of fervent scientific curiosity and an instinctual trepidation towards the unknown, crept across Orochimaru and Appo's countenance. Jongwoo, Shuei. He abruptly turned his head, his gaze piercing like a venomous serpent, fixating intently on the two subordinates still channeling chakra into him. His voice was sharp and urgent, imbued with an unprecedented authority that brooked no dissent. Cease your infusion at once. Immediately direct all your remaining strength to Xianglin. Now. Only she possesses the potential power that may subdue the uncontrollable energy within Naruto and Sasuke. Hurry. If we hesitate even a moment longer, we will all be obliterated. Zhongwu's usually impassive face tightened, while Shuei Yue's irreverent smile vanished without a trace. Without a hint of hesitation, they decisively severed the chakra flow into Orochimaru the instant his command fell. In the next moment, two vastly different yet equally potent streams of chakra surged forth. One, Zhongwu's natural, life-infused sage chakra, tinged with a hint of frenzy. The other, Shuei Yue's fluid and ever-changing water-style chakra. Like two rushing streams, they poured unreservedly into Xianglin's nearly parched form. In that instant, boom! The two cultivation pods, which had previously contained the storm's core, lost their restraints entirely. Golden and emerald flames, symbols of the utmost light and darkness, life and destruction, erupted like ancient beasts freed from their cages, shattering the barriers of containment. Light. A light that defied description. It did not illuminate. Rather, it utterly consumed every hue and shadow within the subterranean shrine, staining every inch of rock and every speck of dust with a pure intertwining of gold and green daylight. The atmosphere was instantaneously compressed and ignited, emitting a sharp, glass-shattering explosion, soon drowned by a deeper, thunderous roar reminiscent of the world's impending collapse. The solid rock beneath groaned under the weight, cracked spider-webbing across its surface, and the entire underground space trembled violently, on the brink of disintegration. Stop now. Zhongwu and Appo's tumultuous yet vibrant sage chakra, and Shuei Yue and Appo's deep, unpredictable water-style chakra, collided forcefully with Xianglin's nearly desiccated meridians. Pain. A tearing sensation. It felt as if her already fragile body might burst. Yet this excruciating external pain ignited the spark that would set off the final fuse. She acutely sensed the boundless agony inflicted upon Sasuke and Naruto by the two uncontrollable forces, a pain that seared her very soul through some inexplicable connection. A wail, piercing and unhuman, erupted from the depths of Xianglin and Appo's throat. No longer merely a scream, it was a cacophony of sheer agony, boundless rage, and an ancient, sacred authority that demanded reverence. Hidden deep within her bloodline, dormant for countless generations, was the sacred power of an ancient clan of priestesses, awakening like a slumbering volcano ignited by despair and love. Nobody is allowed to touch my Sasuke. Get away, you bastards. Overwhelmed by the shock waves of light and sound, Xianglin's vision dissolved into blinding white, her ears filled with the deafening roar and the thunderous beat of her own heart. Blood, sweat, and tears smeared her pale cheeks, creating a haunting yet resolute beauty. Within her, a newly born, vast power surged wildly, repairing her injuries, yet imparting a sensation of her soul almost departing from her body. In a daze, time itself appeared to be plunged into boiling water, twisting violently, losing its inherent scale. The searing brightness that threatened to scorch her retinas began to swirl peculiarly, fading, ultimately distorting into an entirely different scene. A month prior, within the same underground chamber, thick with the scent of potent elixirs, the atmosphere suffocating. In her memory, Orochimaru's cold, slick, emotionless slitted eyes were fixed upon her. The words he spoke were like poison-tipped ice shards, shattering the frozen barriers of her lineage, revealing the astonishing secret of the ancient priestess bloodline concealed within her. Nearly buried by the sands of time, her thoughts leapt back to that month ago, still within this ominous underground shrine. Do you understand now? Xianglin. Orochimaru and Appo's voice was unexpectedly gentle, even tinged with rare warmth. You are a good girl, remarkably strong, and incredibly brave. The future Sasuke may greatly need you. Require your strength and assistance. This is my final trump card for Naruto and Sasuke, one they will never know about, and I shall ensure they remain oblivious. You must not tell them. Do you comprehend my meaning? That unusual tone, as soft as a feather, brushed against Xianglin and Appo's heartstrings. Yet it was the name, Sasuke, that truly stirred the depths of her soul, unleashing a tumultuous tide within her. That night, Orochimaru and Xianglin engaged in a prolonged and profound conversation. With the meticulousness and patience characteristic of a scientist, he laid bare the extraordinary truth of Naruto and Sasuke and Appo's return from the future, detailing every facet of it before her. Moreover, he answered all of Xianglin's queries regarding the future and her own circumstances with tireless diligence. At the conversation's conclusion, Orochimaru broached an even weightier topic, one that could nearly shatter the mind, revealing that unlike most, Xianglin's veins coursed with the ancient, sacred bloodline of the long-extinct priestess clan. This is impossible. I possess such power within me? Xianglin felt her mind roar in disbelief. Your Kagura hard eyes. This is the most compelling evidence. Orochimaru raised his hand, his fingertip nearly brushing Xianglin and Appo's eyelid. That long-lost lineage possessed an ancient ocular technique, revered as the eyes of the priestess, whose core was an unimaginable perception ability. Your Kagura hard eyes are but a remnant of its power, diluted over countless generations. Orochimaru elaborated extensively on the latent potential of the priestess bloodline and the myriad transformations it might invoke, providing Xianglin with a revolutionary understanding of herself. After spending considerable time thoroughly dissecting the origins of this formidable lineage, his demeanor grew gravely serious as he gazed into her eyes. Articulating each word with measured intent, I hope you will grant me a request moving forward. In the coming month, I will employ my specialized biotechnological techniques to fully awaken the dormant priestess bloodline within you. Trust me, I have mastered the requisite core techniques, and the process will not inflict any irreversible harm upon you. However, his tone suddenly shifted to one of near supplication. Yet this was merely the beginning, Xianglin. Your successful awakening of the priestess bloodline will only fulfill the foundational criteria for another forbidden technique. Indeed, within this brief half-month, I have, based on the unique properties of the priestess bloodline and my lifelong studies, developed yet another astounding forbidden technique, the world-devouring corridor, life synchronization. Chapter 53, Complete Awakening, the Ancient Bloodline. This forbidden technique is one that no one in the world can wield, save for you, who possesses both the immense vitality of the Uzumaki clan and the sacred traits of a priestess. Only you alone can harness it. In other words, this is an ultimate forbidden technique tailored exclusively for you. Before Kyuka could fully process this shocking revelation, Orochimaru continued in a cold and ruthless tone. However, the cost is your own life essence as fuel. More precisely, this is a technique that requires the sacrifice of the practitioner's life. Although during its execution, you will gain unimaginable battlefield assistance and near-immortal survival abilities, as time progresses, the continuous drain of your vitality will inevitably lead to your withering demise. I hope that in the future, in those unpredictable dire situations, you can use it to exchange for the lives of Naruto and Sasuke. Kyuka fell into a profound silence, her mind blank. On one side stood those she poured all her emotions into, willing to give everything to protect. On the other, her own vibrant and precious life. I must consider the long-term, more dire possibilities. If Naruto and Sasuke were to unfortunately fall in some crucial battle in the future, then we must have a contingency plan, one that is more secretive and powerful than the reincarnation technique. And you, Uzumaki Kyuka, are the deepest hidden trump card I have planted. This secret will forever be known only to you and me. Apologies. Orochimaru seemed to sense the coldness of his words, pausing to soften his tone, having spoken so much without regard for your feelings. Kyuka, you truly are a good girl, very strong, very brave. He turned to look at the trembling girl beside him, who clearly could not accept this harsh reality. Attempting to soothe her. Of course, all of this might just be my excessive worrying, thinking too far ahead. If it comes to that, I believe the reincarnation technique might be sufficient. What I genuinely wish to see is you becoming a new benchmark of combat power. A modern ninja who perfectly combines tools and techniques, bringing a qualitative leap to the future strength of the entire ninja world. Kyuka, you will be the first and Appo's, perfect product and Appo's, of this vision. Therefore, unless we reach an utterly desperate point, I will never allow you to easily use that forbidden technique to sacrifice your life for Sasuke. I believe Sasuke himself would never wish to see such a scene unfold. Is that clear, Kyuka? After a long, suffocating silence, Kyuka finally found her voice, though it was dry and hoarse. I accept. I wish to be by Sasuke and Appo's side at all times, even knowing that his future wife may not be me. But I still want to give it a try. I want to awaken what you call the priestess bloodline. However, regarding the subsequent experiments and that forbidden technique, there's no need to force yourself, Kyuka. Orochimaru interrupted her, his tone once again gentle. I have said, the final choice lies in your hands. Until the most critical and desperate moment, I will not compel you to use that forbidden technique. Only when you are truly prepared and consent will I impart the complete technique of and Appo's, devouring world corridor, life synchronization and Appo's, to you and equip you with specially crafted ninja tools that align with your abilities. At that time, your strength will undergo a true transformation. But for now, the choice is entirely yours. In the following half-month, Orochimaru indeed fulfilled his promise, injecting Kyuka with the highly purified essence of the Uzumaki clan and Appo's cells. She had to immerse herself daily in a specially concocted, pungent suppressive solution created by Orochimaru to prevent the overwhelming cellular energy from spiraling out of control within her body. Then came the formal initiation phase of the forbidden technique, spirit contract reincarnation. To better assist Sasuke and Naruto in successfully completing this ritual, Hyuga temporarily halted the immersion in the suppressive solution. No one anticipated that at this critical juncture of life and death, the repressed and stimulated potential within Hyuga would erupt like explosives thrown into a furnace. She awakened the vast power that had lain dormant deep within her bloodline, derived from the ancient priestess clan, a full half-month earlier than Orochimaru had expected. "Do not harm my Sasuke, you bastard." Hyuga's roar transcended mere expressions of anger and pain, resembling a solemn declaration from an ancient deity. It seemed as though a gate connecting to an infinite ocean of energy had been opened within her, a torrent of vast, immeasurable force, both sacred and inviolable, yet imbued with primal ferocity, surged forth in response to her fierce will, bursting out wildly. Clang, 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 clang. Another 8 sounds. 8 clear, resonant notes that seemed capable of tearing apart the very fabric of space itself, rang out suddenly. 8 chains, more solid and robust than the previous 10, gleamed with an almost blinding sacred golden light, bursting forth from her back with an unstoppable, overwhelming momentum. A total of 18 indestructible chains. They were no longer mere chakra constructs but seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, resembling golden serpents or divine chains binding world-destroying beasts from myth. They moved at an almost imperceptible speed, swiftly wrapping layer upon layer around the 2 cultivation pots, which were on the verge of explosion, securely constricting them. Each chain and Appo's surface was adorned with dizzyingly intricate ancient runes, emanating a unique fluctuation that contained the essence of the Uzumaki clan and Appo's as top-sealing techniques, coupled with a hint of ethereal, vast, and transcendent sacred aura. The violent energy surge capable of destroying the entire underground shrine collided against these 18 divine chains, as if it had struck an invisible yet indomitable barrier. The originally blinding light, which seemed ready to devour everything, was forcibly suppressed beneath the layers of shimmering golden light, its intensity seemingly contained and drawn back. Though the light remained dazzling, it no longer radiated chaos and loss of control, instead exuding a weighty sense of being forcibly restrained. The violent tremors of the 2 cultivation pots, which seemed on the brink of disintegration, remarkably slowed down. Although it was clear that the 2 opposing forces within continued to clash and collide violently, at least the imminent threat of an explosive catastrophe had been temporarily staved off. This is. Orochimaru gazed up at the 8 golden chains, whose presence and momentum were entirely different. Feeling the ancient and sacred aura emanating from Hyuga, which transcended any known ninja power system, as if it surpassed the very laws of chakra, his golden serpentine eyes filled with an uncontrollable astonishment and an almost mad scientific curiosity. The power of the priestess had truly awakened at this moment. An existence beyond Tsunade. No, wait. This might be a manifestation even more ancient and closer to the source of power. Hyuga strained to maintain the binding of the 18 chains, her body trembling like a flickering candle in a storm, as if it were about to shatter at any moment. Crimson blood uncontrollably streamed from the corners of her eyes, nostrils, ears, and mouth, staining her already pale visage with a hauntingly piercing scarlet. Blood flowed from her 5 orifices. This was the most direct sign of her body enduring an overload far beyond its limits, on the brink of collapse. Her consciousness began to wane. Her vision flickered with darkness, and all that remained was the frenzied drumming of her heart, as if struck by a heavy hammer, alongside the disquieting low hum of 18 taut chains that sent shivers through her teeth. Yet, amidst this turmoil, a singular thought remained resolutely clear and persistent in her mind: endure. No matter what. She must persevere. For Sasuke, Xianglin, witnessing her precarious state, resembling a figure on the brink of collapse, found that his usual nonchalance had vanished, replaced by an uncommon urgency and concern. In a flurry, he hastily thrust all the remaining soldier food pills into her pallid mouth, nearly with a sense of brutality. Xianglin lacked the strength to part her lips, let alone to chew. She relied solely on her dwindling survival instinct and her unwavering resolve to protect Sasuke, managing to roll the pills down her throat with great difficulty. The energy provided by the pills was but a mere drop in the ocean against the overwhelming force that surged within her. Akin to a flood breaching a dam, insignificant and inadequate. However, this slight infusion of energy, coupled with Shiyue's clumsy yet genuine concern, acted as a lifeline, reigniting the flickering flame of her will to survive, allowing her to maintain a fragile balance for just a moment longer. She clenched her teeth tightly, her gums bleeding from the pressure, pouring every ounce of her remaining will into the 18 golden chains that bound the fates of all. Chapter 54. The Encounter of Souls. Consciousness felt as if it were cast into an infinite void, akin to plummeting into an unfathomable abyss. The last vestige of perception withdrew from the disintegrating body of Karen, and Uchiha Sasuke suddenly found himself suspended in a vast, immaculate, and peculiar realm of pure white. This place knew neither heaven nor earth, neither boundaries nor dimensions. Even the passage of time seemed to vanish without a trace. Only an endless expanse of emptiness and absolute silence remained, as if the essence of existence and non-existence intertwined in a harmonious blend. Yet, he was not alone. Beside him, also seated in a meditative posture, was Uzumaki Naruto. His trademark golden hair remained strikingly vivid, yet the customary brightness of his face was now tempered by a depth of experience that spoke of trials endured. In the depths of his clear azure eyes lay an insight that belied his years. Across from them sat two other figures, exuding distinct yet equally soul-stirring auras, a testament to the mighty force derived from the pinnacle of life. To Sasuke and Appo's left was a man with sleek black hair cascading over his shoulders, his visage radiating warmth, hinting at an untainted purity, clad in ancient, dark-hued garments. Beneath his seemingly tranquil demeanor lay a vast reservoir of vitality, akin to the deep earth or an expansive forest. This was Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage. Revered as the god of shinobi, to Sasuke's right stood a figure with wild, flowing black hair that obscured half his face, revealing only a single eye. Sharp and piercing like that of a hawk surveying the ground. An air of unparalleled aloofness enveloped him, emanating an overwhelming presence that seemed to distort the fabric of this ethereal space, clad in dark armor symbolizing the supreme glory of the Uchiha clan. Even in this spiritual form, his oppressive aura bore down heavily, almost tangible. This was Uchiha Madara. For formidable souls, capable of shaking the very foundations of time, had transcended the boundaries of life and death, converging unexpectedly in this incredible realm of spirit. Young man, what did you just say? You two have returned from the future and Appos, to this era? Hashirama was the first to shatter the silence, his gentle gaze widening in disbelief as he fixed his eyes upon Naruto. His tone filled with the wonder of a child discovering something extraordinary. Before his words faded, Hashirama appeared to awaken from his own thoughts, suddenly clapping his soul-formed hands with a voice raised in excitement. And that fellow named Orochimaru truly devised such a thing. What was it called? Spiritual Pact Reincarnation Technique? It can forcibly pull my and Madara's souls back from the Pure Land, or wherever else, and merge with your souls. Merge. He struggled to comprehend this concept that defied understanding, his entire spiritual essence trembling slightly with the sheer incredibility of the information. His face etched with a colossal question mark of disbelief. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, instantly confirming their mutual understanding. Naruto turned to Hashirama, solemnly nodding, his voice resonating in this space with an uncanny clarity. Indeed, first Hokage, we have indeed endured a cataclysmic disaster, fortuitously flowing back through the cracks of time and space. As for the spiritual pact reincarnation technique, Sasuke interjected, I extracted it from fragments of memories from the future and entrusted it to Orochimaru for refinement, to combat an impending threat capable of toppling the entire shinobi world. It was revealed that, at the moment Orochimaru activated that forbidden technique, two distinctly terrifying powers collided violently within a specially designed vessel. As the core bearers of the technique, Naruto and Sasuke felt their souls irresistibly drawn by an invisible, yet formidable force, instantaneously liberated from their corporeal confines, cast into this realm that lay between life and death, where reality and illusion intertwined. Following this, the souls of Hashirama and Madara, who were the summoned and merged targets, were forcibly pulled from their slumber in the Pure Land by this brutal power of the forbidden technique. When the four first encountered each other, their souls stirred with an indescribable vibration and confusion. After a brief, yet information-rich exchange of thoughts, particularly as Sasuke utilized his ocular power to project key fragments of future events directly into Hashirama and Appo's and Madara and Appo's consciousness, Hashirama gradually unraveled the strange sequence of events. Meanwhile, Madara fell into a long, suffocating silence. Upon learning that the Moon Eye plan he had devoted his life to was merely a grand deception woven by Kagaya's will to resurrect her mother, he felt an unprecedented shock and humiliation piercing the very essence of his soul. The pride and arrogance imprinted deep within him shattered under the weight of this cruel truth. With eyes tightly shut, he remained seated, surrounded by an aura icy and heavy, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Struggling to digest the realization that upended the meaning of his existence, reassessing his tumultuous yet ironically poignant life. At this moment, the dialogue between Hashirama, Naruto, and Sasuke cut through the icy shell of his consciousness, gently rousing him from the depths of self-denial and rage. I never imagined. Uchiha Madara. He slowly lifted his eyelids, revealing pupils laced with horrific veins, swirling with indescribable turmoil, an ocean of unyielding defiance, seething anger, profound self-mockery, and a hint of madness that threatened to ignite this void entirely. In the end, he was merely a jester, always believing himself to be the player, gazing down upon the masses. Yet, in truth, he had been the most pitiful, most foolish piece on the board all along. His voice emerged deep and hoarse, akin to gravel scraping against stone, yet imbued with a soul-shaking terror that abruptly severed Hashirama and Appo's inquiry. The surrounding void seemed to freeze in response to his boiling emotions. Even the intangible air grew heavy and sluggish. Madara's gaze, as sharp as a cold blade, slowly swept over Naruto and Sasuke as spiritual forms, ultimately locking onto them with an intensity that sent ominous ripples across the pure white space. Spiritual pact reincarnation technique? To summon the souls of Hashirama and myself. Attempting to merge with you youngsters, what audacity, bordering on sacrilege. That fellow, Orochimaru, I must admit, possesses a certain transcendent intellect and audacity. His tone escalated sharply, becoming razor-edged like a drawn sword. However, You, and all of you, have overlooked one crucial fact. My dignity as Uchiha Madara is not something you can casually tarnish or trample upon. Soul fusion? Huh. A chilling smile creased his lips. Thanks to the so-called future UVE brought, I can glimpse just how absurd that outcome is. Since we are to engage on the plane of souls, let us adhere to the most primitive and purest of laws. Victors possess everything, while the vanquished fade into oblivion. He abruptly straightened his posture, transforming from a seated position to one of towering stature. His spiritual essence erupted with a terrifying pressure far beyond before, his dark hair swirling as if alive. Whoever prevails in this contest for the dominion of souls shall have the right to govern the destiny of this vessel. Come forth, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke. Let me witness firsthand whether you, chosen by the future, possess the right to bear my power. Engage me in battle. With a spirited resolve akin to an invisible flame, it erupted from the depths of his soul, illuminating the surrounding void with a fervent glow. Alas, Hashirama helplessly raised a hand, gently resting his knuckles against his forehead. His visage adorned with the all-too-familiar bittersweet smile. Madara, you wretch, your intrinsic belligerence remains unaltered. However, as he cast his gaze toward Naruto and Sasuke, his eyes grew profound, imbued with scrutiny and a weighty expectation. Although the approach was indeed unexpected for all, Madara and Appos' words held an undeniable truth. The interdependence of yin and yang gives rise to the myriad phenomena of the universe. This phrase, I seem to recall hearing from Madara before. That junior, Orochimaru, is truly an extraordinary individual. Hashirama slowly rose, his aura, akin to a gentle spring breeze, subtly transforming. A sense of stability and gravitas, reminiscent of towering mountains, coupled with the vibrant vitality of boundless earth, began to permeate the atmosphere. Given the circumstances, I wish to ascertain for myself whether you two young souls, burdened with a daunting future, possess the capability to shoulder this immense responsibility that could overwhelm anyone. Will you inherit the powers of Madara and me to rescue that ninja world you claim is on the brink of destruction? He brought his hands together before his chest in a slow, deliberate gesture, an exceedingly simple seal. Yet it seemed to draw upon a fundamental force that underlies this peculiar realm. Chapter 55, 2 Generations. Ashura and Indra. Beneath the pure white, if this void could be deemed as earth, a subtle yet persistent tremor began to resonate. Obito and Appos' gaze was fixated on the clasped hands of Hashirama, the blood veins within his Rinnegan resembling a web, reflecting the familiar, yet foreign fluctuations of a soul across from him. A blend of nostalgia, steeped in the dust of time, and a fervent shudder at the resurgence of an old rival, stirred violently within the core of his being. He swallowed hard, emitting a deep, gravelly sigh, as if each word he uttered was ground beneath gravel. Hashirama, truly unexpected. Between us, it is indeed in such an absurd manner that we stand once again on the same Appos, battlefield Appos, shoulder to shoulder. Naruto and Appos' lips formed a broad smile, revealing his pearly teeth, yet this smile bore a different essence, one tempered by the trials of countless battles, radiating an eagerness to unleash his latent power. I like that sentiment. He flexed his soul and Appos' shoulders, producing a crisp crack, as if he could genuinely perceive the stiffness in his sinews. To be honest, ever since that day of return, an unspent energy had been pent up within him, rendering him restless. Golden outlines of his soul shimmered with an unseen current. Finally, his hands itched with anticipation. His gaze sharpened as it fell upon Sasuke, whose pupils seemed to ignite with the golden sun's ascent. You agree, don't you, Sasuke? The usually tightly drawn line of Uchiha Sasuke's lips now curved ever so slightly, imbued with a cold yet palpable expectation. Deep within his dark pupils, 3 Tomo whirled rapidly, intertwining and merging, eventually blossoming into a resplendent yet ominous kaleidoscopic form, each line telling tales of destruction and power. A long-buried, searing impulse, originating from the depths of his bloodline, surged forth like ice thrown into lava, vaporizing and boiling, sweeping through every corner of his essence. He uttered softly, his voice suppressing a torrent of intense emotions, akin to a taut bowstring. Within him, the restlessness belonging to the Uchiha could no longer be contained. Furthermore, what lay ahead was the very legend that shaped the ninja world. Before Sasuke's words could fully escape, the expansive pure white void trembled violently, as if unable to withstand the collision of their wills. The space contorted like paper in the grip of an unseen hand, folding, twisting, and tearing. The white tide receded, replaced by the harsh, cold texture of rock. The thunderous roar of water colliding with cliffs resonated through their consciousness, accompanied by the damp illusion brought forth by cascading waterfalls. Jagged cliffs rose abruptly, cleaving the sky, casting immense shadows that exuded an ancient desolation. The tumultuous waters plummeted from heights, crashing into a deep pool, sending up a mist that carried an air of solemnity. On either side of the canyon, 2 towering stone statues stood in silent confrontation, weathered yet still exuding majesty, resembling the youthful forms of Hashirama and Madara, their postures eternally frozen at the moment of their fated clash. Here, it was. The Valley of the End. This stage of soul confrontation had been shaped by their intertwined destinies. Uchiha Madara threw his head back, unleashing a roar that transcended human sound, the sonic waves materializing into a tangible shockwave, frantically spreading throughout this manifested Valley of the End. even the splashing droplets were shattered. Surrounding his soul, an overwhelming chakra erupted like a volcanic explosion, reaching skyward. The deep, azure flames of energy soared, rapidly sketching the outline of a colossal skeletal form, emitting a chilling crackling sound. Upon this framework, energy fibers entwined like sinews, spreading, enveloping, coalescing into a heavy, fearsome armor of a war deity. A complete Susanoo, seemingly able to uphold the heavens and the earth, rose majestically, wielding a chakra blade that shimmered with a cold light. Its mere presence causing the ground beneath to groan under the weight. In the hollow depths of its massive eye sockets, two Rinnegan, glowing with an eerie purple light, slowly revolved, surveying the canyon that trembled at his behest, emanating a pressure potent enough to freeze souls. Its might seemed poised to reduce the entire Valley of the End, along with history, to dust in an instant. Senjutsu would release, True Thousand Hands. Top transform into Buddha. Hashirama clapped his hands, and ancient, powerful natural energy surged wildly into his soul. Beneath his eyelids, red esoteric patterns emerged, marking the sage mode, as a gentle yet vast life force emanated from him. The ground beneath him roared violently and tore apart, rocks upheaving, as a colossal Buddha, even more majestic than Madara and Amp, Apos, S. Susanoo, emerged from the earth with unstoppable force, radiating vibrant life. The Buddha's form was solemn yet held a thunderous might. Its mere appearance filled the canyon with the pulse of life. Hashirama and Apos, S. soul stood quietly atop the Buddha and Apos, S. head, his expression grave. Several gnarled trees, akin to true dragons, coiled around the Buddha's shoulders and countless arms. Their dragon heads raised, emitting a silent roar that radiated an aura powerful enough to quell chaos and suppress all malevolent spirits. Kurama. Naruto called out from the depths of his consciousness, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. Old pal, after so long without a grand ruckus, are your claws still sharp? Huh, what nonsense. Kurama and Apos. S. response thundered through Naruto and Apos. S. mind, filled with wild exhilaration and battle intent, even when faced with the Rinnegan and would release that had once subdued it. Only a primal urge to tear everything apart remained, perfectly timed to practice against these two old geezers. In the next moment, within Naruto's soul, a slumbering colossal will awaken suddenly. Golden light enveloped him like flames, his eyes transforming into a distinctive cross shape, 9 chakra tails thrashing wildly behind him. Kurama Sage Mode activated. This was the unbreakable bond he shared with the Nine Tails, a flawless communion of intent. Susanoo. Sasuke called out, the patterns within his Manjiki Sharingan spinning rapidly, nearly drawing blood, as his ocular power poured forth without reservation. The strange purple energy surged like molten lava erupting from the ground, shooting skyward from his soul. Emitting a piercing shriek, the energy rapidly condensed in the air, taking shape, transforming into a massive, upper-bodied purple warrior. The warrior's skeletal frame was rugged, armor covering vital areas. One hand gripping a colossal bow made of energy, the taut bowstring seemingly poised to unleash arrows capable of annihilating everything, though not yet in its complete form. Merely the limit of his current ocular strength, the Susanoo radiated sharpness, coldness, and pure annihilation intent, akin to an unsheathed legendary blade, its brilliance enough to overshadow the heavens, standing equal to the other 3 colossal entities. 4 figures stood at the cardinal points, representing the pinnacle of strength from different eras of the ninja world. In this moment, they served as conduits of their souls, wielding their wills like a brush, ready to unveil an ultimate clash within this Valley of the End, a collision that transcended the boundaries of time and space, capable of shaking the very essence of their souls. An invisible aura clashed fiercely, compressing every inch of space, producing groans of strain. The ripples of energy visibly spread, warping the light around them. The relentless cascade of the enormous waterfall appeared as if gripped by an unseen force, the rushing waters suspended midair, transforming into countless crystalline droplets, bearing witness to the stillness of time, reflecting the 4 world-ending figures and the impending cataclysmic intent that hung between them. Chapter 56. Hope rekindled in adversity. The roar reverberated through the depths of the canyon, almost tearing at the very fabric of the soul. The Valley of the End had long lost its former tranquility. Jagged cliffs crumbled entirely, transforming into a swirling cloud of powder. The ceaselessly rushing waterfall was severed by a terrifying energy, evaporating into nothingness, leaving behind an expanse of energy dust that clouded the vision, along with visible, twisting and healing rifts in space. The 4 colossal figures, akin to giants propping up the heavens, engaged in a near-manic primal collision upon this fragmented land. Each earth-shattering clash unleashed energy storms potent enough to rend the earth anew, as shockwaves ravaged every inch of space. Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo, enveloped in a deep blue chakra reminiscent of a starry night, wielded a massive blade capable of cleaving mountains, each strike infused with an absolute will to annihilate. Hashirama Senju and Amp, Apos, S. True Senju Buddha, with its infinite, sun-blocking wooden arms, boldly countered its overwhelming vitality and would release fiercely resisting Madara and Amp, Apos, S. destructive intent. Each collision of wood and blade erupted with a deafening sound, sending tremors that resonated within the soul. the dissipating energy waves like invisible hands. Further crushed and flattened the remaining mountain, causing the earth to groan under the unbearable weight. Naruto Uzumaki, bathed in the resplendent golden flames of the Nine Tails mode, darted through the gaps of the colossal figures like streaks of lightning, moving with astonishing speed. Behind him, 9 immense chakra tails, akin to serpents with a life of their own, whipped, blocked, and entangled, at times coalescing into a massive, spinning-tailed beast sphere, striving to carve a breach amidst the unyielding onslaught of Madara and Hashirama. However, despite the seamless synergy and mutual understanding he shared with Kurama, Naruto felt an unprecedented, almost crushing weight bearing down upon him in the face of these legendary figures, towering at the pinnacle of the ninja world. In stark contrast, Sasuke Uchiha's predicament appeared particularly dire, bordering on desperate. He clenched his jaw tightly, nearly drawing blood, as the relentless activation of his Sharingan caused crimson threads to seep from the corners of his eyes, trailing down his cheeks. The purple Susanoo enveloping him was now riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, deepening with every surge of energy, threatening to shatter into a myriad of light shards at any moment. The Amaterasu flames he desperately unleashed clung stubbornly to Hashirama's massive wooden Buddha, burning fiercely. Yet, those flames, capable of incinerating all, seemed to have transformed into mere decorative black embers, as Hashirama did not even spare a fraction of his attention. The immense life force contained within the Buddha easily suppressed and negated the relentless assault of the eternal flames, rendering Sasuke and Appo's proud ocular technique feeble and impotent. How infuriating! A silent yet piercing roar echoed within Sasuke and Appo's heart, as an overwhelming sense of powerlessness surged forth, akin to the coldest deep-sea currents, flooding, overwhelming, and freezing his very core. Through his increasingly blurred vision, Sasuke clearly witnessed Madara's Susanoo cleaving downwards, the apocalyptic strike aimed directly at his weak defenses. Naruto, once again Naruto, that golden figure instinctively shielded him, using 9 chakra tails to absorb the cataclysmic blow capable of splitting mountains and shattering waterfalls. The golden figure trembled violently, and even the roar of Kurama carried a hint of pain. Yet again, it was Naruto who stood at the forefront, despite the proud Uchiha blood coursing through him. Inheriting the most formidable ocular techniques, he could only watch helplessly as his dearest friend bore the brunt of the harm. The barrier, known as Legend, loomed before him. Indestructible and despairingly formidable, the fateful shackles, seemingly innate to the Uchiha lineage, now felt like cold, heavy chains, binding and suffocating the depths of Sasuke's soul. The Manjiki Sharingan, a double-edged sword of power and curse, could only unlock the gates to eternal light and true pinnacle if merged with Akin and Appo's SI. This cruel limitation rooted in the depths of his bloodline was a burden that Naruto had never had to bear. Though Sasuke and Appo's combat awareness and situational experience might rival Naruto and Appo's, the real destructive capacity, especially in sustained combat, was inexorably shackled by this damned, curse-like bloodline. Once again, he was outpaced by Naruto, whom he had once left behind. This piercing, heart-wrenching unwillingness gnawed at Sasuke's proud heart like a multitude of venomous serpents, more intense than ever before. Just as his spirit was violently shaken, the Manjiki began to consume the meager remaining ocular power, causing the world around him to warp and spin into a chaotic blur of colors. The searing blood tears mingled with the sweat cascading from his forehead, stinging his eyes with unbearable intensity. His vision rapidly darkened, the light before him swirling, fracturing into an unrecognizable maelstrom. A violent pain erupted from deep within his eye sockets, as if red-hot needles were stirring within. Suddenly, an entirely unfamiliar, overwhelming warmth surged forth from the deepest recesses of his soul, unannounced. It was neither the chakra he had desperately sustained nor the cold, sharp power of his eyes. This warmth was as gentle as the melting snow of spring, vast as a roaring river, bearing a force that was both unyielding and tender, cleansing Sasuke and Appo's nearly shattered spirit. This energy contained an unprecedented, utterly different attribute. Boundless, nurturing, brimming with the essence of life, it flooded forth with irresistible vigor. What is this? Sasuke's heart trembled, nearly rendered speechless. The burning pain in his eyes vanished in an instant as clarity surged forth, revealing an unprecedented lucidity. Even the floating particles of energy in the air became discernible. What left him astounded was his ability to end Appo's, internally see and Appo's, the warm flow rapidly repairing the cells and meridians damaged from the overexertion of his Manjiki Sharingan. The myriad of small wounds left by the fierce battle visibly writhed, healed, and vanished without a trace, leaving not even a scar. Even the purple Susanoo that had been on the brink of collapse saw its energy flames blaze anew, the spider-web-like cracks swiftly sealing, re-establishing an indomitable presence. This chakra surpasses all expectations, this near-infinite vitality. As Sasuke felt an unprecedented fullness and vitality coursing through him, a shocking thought, one that nearly overturned his understanding, began to grow wildly within him, like a seed breaking through the earth. Could it be that forbidden technique has already